Drive me up the coast, boy. Wanna hear the ocean roar crash over me. Then ride it home, dance it out in moonlight. Hold me tight and don't let go. Watch over me. We are all stardust, stardust, stardust. Left behind, left to find. Find one another, another. Face the sun, fear no one. 'Cause we are all one. We are all one. We are all one. We are all one. We are all. Pick me up, yeah, moonchild. Put me into overflow. Crash into me. And let me fall deep enough to feel like deep enough to not let go. Watch over me. We are all stardust, stardust, stardust. Left behind, left to find. Find another, another. Face the sun, fear no one. 'Cause we are all one. We are all one. We are all one. We are all one. We are all. Love get me higher. You get me hypnotized. I can see brighter, brighter. I love us, love you and I. Love get me higher. You get me hypnotized. I can see brighter, brighter. I love us, love you and Stardust, stardust, stardust. Left behind, left to find. Find another. Face the sun, fear no one. 'Cause we are all one. 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 We are all.
What's up, guys? How's everybody doing tonight? Let's get the mood right. Woo-wee! What's up, chat? How's it going? We got Uganda, we got Zorna, Omega, Fergal, Jonah, Bab, Name, Rowan, Colin, Dice Admirable, Webmets. I'm mostly better. I was definitely under the weather for a hot second, though. Yesterday I was supposed to do a recording session from 1 to 4. Oh, Saucer Bomb coming in with the 10. I don't even have the applause brought up. Give me a second. Thank you, buddy. Very kind indeed. Yeah, so I was supposed to do a recording session yesterday from 1 to 4. And I got through about half hour of it, and I was like, guys, I don't think I can do this because my stomach was just hurting more and more and more. And I had to cancel the thing early. Had to ask everyone to reschedule. And then I laid down in the shower for a while, and then I laid down in my bed and fell asleep. And at some point in there, I messaged people on Discord about not doing stream, and then I was just sort of in a weird not feverish, but like stomach painy haze for a while. It was fun. It was nice. But no more. Should we let's get some music going, please. Actually, you know what? We need classical music for the start of this. For the call-in show part, I think. Right? Yeah, you know, you agree with me. Let's see. Maybe this will be good. It's okay. It's a little too jazzy. I mean, it's not boppy enough, you know? Can you answer your question so you can go to bed? Yeah, what was your question? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see it. Here's $10 for the videos. Keep up the good work. Simple question. What's a good character motivator for a player? What's a good character motivation for a player? I think the simplest character motivation can be either like... Honestly, I think some of the best character motivation is misplaced. So, like, for example, I feel like really good character motivation is revenge, but having that motivation change into wanting to not get revenge, but wanting to, like, save the world. So I kind of like character motivation that starts very selfishly, so long as the player is eager for that motivation to grow into something bigger. Does that make sense? I hope that answers your question. Oh my goodness, Crazy Moose coming in with the 20. He's out of control. They can't stop him. They won't stop him. All right, we're gonna listen to this kind of music for a little while before anything hectic gets started. So, welcome new members. Yeah. Words of wisdom. I don't know if those are words of wisdom, but those are, they're just words that came out of my brain. But if you are looking for words of wisdom, guess what, friends? You've come to the right place. Because if you look up here, you will see the D&D helpline instructions. So here's the plan for the night. Here's the plan for the night for everyone that just got here. Here's the plan. The plan is... we are going to start the evening by doing some call-in show. We're going to do call-in show for about 2 hours, give or take. And then, after that, we're going to transition into Homebrew review. So, for everyone that submitted stuff for Sunday that did not get reviewed on Sunday, we are going to be splitting that up between tonight and tomorrow night. So, the first half of tonight is going to be... well, I don't know the first half, but the first chunk of tonight is going to be... answering call-ins, and then the second chunk of tonight is going to be reviewing your homebrew. Then, tomorrow, the first half of the show is going to be a speed run challenge, where you guys have sent me a bunch of ideas for stuff to speed brew homebrew. I guess I could put a link to that in this video if it's not. And then I'm going to try to do that for a little while, and then we're going to review homebrew. So that's tomorrow night. But tonight we're doing call-ins. Does that make sense to everybody? I hope so. Wait, so what happens in the helpline? I'm confused as to what you're doing. What's happening is I'm going to open a channel in my Discord right now that all of you will be able to see momentarily. Let me open it. 1 second. Yeah, we're going in there. Pop, pop, pop. Oh, I have to probably set my fucking voice up. That would help, wouldn't it? There we go. Okay. So, basically, in my Discord, if you're in my Discord, which you can do by just doing whatever that says here, following the links in the bottom, you go to the Discord, you join the Discord, and you're going to see in the streaming section, there's going to be a chat room called Stream Waiting Room. And then you can hop in, and that will put you in the queue to be on stream. And if you want to see what the queue is, you can check it in the events channel on the Discord. Last time I tried to put it on screen, it kept closing my thing, so I don't know why. So we're just going to do that. All right, so anyway, I'm going to open the Stream Waiting Room. So if you guys want to, ask me a question, get on ready. Get ready to join it. It's going to be open soon. It is open. It is open. The Stream Waiting Room is open. I'm going to get, we got some people rolling in. All right. Very nice. Very nice. Can you guys still hear the music if it's this quiet? I'm in the Homebrew review, and I forgot to say that I can't voice call for it. I have a different name for that forum. You can hear the music? Okay, cool. Okay, perfect. Thank you. All right, let's start pulling people in. First, we have Stephen Armstrong fan. This is the guy that didn't know how to submit a homebrew. Hello, Stephen Armstrong fan. You gotta unmute. How's it going, buddy? Oh, I cannot hear you. I see green, but I cannot hear you. You are not making noise. My headphones might not be connected correctly. Give me 1 second. This might be a me thing, not a you thing. Assume that it's a me thing, because I am often one to mess things up. Talk for a second.
Hello?
There we go. That got it working. That was me. It wasn't you. How's it going, buddy?
Good. So how does this hotline work? Is so I can explain more things about the homebrew I submitted, or just like give you an idea?
The hotline is more open-ended D&D conversation. So if you want to tell me briefly about your item, I can tell you what I think about it really quickly. But we don't do in-depth. We're gonna do the in-depth homebrew review for the second part.
Okay. So first thing, the item's mainly just meant to be an item that can allow people to bypass resistances. That's literally all it does. It basically makes it so that it's a more fair ground with less resistances. Second, how would you balance A-train rules in D&D where you deal damage literally just by running into someone, where the faster you are, the more damage you deal?
First thing, I think the idea of a magic item that lets you bypass some resistances is pretty cool. I'm into that. And the way that I would do something like that, where you were like something that could run really fast and smash things, is I would make it so the creatures that you were running at had to make a dexterity saving throw. And if they succeeded, they got out of the way. And if they failed, they got hit. And I'd probably make it do more damage depending on how fast you went. And I probably would not let it scale forever.
That definitely makes sense.
Yeah, man.
Also, I just want to say I love your content, especially how goofy it is.
Oh, thank you.
Especially the legendary polymorph.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That's very kind of you. All right.
So what about Meat Swarm?
All right, and I'm hanging up on you on that one. Meat Swarm! That was Meat Swarm. Thank you very much. Great question, Strong Arm. Great question. How would you do a swarm of meat? That's one for another time. Let me grab our next contestant. We have... contestant? Y'all aren't contestants. Let me grab Zonra. And if folks want to join in... Oop, there's the instructions. Hey, Zonra, what's up?
Hello. Just needed to mute the call. Yeah.
Wait a minute. You don't want to have to listen to the echo?
No, I do not want to listen to the echo.
Okay, that's reasonable. How are you doing? What can I do for you today?
I'm doing fine. I think I also missed. I submitted some homebrew, but it was mostly just to, I guess, to show it off. It was basically like a major boons, power, and magic items all rolled into one that I started giving to my players and then gave all my players and made a basically like a framework over.
That sounds cool.
Yeah, no, it started with one of the characters first managed to social talk and impress a super powerful red dragon, kind of evil one, and so got basically like a special power for it. And then later on, I realized, the fighter was a bit of a new player and he was struggling. So I basically, I give him basically like a combat pet and roll the power into that. And then after a while,
fun.
Everybody got one of the powers.
I think making special, unique powers, especially boons for players, is like a fantastic way to make a game feel unique for the players. Good on you. Did you have a question, or do you mostly just want me to look at your homebrew?
Was mostly just kind of showing off the homebrew.
Cool.
I guess.
Fair warning. This isn't a homebrew show-off show. So
yeah, no,
I'm likely going to tear it to shreds.
That's fine.
Okay. I'm not going to tear it to shreds, but I will probably critique it if I come across it later tonight.
Yeah, no, that's fine. The main thing about it is I put it up so it scales with proficiency scaling on it. That I kind of really liked how the system turned out.
Yeah, I think using proficiency bonus is a really good way to make things scale, especially if you want to encourage multi-classing or just not have that be an issue.
Yeah, and also the main thing with these boons were the power level was kind of escalating. The entire campaign is kind of like why like things are not balanced. It's basically like really
you're
dangerous.
in Madman land.
Kinda. So
Yeah,
I'm just
I've been
throwing magic power at them, but also throwing all kinds of homebrew weird monsters at them, and yeah, no, multiple times. Like I'm not sure if this is gonna be a TPK or if it's gonna be okay, but I haven't killed anyone yet.
Okay, cool.
But it's
Well,
been close.
all right. I look forward to bumping into it, and you're wonderful,
Yeah.
and I'm hanging up on you. That was Zonra. Zonra, excited to share. They are magical boons with us all, and my goodness, don't we hope we get to see them? I do. We'll see what the wheel has in store for us. Next, we have up Sovereign, and then we have Jonah Gamer. If you want to join the call to ask questions or whatever, that's how you do it. Let me grab Sovereign. Hey, Sovereign, what's up, buddy?
Hello.
Hey,
I'm
man,
just gonna
how's it
get
going?
my script.
You know, how you doing?
I'm not doing fine. I just gotta pull up my script.
Yeah, take your time. Take your time. For folks that don't know, Sovereign is the most prepared member of the community, and has inspired many to follow in their pursuit of writing down questions so they know what they're gonna say. Big fan. Big fan.
Alright, here we go. Right now, the entire plot of my zombie apocalypse campaign is based on the players protecting their settlement from danger. However, I'm starting to have problems actually challenging their citizens. This is because my players are quite strong and they're also pretty smart, so they made a bunch of really strong defense. So my question is, how do I threaten their town without just running up and killing whatever it is threatening it?
I think my head goes in two directions. One is you could present a new. Actually, it's the same thing. I would say if the waves of zombies is no longer a threat, it's time to present a new threat. And I think that in your situation, what I think a good idea to do would be to think about threats from inside. Paranoia, people going crazy, someone trying to take it over, a dark malevolent force that is growing in some of the people, and that's where my head goes immediately, especially if you're worried about like the onslaughting of zombies is getting a little like dull, or like is no longer, it feels sort of like now it's just everyday life for them. That's a good way to shake things up, because what you could also do is you could create situations where like you dramatically change things. So like, for example, if there's some weird plot or something happening inside the town, something bad could happen in the town that requires their attention. And then there could be, then that on top of a zombie attack, you could lead to like maybe somebody breaks a hole in the wall. Maybe there's a tunnel. There's all sorts of weird stuff you could do to try to make the situation sort of fall apart. There's like that's also a trope of zombie things a lot of the time, where it's like you have stability until it crumbles very quickly.
I did kind of have an idea, but I was afraid it would be too cruel for my players.
Tell me your idea.
Alright, right now their base is inside of a very large sea cave, It's impossible to access by just walking. The reason they did that is because, some zombies have problems swimming.
Yeah, makes sense.
Problem is, the area has very frequent storms, and I was thinking of just, flooding the cave. There's no, other exit or anything.
I don't think that is a mean I don't think that's a mean thing to do if you don't do it quickly. If you let it be known to them that the cave is starting to flood and they are on a timer to figure out how to solve that problem, that's not mean. That's just giving them a problem to solve. I think it would only be cruel if you made it happen now the cave's flooded, immediately. Let it be there's a storm and it's really bad and people from the lower parts of the cave are needing to evacuate, and the water level is rising a foot or two, maybe a foot an hour or something, where it's it's going to take a while for it to destroy the cave, but it's happening until they figure out how to make it not happen.
Okay.
That's where my head goes.
Well, I guess that's it.
All right, thank you, buddy.
Bye.
See, that was the Sovereign, the mighty Sovereign. And oh, the mighty wields. Next, we're going to have Jonah Gamer. And then we're going to have Name. And if you want to call in, that's where you do it. Let's grab Jonah Gamer. Hey, Jonah Gamer, what's up? Jonah Gamer, you must unmute. All right, we'll hang up on you. This is the pact we make. One man unmutes, the other doesn't hang up. Oh, hello?
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
Welcome to the show. How can I help you?
So I recently, well, a couple of my friends wanted to. I haven't ever DM'd before, and some of my friends wanted to start playing D&D. I played a session with one of them, but one of them is new, but the other one is new. But I only have 2 people. I'm wondering if, like, how hard would it be to run some NPCs?
I think 2 things. One, I think that 2 people can be a totally fine D&D game, first of all. I don't think you need more than that if the players are really eager to play. And it can actually sometimes make for a really fun and intimate D&D game. I would suggest having a sidekick that you control as like a dungeon master NPC, and I wouldn't make them as powerful as the players. I would go out of my way to make them a little bit weaker than the players, but still very useful. So a good way to do that would be, I mean, there's mechanics in one of the books for like sidekicks, and it essentially allows them to like level up. Chat, what's the book that has the mechanic for sidekicks? Somebody tell me in the chat. But like if that one of them, and you could sort of pick what that person will be based Tasha's. Yeah, maybe it's Tasha's. You can pick what that person will be based on what they want to be. So if one of them is really excited to be a barbarian and one of them is really excited to be a wizard, then maybe the sidekick could be a rogue, or maybe the sidekick could be a cleric or something. You know what I mean? So you can sort of help fill out what the party needs. The other thing that I would say is if you have other folks that you think would be interested in playing, people generally these days are very excited to be invited to play in a D&D game. So I wouldn't be surprised if you could find other players if you really wanted to. But I think with the sidekick, I think you're good. I don't think you need it.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for the call.
Yep. Bye.
Bye. That was Jonah Gamer. Next we have Name, and then we're going to have King James, Rakishi Bruce, and then Dice Admiral. And if you want to join in, there's the instructions. Right there. Name. Hello, Name.
How's it going?
Good, how are you?
I am good. I have a simple but difficult question.
Oh, I love a simple but difficult question.
What's the best way to deal with rescheduling?
The reason why it's a difficult question is it's very circumstantial. There isn't a best way. I would say there's a best way depending on the different people and groups you're playing with. Like, there are some groups where people want to wait for everyone to be at the table, in which case there needs to be a certain amount of commitment to playing at certain days or times. Or some people don't care, and it's like every Tuesday we have a game. Make it if you can. Don't worry about it if you can't. But yeah, I don't know. It sort of really just depends on the group. Like you just got to talk about it. I don't have a great answer for that. I think it really is dependent on the situation.
Yeah, my group is in the first category of the if we're not all there, nobody wants to play.
Yeah.
So it's usually kind of like it's never one person. So it's
I mean, here's what Name. I mean no offense by this, Name. You are an adult person?
Apparently.
You are though, right? I'm not making that's not a false assumption.
Yeah. I am an adult person.
Okay. I feel like I am often put in that category as well. And one of the things that I have noticed in my friends groups with D&D is at a certain point you kind of need to make a choice, and that choice is I'm okay with not having everyone be at every game, and to acknowledge that everyone has work lives, people have kids, people have jobs, and we're going to make it work if we can make it work. Or you have to, in the same way that people will have like a book group or like a bocce ball league, you have to kind of be like, hey guys, can we all commit to Tuesdays every other Tuesday at 7 or once a month Tuesday at 7? And then they have to do it. And if they can't do it, you got to kind of, I don't know. Like if I've been in that situation, and that just turns into me having to have a hard conversation with somebody, being like, like, hey Jojo, every single time we want to run a session, you say you can make it and you can't. So I don't really know what to do. We're going to start playing though. And I'm like, this is when I can do it. So this is when it's happening. And, yeah, you can't, you can't, it sucks. But like, if people can't commit to the time, you can't expect a demand for the time when everyone's there, because it's just not going to happen.
That's fair.
Yeah,
That's fair. Yeah, I don't know. I get it. I'm usually pretty good about like keeping a consistent schedule, but it's just been like kind of like several disasters after each other. So I'm just
the not consistent is hard. Like if you're playing, we're gonna try to do this Tuesday and this other Monday. I will say that's often what has led to a campaign ending for me, was when we struggle to stay into that consistent schedule. But yeah, it's rough, man. It's rough. What you might want to consider doing is putting out like a little form and just have everybody say like, hey, what dates are you available? And then do it like there's Calendly or something, those programs. I've played in game. I'm not doing it anymore, but I was playing in a game for a while that used that, and that actually worked really well because it sort of forced everyone to like take seriously their calendar in regard to everyone else, because they're kind of like seeing it,
I like that. I'll try that.
Yeah, give that a try. It also will be the kind of thing where it'll end up, I think, with you having more flexibility, because you aren't the one being like, when can you play? When can you play? Can this work? Can this work? Can this work? You're just getting all the information. You don't have to ask for any of it. And it's like, it's, I think one of the hardest parts about being a dungeon master as an adult is when you feel like you have to herd people like cats, because it's like, I don't want to feel like this is a job because I have to do a job. And that's one of those things where it's like, it feels a little bit like a job because you're putting out like an event coordination program, but it makes you have less job work. So it ends up being better, I think, in the long run.
Yeah. I already have a job. I don't need a second one.
Exactly.
But I get it.
Yeah.
Well,
That's what I would
I'm
do.
glad you're feeling better.
Dude, I don't even. I would have happily been in non-existence mode for a while. I was in so much pain. It was no bueno. I was literally doing that thing where you're just like lying on the floor in the shower and just being like, this will end. This will end. It was hectic.
Yeah. I know that. I know that for sure.
It was hectic. All right, man. Yeah. Thank you for the question. Yeah, man. See ya. Oh, he hung up on me. Oh, God damn it. God damn it. When people know me, they know how to hang up on me. All right, next we got King James, Rakishi Bruce. Then we're going to have Dice Admiral. As always, check up there if you want to do the thing. Let me grab King James. Hello, good sir. Ahoy, hoy.
Hello.
How's
it
it going?
going?
Good. How are you?
Pretty good.
Welcome to the show.
So I'm kind of wondering, two kind of questions. One, it's a very specific encounter that I'm thinking about doing.
Sure.
Well, I'm not thinking. So, you know who Baxter Stockman is, right? From the Team and Teen All Mess, right?
No, I don't know who that is. Never heard of that before.
You never heard of Baxter Stockman?
No.
He's the little black scientist that helps Shredder communicate, build all his inventions and crap. Anyway, on his first meeting in the show, he comes up in this crappy armor, and eventually they leave a device behind that makes him mutate into a tougher armor.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking they're going to be like around a level 5, and I want to put that in my game, but at the same time, I feel like if I put like at 30 AC at the same time, they're like never going to hit.
He shouldn't have a 30 AC. Nothing in D&D has a 30 AC. Gods don't have an AC that high.
Right.
So to give you an example, so one thing that you should think about whenever you're making D&D homebrew or writing anything for D&D is that armor class in D&D does not work like armor class in a lot of other games. It doesn't keep going up. D&D is fundamentally built around something called bounded accuracy, which in the briefest of nutshells means the numbers don't get big. It's why at level 20, at most, without magic items, you're going to have a plus 11 to hit. That's the most you're ever gonna have. Magic items and powers separate from that. So the most, as far as I'm aware, the highest AC anything has in D&D is 25, and those are like dragon avatars of gods standing on Earth, or like the Tarask. So realistically, this guy is going to have an armor class of like 18, and that'll be fine.
Because I still want him to be very hard to hit. So maybe
18 is if what level are they going to be? 5? You said.
I'm thinking about maybe 5.
So if they're level 5, they're gonna have between like a plus. They're gonna have like a between a +5 and a +6 to hit, which means that if its AC is 18, they're still gonna have to roll like a 13 or higher to hit. That's a pretty high AC in general.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
AC,
also.
yeah.
Okay. All right. So that seems pretty cool. Also, what would you say to sort of homebrewing certain things? Because some enemies may have to homebrew.
I'm a big fan. I'm a big fan. I would encourage you to, whenever I'm making homebrew for my home games, I always go in it with 2 specific goals in mind. Less is more. Like, the less work I can do, the better. And everything that I do, there should be a reason behind it. Because what I do when I'm making my home game is I don't want to waste time unless I'm having fun. So, like, if I can take a monster that already exists and take something from another monster that already exists and mush them together, I will do that more than I will make something brand new from scratch, just because it's way more time to make something brand new from scratch, especially to balance it. And then I also, again, I would only do that if I had like a vision for like how I was going to use those powers in the game to like make a moment, or because I was very excited about a specific type of mechanic to use in combat or something like that. Because a lot of the stuff that you need to do to convey what a monster is just the way you describe it. Like, you do not need to change absolutely anything about a goblin to make it almost any monster that's a small monster, for example. The goblin stat block is just a perfect stat block for a scrappy monster. And Kobold is the perfect stat block for a slightly smaller scrappy monster. Like, there's you don't need to, I would say, lean into your flavor text and build as you want, but don't feel like you have to overdo it with homebrew. If you find a monster that does all the things you need it to do, just use that monster and just change how you describe it.
Okay.
But if you're enjoying homebrew, then write it, because homebrew is fun. Just don't do it so it feels like work. Is what I mean.
It is kind of fun.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
I think that's all the questions I have at this moment.
All right, thank
Who
you.
knows? Clear. Thank you.
Let me apologize before you go. Let me apologize on my lack of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles character knowledge.
Yeah, how dare you?
I
not
know.
No, I'm kidding.
All right.
Have a good one, Matt.
All right, bye, buddy. All right, want to call in? There's the call. Let me grab Dice Admiral. Ahoy, hoy.
Howdy.
Welcome to the show. What can I do for you on this fine Monday Eve?
Well, I was kind of hoping that you might be able to give me some ideas. I have a new player character starting, and they're a hermit monk. Part of the hermit background is that your life of seclusion has given you access to a unique and powerful discovery. This particular hermit has spent some number of years in isolation out in the jungle. They're going to be level 7. And I'm just looking for interesting ideas of something that a hermit might have discovered, found, or whatever out in the middle of a terrible jungle. Looking for cool ideas. I don't have any of my own yet.
All right, I have 2 questions. 1, does your player have any interest in helping you figure out what that is?
Maybe some. I'm going to talk to that player tonight about that. But if I can approach with a few ideas, it would probably help too.
Okay, question 2, how plot relevant does it need to be?
Any amount is fine. Not relevant all the way to very critical is.
So things that I immediately think of is some knowledge about some plant as being hyper dangerous or hyper medicinal. Maybe some element of a secret civilization that lives in the jungle that is intentionally separate from the rest of the world, or keeping itself secret. Could be a place in the realm where it could be an area where the difference between the material plane and another plane of existence is a little bit thin. So potentially there'd be stranger creatures there, maybe even like ways to travel to other planes. And if it's a jungle, I would pick I wouldn't do one of the elemental planes, and I wouldn't do the Feywild, and I wouldn't do the Shadowfell. I would do like, oh man, I don't remember what it's called. But what I would do, I would do like the Beastlands, or maybe even if you want to be weird with it, something that's closer to the Abyss, which is like very dark jungle.
Okay.
But something like that, like it would be like regional knowledge of something that is very specific to that area, and if you know about it in that area, it might be important, but it might not hold a lot of relevance to the world outside of it. Or the opposite, where it's like, you know that this type of plant is super important for this process, and that type of plant might grow other places that they might encounter it.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, it's something that's going to come up while they're wandering around through the jungle.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think the difference is, I think the difference is if it's like a plant or an animal or something they know about, that's something that you will have more control over whether or not they encounter, just because you can like put it out in the world. If it's something that's specific to the place, it's something that might just not come up unless the player decides to share that in a way that will, get the party to go to that place for some reason.
Yeah, the other piece of the background is like a why were you secluded, and one of the options for that is that you're caretaking for an ancient ruin or something like that. So it'd be pretty easy to overlap those.
Yeah, there could be like an old planar highway or something, an old waygate, or maybe like an old druid temple that imprisoned dark spirits and is now kind of like seeping them out or something.
Yeah, I really like that. That is all the information I need. Love you, bye.
Great. God dang it. You guys are good. You know what? I'm going to be honest. I don't even get mad about it anymore. I'm just proud. Just a proud old eldritch creature that sometimes is limited to his physical form. All right. Let me grab Custodius. Oh, God. All right, guys, this guy. Okay, the next guy I'm going to bring on, he's going to be yelling about the Emperor. He's going to be all pro, whatever, Ultramarines. It doesn't matter. We are Daka. We are the Green Tide. Umis are stupid. And we're just going to remember that when we bring him in, okay? Whatever he says, just remember. Just remember that. And then after that is going to be Solavkvir. Solavkvir will be next. Hey, what's up? Custodinus? You bet.
I've been on this show before,
I know. How's it going?
Good.
What can I do for you today?
I have a general question.
Yeah, sure.
For the general advice. I'm running a dungeon in my campaign in a few days. I wanted a dungeon to be very comedy themed, not necessarily funny, but everything there has to do with like a joke or like a pun or something like that.
Yeah. It's a great idea for a dungeon.
Do you have any advice or any ideas you think would work well? I already have an idea, but I'm not too sure about it.
Okay, well, if you want to share your idea, I'm happy to hear it. But I would say the best thing to do is to I think that even if the theme is humor, I think you should even tighten it in a little bit more, and it should be like, am I gonna make it so like you could basically create a dungeon that was full of very dangerous puzzles where the solution of the puzzle was in them figuring out what the pun of the room was. You could do something like that. You could also sort of lean into like comedy tropes. So you could have like a section that is like the mime section that has weird silence mechanics, or the slapstick section, like a Three Stooges kind of thing, where there's like giant hammers that smashed out, and you could kind of like do that as well. So those are the kind of things that pop into my head immediately. If I was going to run this dungeon, I probably would do more of the second, because I'm not great at coming up with a lot of puns, or I would need to look up a lot of puns.
Yeah. I think that would work. To have like multiple rooms with puzzles and puns like that.
What was the idea that you were thinking?
Oh yeah, my idea, since the whole big reveal at the end of the dungeon is that it was actually created by a dragon, I thought maybe all the jokes there would be sort of like horrific imitations of a joke, like a zombie who's constantly on fire, who has the words "smoking hot body" on carved onto him, or something similar to that, or like a psychic goblin who introduces himself as a mind goblin.
Yeah, that could work. You should also have a troll that's really annoying.
Yeah, that would also work. That to have some sort of pale imitation of a common joke.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting idea. You're getting very heady with it, which I think is a noble pursuit. But yeah, I think that could work well. I think the question to ask yourself is if you can come up with enough good ideas for that you feel like you can get through like a 3 or 4 room or 5 room dungeon. And if you can, do that. And if you can't, then you isolate that to one part and you sort of make different parts have different themes. And you can kind of like separate it that way or like break it up more in that way if you need to.
Yeah, the slapstick and the other room ideas that you had before are really good. So
Yeah. Think about like classic comedy tropes, and I think that will do you well.
all right, yeah. Thank you. That's all the question I have now.
All right, thanks
Bye.
for the question. Bye. Oh, don't ban you by accident. All right. Next we have we're gonna have Solakvir, and then Mikilo Gaming. Mikilio? I don't know. I'm so bad at pronouncing names. Let me grab this guy. Ahoy hoy!
Greetings.
How's it going?
It's going very well.
Welcome to the show.
I'm glad to be here. I'm here to review 2 things that are particularly interesting. And you've proved yourself to be a reliable sort of DM, so I will take your input with great interest.
I've proved nothing. I just talk a big talk, but I'm eager to hear your question.
Words have power, they say. Anyways, for one, I've submitted a Dragon Homebrew clash/race and stuff. I know you said it needed to be Google Docs, but all I have is PDF.
PDF is fine, so long as I don't have to download it.
You don't. It was a link. I sent it in. It was really, really simple. Hopefully
Okay, cool.
It gets reviewed. Anyways, the fact of the matter is that I question that if you think it's a good idea for people to submit unique races and classes together and to help balance them, and what you might think the best balancing for those things would be and stuff. As I've taken many precautions and played many games.
I'll say, here's what I'll say. I think it's fine to have I think you're going against some fundamental game mechanics and game ideology if you do that I think will turn a lot of people off.
Indeed.
But if you don't care about that, then I think it can be fine. Here's what I'll say. Every single time I've seen someone do something that is a race class combination, they make it way too strong, because the race part of your character is really not that strong, and it never gets that strong. The most it ever changes is either at 3rd or 5th level. I think it's 3rd level, maybe for some classes it's 5th, but it's like it doesn't have a big impact on you for most of the campaign, and it really shouldn't. So my thought would be if you accomplish that same balance level where the thing that you're making still feels about as strong as like a half-orc fighter or a dragonborn wizard or whatever, where they don't feel too hectic in how they grow together, it could be fine. It really but that is the part that people struggle with the most in my experience.
They definitely feel very balanced. I've PvP'd with some of those characters before, and I've lost to the fighters.
PvP is not the way to balance, in my opinion.
No?
But no.
Well,
D&D is not designed for PvP.
Right.
Druids are way too powerful if you do that.
True. But I've balanced them around the separate classes and stuff. Like, it's got wild shape, but it doesn't get the bonus health. You just get the speed and the size difference and stuff. You get a humanoid form, but it's only one humanoid form that repeats over and over. You can't change it constantly.
Mm-hmm.
And there is there's melee, there's unarmed fighting and stuff, but it's never as good as the monk, and it never gets more multitask.
The other thing that I would say for making a class, and this is not, I'm not going to give any specific feedback for yours right now, just because I'll look at it when I look at it. But whenever somebody is making a class, I always ask the question. I always think the important question to ask, there's two really important questions to ask. One, is it evocative? This sounds fairly evocative. And then two,
what is evocative?
Evocative means like inspiring. Like somebody hears it and they're like, oh, I think I can think of ways that I would make stories around that. It inspires creativity and excitement.
It's definitely happened.
It evokes something in the reader. And then the other thing, and that's not that there's no right or wrong way for that. But I sometimes things feel bland, but usually it's, that's an opinion thing. But then the other is like, what space do they fill that needs being filled? Like, how are they mechanically unique? How are they mechanically completely their own thing? And that is also something that people really struggle with, because a lot of the times it just feels like this could just be a fighter subclass. This could just be a druid subclass. This could just be this subclass, because they don't really fill a new space. And if they don't have the goal of filling a new space and they kind of are just trying to be a new thing that sits in a bunch of spaces, then you find yourself in the problem that the Mystic was in, where the Mystic was very good at a lot of things and it didn't fall into a specific place, and it just meant that it kind of was just better than every other class because it could kind of just do everything that every other class could do. So those are my main thoughts, and those are the main things I would think about when you're making your homebrew, is what role does this play that cannot be fulfilled by another class, and does it make sure it doesn't step on the toes of other classes?
Indeed. I believe, in my opinion, that it fulfills that bestial, wild, and mixed class that you can really customize and create a great story around. And given all classes can do that and stuff, but there is something fundamentally different about playing a dragon and thinking in a completely different mindset.
Yeah, sure, but I mean that's true of anything, right? Like I could make a character, I could just play a barbarian and say it's a dragon. Very easily could do a beast barbarian, dragonborn, and just be a dragon. So I think the idea of just being a dragon isn't enough, is what I'm saying. I'm excited to take a look at it if I do. As always, whenever I read a class, I don't read that much of it. I will probably read the first and second level features, because after that, it's like it either feels unique, and I'll have some feedback on that, or it doesn't. And it's like, if it doesn't feel unique by second level, why does it exist, is the question that I ask.
I'd recommend getting to third. And
you might recommend it, but them's be the rules.
Maybe
friendo.
It is second.
Them's be the rules.
No problem then.
Yep. All right. Any other questions or thoughts for me?
Yes. The other one would be balancing encounters. I like to have a level of challenge where if they fuck up, they can suffer death or loss or coin shortage, anything like that. But if they're smart and if they're smart and all that jazz and they prepare, they can relatively beat the encounter and stuff. And having way too many enemies is just a slog. And then having one really powerful enemy can be a problem occasionally, because it's just like mini boss.
You're rambling a little bit, good sir. What's your question?
Excuse me.
That's all right.
How do I balance encounters to make it deadly fair?
That's going to be very much dependent on your party, but in my experience, it depends on the party layout. I'm a big fan of changing the things I have my players fight pretty dramatically depending on what classes they are. There's things that are much more interesting and worthwhile if you have a bunch of fighters and rangers and rogues than if you have a bunch of bards and sorcerers and wizards. But I would say that realistically, honestly, this is weird advice, but like after they're level 8 or 9, I wouldn't worry about balancing it anymore. I would let them completely mop the floor sometimes, and I would let them need to run away sometimes, and I would build encounters more around trying to make combat feel unique and fun, and around story.
Gotcha. No rust monsters. Got it. Anyway. Well, that seems to be all my questions.
All right. Well, thank you very much for the call, and I shall see
my
you
name
later.
was...
Click. Oh, sorry. I hung up on you. I apologize. It's okay. You were rambling, but I love you, and you're wonderful, and I hope you call back sometime. Is the music still too loud, Dice Admiral? I lowered it. Should I lower it more? Is the music too loud? It's pretty quiet, I thought. All right. It's more the intensity than the volume. All right, I could do something chiller. Need something like music. We could go back to the dining out music. We could do some jazz essentials. Let's do jazz essentials. There we go. There we go. That's what we're going to do. All right. Let's pull in. Next we have Mikalo Gaming and then Black Raz. Let's see what's up. Hello, Mikalo Gaming. Hello. Hello to you, good sir. Oh, you've muted and deafened. You've unmuted and undeafened. Leave the Discord and come back. I'll give you 4 seconds. I'll give you more than 4 seconds, but that's what. Oh no, you're here. You're here. You're here. You're here.
Yeah, yeah.
Hey, how's it going, buddy?
So sorry, my name gave you a hard time.
That's fine. My name is Crazy.
Yeah, it is. So I have a lot of smaller questions because I'm new to DnD.
Sure. Well, start with the most important one first.
Yeah. Okay. So I guess how do I keep my players like interested in all manner of things, like from combat to role playing? Because I have like one friend who is more interested in combat, another in role playing, and they just zone out when it isn't like their respective thing.
I think that for specifically for players that really prefer combat over role playing, I think that it is valuable to try to, I would say 2 things. 1, start having combat encounters where the goal is not winning the combat encounter. And by that I mean you could have a combat encounter that is plot related, where it's like the one team is trying to, stop a train, and the other team is trying to get, they're trying to stop people from getting off a train, or they're trying to, or like people are running through a city with an object and you need to get that object. But if you build the plot into the encounters so they're less like the goal is winning the fight and the goal is like accomplishing a goal, then that's one thing that can help a lot with that. The other is by making moments where roleplay becomes important to help with combat. So like you can almost think of it like The Witcher, right? Like if you walk around a town and talk to everybody in the town about the monster before you fight the monster, you know what weaknesses it has, you know what vibe it does, you know what I mean? Like you can make evident that roleplay will lead to learning about, maybe they'll find the secret entrance to the goblin's lair. Maybe they'll hear about something happening that they wouldn't have even known about. Maybe, maybe all the animals are getting sick and getting wild and crazy and violent, and they just want to go around killing animals. But if you actually talk to people, you'll learn that, well, every single person whose farmhouse had these animals go crazy was visited by a strange old man a week ago, and he wandered off into the woods over there. And it's like, they're not going to figure that out unless they talk to people. So start making the clues of the plot involved in that. The other thing that I would suggest doing is, if you are trying to make them role play with each other more, would be to start asking them what are their characters thinking. So like, if like just be like what is your character like? It's like, oh, you guys just slayed that troll. You got this awesome new weapon, and you learned that there's like a dragon in the town over. This is the first time you guys beat a monster this big. Jojo Banana Pants. What's your character thinking about right now? And they will start to think about it. And they'll probably have an idea, and they might be like, "Oh, I'm really excited," and that might be it.
Oh yeah.
But that's still a little bit of thinking about it. That those first steps are all you need.
Yeah, so most of their interactions are out of character. They just and they don't really like all that role playing. They just say, "Oh, I go and ask that character about that." They don't say, "Oh, I walk over there and say, you there." Like they don't do like voices and stuff.
Do they need to? I don't know if they need to.
Yeah, they don't. You're right.
I think if everyone's having fun, it doesn't really matter. But if you want to encourage them doing voices, then you should do voices. If they say I go over, if that's the truth of it. If you want them to do voices, then you say, and they say, all right, we go over, talk to that store clerk. Then you say, all right, you see this store clerk. Hello there, it's me, the store clerk. What can I do for you? You know, you got to, do that, and then they will be forced to address that thing.
Oh yeah. Okay, I should probably do that next.
Yeah.
Thanks.
But and the other thing I would say is like don't feel like they are doing anything wrong or you are doing anything wrong if they're not super into roleplay. I have some D&D friends whom I love and I've been playing with forever that don't talk in character. They always describe what their character does. And they often get really involved in the plot and care about it a lot. They just don't want to roleplay that much. And I think that's fine.
It's just not their thing.
Yeah. So don't beat yourself up over it and lead by example.
Okay.
All right, I'll give you one more. That was a really good question. I'll give you one more.
And that was a really good answer. Thank you. So I guess I'll ask this. Since we don't have that much stuff laying around, I was thinking maybe using like cardboard cutouts and whiteboard for like maps and stuff, because they cannot understand when I try to explain to them like what's happening.
Dude, a whiteboard is I use a whiteboard also. That's what I use. I used to have a battle map that was like I could like dry erase on. So, but I lost it. So this literally what I did was I had two things that I used. For a long time, I had a giant piece of cardboard and I drew a grid on it. And I just used that, and then I would like take little pieces of cardboard and move them on it to make different types of terrain or different areas or setups. And that, you don't need anything more than that. That is like all you need. And even if it's just like you take two pieces of cardboard and you glue them together to make a little triangle, and you put that on the map and say that's a house, people are gonna be like, oh, that's cool. They're gonna like it. Any amount of work you as a dungeon master do, they're gonna like. It doesn't need to look great. As long as it's something that works for the table, it'll be fine. And a whiteboard is really, really good for being able to do stuff very quickly and on the fly.
Yeah, that's why I thought of whiteboard first.
Yeah, when I'm playing online, I do that half the time. A lot of times, if players do something I don't expect, I'm like, all right, give me 1 second, and I'll very quickly, like on Roll20 or whatever, I'll draw like a really terrible map, and I'll be like, behold, the next to town. Yeah, I think cardboard's great. Cardboard is some of my best maps were cardboard.
All right, so is that me out of questions?
That's you out of questions, but I do appreciate them all.
All right. So yeah, thanks for having me, and bye.
Yep. Oh, y'all are getting good at hanging up. All right, next is gonna be Black Raz and then Eden. If you want to call in, there's the instructions. Black Raz. Hello, Owlbear Radio is great, but if you're not online, yeah, I can hear you. If you're not playing online, a lot of people don't use the screen. Hey, Black Raz, what's up, buddy?
Well, I guess I have a number of things I could ask, so I'm trying to think of which ones I want to ask.
The hardest
so I'm going to start
questions.
with random dungeon that I came up with. I think they're like Da Vinci combination lock things where you have all the different dials that go around the cube.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was my idea.
Tom Hanks played with one once.
Yeah. So my idea was that is the dungeon. So each room in this dungeon is just like a long, narrow passageway, has some amount of encounters. Like the first room has, 6 goblins. The next room has like 3 spike traps, etc. And then at the end, there's several dials with numbers on it, and the players have to remember how many of each things they encountered, because that's the code to open up the vault at the end.
If you were gonna do something like that, I would make it very clear to the players that that was what was happening early, because it would be so annoying for them to get through the whole thing and then not realize that that was what they needed to do. Like, the only thing I would say with any level of complicated of puzzle or high or like lofty idea of what a thing is gonna be, you need to make a lot of space for the players to figure out what that is. And you need to make a lot of space for the players to mess up or to not have information, and for them to still be able to progress forward.
So if I let them know in advance, like, through some riddle or something that, hey, by the way, you need to pay attention to what's going on, they could go through the room with the spike traps and only find 2 of the 3, and so then they are off by a number, something like that.
But then how would they solve that problem?
I guess they would have to go back and look for the spike traps, something like that.
If you think that would be fun, then I think that could work, but I would hesitate against making it too tedious.
Okay.
So like, if I was gonna do a room where the whole trap was where the whole room was like a series of puzzles and you had to keep track of things, and it was based on some sort of tallying machine, I probably would like make them encounter one of those machines earlier and maybe even have one that they would like just like have, maybe even at the front of the dungeon. And then I would also, if they had one, maybe as like a little keystone, it would like make clear the things that they need to know. So like if they find a little 4-chamber switchy thing, have one chamber have pictures of spikes on it, and then if okay, we have to count the spikes, and then the next chamber would have pictures of fire. Oh, we need to count the fireballs coming out of the walls or whatever. So like make it a puzzle that is very reasonable for them to solve on the way. And then the other thing I would do is leave privately to yourself, leave space open for interpretation. So like if they misunderstand what one of the symbols is, but they come up with something that seems quite clever, just let that work.
Okay.
Because what you don't want to have happening is a situation where your players don't figure it out and you just have to tell them what it is, or they do figure it out and they think it's annoying. You don't want either of those.
All right. My next question, this actually has to do with the homebrew thing I submitted for today or tomorrow.
Sure.
I feel like the madness tables are very underused.
Yeah.
So I wanted to come up with some ideas of spells that could inflict madness effects, but I don't know if that would be unbalanced or annoying
That would
to keep
be
track
really
of.
hard to balance. I think the madness tables are underused because they're not really well designed for what D&D has evolved into. And I think the current state of D&D, they really only work well in like a true horror game, where a part of that horror is you as a player have to struggle with not having total control or agency over your character. So there's like because a lot of them don't do like they either do crazy things or very little, and it's all very role play character based. So I would almost suggest going in the direction of making a new madness table, or making spells or abilities that had some interpretation of madness. Like for me, confusion is essentially the most mechanically viable version of a madness table, the confusion spell. In terms of like how I would put it in a spell, just because so many of them are very like esoteric, or they just don't really fit like they don't really fit in what ends up being fun for a lot of people's games.
Gotcha. I guess part of my inspiration was also Elden Ring, because it has a large madness sub-theme going on, so I wanted to try and create a subclass that was based around that utilized some homebrew spells to help create that feeling of driving people crazy.
I think that could work. I think that could work well, but personally, I would not rely on the madness table to accomplish that goal.
Okay. And
I would build your own tables.
My last quick question before you move on to the next person is how to handle, I guess, like large-scale combats or encounters. So what I'm getting at is I'm about to run a game where they're going to be traveling through a city that's full of undead and hostile encounters, but I don't want to plan out every single building they're going to look at and plan out every single corner where there could be monsters.
Think
so
about
how
it. Then think about it like a level in Left 4 Dead, or like or The Last of Us. Plan encounters that involve that as the backdrop, and use that backdrop to create a sense of urgency. That's what I would do. But like, know that you want to have an encounter where they enter into a space and there's like a dead body and 3 zombies eating it, and if they're sneaky, they can get past them. That doesn't need to be in any spot. You can just put that wherever they decide to go. That sort of thing. Like, build the encounters you want to play and have them modular, be able to be where you need them. And then also, use that foreboding and the dread and the threat to sort of funnel the players in specific directions, is what I would suggest.
Okay.
I wouldn't run it as large-scale combat at all. And if you did want to do something with like swarms of zombies, I would treat it as almost like an environmental effect, or like a layer action, more than like a combat encounter. Especially if there's enough of them where it's not like viable for the players to win, then don't make it something where that even seems like it's an option.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. All right. Thank you for your questions.
Thank you.
Click clack. All right, folks, if you want to join the call, there's the instructions. We're doing call-ins for, well, we'll do them for at least another hour, and then we're going to switch over to doing Homebrew review. And if you sent Homebrew in to be reviewed, we will be looking at it tonight. And if it doesn't get looked at tonight, it'll get looked at tomorrow. And if you want to submit Homebrew, you still can. It just won't be looked at tonight. It'll be looked at tomorrow. Because I already made the wheel for tonight. All right, next we're going to bring in Eden and then Mr. 13. Hello, Eden. Oh, no, I didn't bring in Eden. Oops. Hello, Eden. Ahoy, hoy.
Howdy.
How's it going?
Pretty good, pretty good. How are you?
Oh, I am a ship in the breeze. What can I do for you today?
Good to know. Well, new DM here. I've been running a game for my friends, and due to scheduling stuff, it's kind of drifted out, kind of fizzled.
Mm-hmm.
And we're gonna start back up again. Sorry, I'm rambling. And I guess it's 2 questions.
All right, well, let's hear the first one first.
Yeah. So another reason it fizzled out is because I was kind of going by the seat of my pants. So like, my question is like, how, when you go about writing a homebrew campaign, how do you write like that overarching story? Because like if I have like a lich, it's a big bad. There's like only so many zombies I can throw at them, you know.
So here's what I would say. What I would say is you don't need to immediately worry about the big bad. They don't need to be much more than an idea or something whispered about. What matters more is the initial momentum of the party. But I'm always a big fan of local adventures first and foremost. Like, start with something that there is an issue in a town, and they are dealing with that issue in that town. And then maybe at the end of them solving that mystery of that issue in that town, they realize that it's connected to something larger. Let's use this lich example. So maybe they're doing a bunch of zombie bullshit, and they find out that there's this cult. They kill everyone in the cult, and this cult is worshiping this guy called the Shadowmancer. And they're like, oh, what the fuck's that? And then they find out that there's some like old wizard or something that used to be called the Shadowmancer that disappeared a long time ago in the mountains over here. So then they go over there. But what you can also be thinking about is, let's think about it not from the player's perspective, but from the Shadowmancer's perspective. So what is the Shadowmancer doing? What are their goals? What are they doing to accomplish those goals? And then those are the things that should be happening in the game. And those things should have ramifications on the game world. So like if, for example, the zombie, if they need a bunch of dead, if the lich is like trying to build the biggest zombie army in the world, and maybe they're just collecting a bunch of dead bodies. So maybe there's towns where like grave rob, maybe there's places where people are paying grave rob. Maybe like now grave robbers are getting paid adventurers fees to go steal graves, and like no one knows why. So maybe one of the adventures is not them dealing with zombies at all. Maybe it's them pretending to be grave robbers and, you know, lying their way into the underbelly of a like criminal network so that they can figure out who is giving these jobs, you know, like that's the kind of stuff that I would lean into. But I also think that is like, you don't need to know almost any of that when you're getting started. You just need to know the town that you're in, and you need to throw ideas out, little ideas that don't need to necessarily lead to anything, but then you need to listen for what of those ideas the players bite into and they're the most excited for, and then you use those to build into the next thing. And then you can kind of start to build the larger picture, but you do need that initial, like, let's just see what's going to excite people and go in that direction, in my opinion.
Oh, yeah, thanks. I love that. That's
Don't go too hard on yourself, and don't feel like you need to know everything that's going to happen, and don't feel like you need to rush things. I think that, speaking from personal experience, when I was new to dungeon mastering, and even now a lot of the time still, I have a tendency to get really big and explosive very quickly, but the more crazy ideas you throw out, the more you need to like be able to explain and tie them into the game. So it's sort of like it's like with magic items. Like you want to give your players magic items so much, but the more magic items you give them, the harder it is to run your game, and the harder it is to make magic items continue to be exciting. So there's this little bit of a give and take you have to do with yourself for how much you actually, rein yourself in. Yeah, those are my thoughts. I would also say you can have 6 different zombie fights and they can all be good if the environment that they're in is very different and the goal of the fight is very different. You know, a zombie fight where the goal is clear out the dungeon is very different than a zombie fight like what the last caller said, where it's like you have to get out of the town and it's just full of zombies. Like that will feel really different, you know?
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah. All right, buddy. Thank you for the call.
Can I get another question?
Oh,
Or-
it has to be so fast. It has to be
my fault.
lightning. It has to be
Thank
lightning.
you so much. You have a great day.
All right, wait. You can. Oh, I was gonna say you could try. It just has to be lightning. All right. Let me grab Mr. 13, and then we'll grab Loreth. Hi, man. Just passing by to say hi. Thanks for the great content. Thank you for the great comment, Mr. 13. You think it was a complicated question? That might be the case. It may have been. It may have been. Mr. 13, you must unmute, good sir. You're on the call.
Yo.
I got a question about how to do the monster attacks for homebrew monsters.
Sure.
Because that's the whole reason I haven't been able to make a homebrew monster is because I don't understand.
You don't know how they work?
Yeah, I don't know how the attacks work.
So they work exactly the same way. In fact, this is true for all monster stats. They work exactly the same way as players. So a monster gets a attack bonus equal to one of their stats plus their proficiency bonus. It's usually strength or dex. Occasionally, a monster will have like an innate magic attack and it will use their spellcasting modifier. But it's their stat plus their proficiency bonus. And you can adjust either of those things to match what you need them to be. And then how much damage they do is it's the same. So it's just the ability modifier. So if it's like a guy with a club, it's going to be their strength plus proficiency to hit, and then the club damage die plus their strength for damage. And if you want to make the weapon bigger, or you want to make them bigger, you just make the die more. So instead of it being a D8 club for a pretty big hobgoblin, it'll be a 2d8 club for an ogre, or maybe a 3d8 club for a giant. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yep, that's how you do it.
But the thing I was asking about was, like, I wanted to, because I'm trying to add different attacks and certain things, because I'm making a whole new monster itself.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, there's lore behind the monster and all this stuff, and I just want to know how I can add attacks, because the system I'm using, D&D Beyond, is really confusing on that.
Oh, I have no idea how you use D&D Beyond to write things. I've never written anything on D&D Beyond.
Yeah. Do you know any recommendations so that I could actually do that without difficulty?
There's a thing called, like, ttrpg monster stat block generator that works pretty well. There's also the GM Binder website or the Homebrew Brewery website, or you could just put it in a Word document.
Yeah, like, I know how to add the attacks. I just don't know what attacks there are for it, and I just want to figure that out, and I don't know
I don't
how
really understand what your question is. What do you mean by you don't know what attacks there are for it? You could have claws, bites, lasers. There's no right or wrong type of attack to have. Whatever the monster has.
Because the way it's been laid out, it's there's a bunch of different words, and I don't understand how to do it successfully. Because
I'm not sure. Is your problem with the D&D Beyond software, or is your problem you don't know what language to use?
Okay. So the problem is I don't understand how to add. Okay, so you know how certain monsters have specific attacks, like, and then it has all the text telling you how to use that attack. I don't know how to add the attack itself and the subtext, like the rolling dice and the.
Do you mean you don't know how to add that in D&D Beyond?
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, I don't either. I've never used D&D Beyond.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry.
That's why I said try using Tetracube or any of those other things.
Yeah. Adios.
Yep, see ya. I don't make things. I read things on D&D Beyond. I've never used it to write anything before. I usually just write stuff in Word documents. All right, next we're going to bring on Loreth and then Cat Kid. Is he asking about special attacks like specific dragon breaths? I think he was asking about how to make an attack that did unique things. Where it's like, you know how a monster might have an attack where it's like an imp has the ability to sting, and then there's a saving throw where it can do poison damage, all that stuff. I think that's what he was asking. I don't know. Let's get Loreth in here. Hey,
Hello.
Loreth.
How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. I started up a game of poker in the waiting room.
Oh, very nice. Very nice. Who's winning?
I think it was Glady Hurdle.
Oh, yeah. Glad's dangerous. You got to be careful.
Oh, yeah, fun.
It was like attacks in general. Yeah, I don't know, man. I wouldn't use D&D Beyond. Or if you need to use D&D Beyond, I would go to YouTube and look up for a tutorial because, yeah, I haven't used it. Loreth, what can I do for you, buddy?
So I have 2 questions. I'll just start off with the very quick fire one. It has to do with the rules for the homebrew submission.
Sure.
If I want to if I want to submit a homebrew mechanic and then later in another week submit a homebrew spell that refers to the mechanic, would that be all right?
It would be all right, but I would not promise. I would not necessarily remember the first part, is what I would say. So
Okay.
I wouldn't count on me remembering it just because my memory is not that good. Before your next question, Rex, thank you for the 10. Quick tip on balancing an adventure for 2 players is I would give them a sidekick. Give them either a lovable or a dopey or a creepy little person that runs around with them and helps, throws potions at them or stuff. Otherwise, it's sort of like running a level 1 adventure. It's really easy for them to lose. And I would also lean much more into role play exploration because you have 2 players, so you have a lot more space for them to sort of think critically and like talk through ideas without them taking up too much space. Okay, Loreth, sorry, I wanted to get to that before. It looked like Rex was in a rush.
No problem. Super chats are super chats.
No. We respect the caller first and foremost, but I sit in both pools. You know what I mean?
It is what it is.
Yeah.
Anyways, the other question, the real question, is the second question that I had prepared from 2 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
But I chose to go with the one about the conjuration inhibition.
Sure.
This is in the same setting, but a different thing about the setting. The setting that I'm running for my players has part of the material plane overlapping with part of the elemental plane of fire.
Cool.
And I want to have that reflected in mechanics in some way. I'm kind of hesitant to be like, oh, fire spells get like a +5 damage to their damage or whatever, because I feel like that might tinker with balance.
If you don't want to change the way that magic works, I would change the way the environment works. There can be new types of creatures wandering, right? They're not just because they're from the plane of fire doesn't mean they need to be bad, but there could be like weird little dogs that have like flaming tails, or it could just be a lot hotter. There could be fissures. All the water could be really hot. Like that's how Neverwinter works. Neverwinter is like a pretty popular city in D&D world, and it basically sits on top of a little fire plane hole, and that's why it's like never cold there. So that's what I would say. I would lean into like the way the environment and the natural world around would be changing if you don't want to lean into magic. I would also say that giving fire magic a little bit of a boost in that area, it might be overpowered for a little bit, but it would certainly make the players really feel like that was what was happening. And it wouldn't. It would only really be overpowered if either only one player had access to it, or if it was also overpowered for everyone else, right? Like, if the players can do Firebolt and it does a little bit more damage, I wouldn't make it do 5 more. That's a lot more. But the bad guys also have fire enhanced. Then it kind of balances itself out, you know. And they don't need to stay in that place
Hmm.
forever. When they leave that place, it will go away.
True. All right. Thank you very much.
Great question. Oh, you hung up on me before I could even say anything back to you, you hooligan. All right, next is going to be Cat Kid and then Mistress by Golly. Folks, if you want to call in, there's the info. And then after we do call-ins, we're going to switch gears, and we are going to be reviewing Homebrew that you submitted. Wow, wow, wee wah. All right, let me grab Cat Kid. What's up, Cat Kid? Cat Kid.
Hello.
Hello. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Oh, I'm doing fine. Welcome to the show. What can I do for you this eve?
So I have a pretty interesting question. My DM, he's new to DMing.
Sure.
Like this, I think this is his either first or second campaign DMing.
Great.
I think it's second, right. And, so he has this weird tendency. So, I have been playing D&D for like about 2 years. I'm also still new, but more than him.
Man, we're all new. Don't even worry about it.
And so, he like made like in his world this item, right? That's kind of why I asked the question a while ago about the Omnitrix item, because we were both kind of interested in it. And that it's that one and a different item. It's like you know One Piece.
No.
The main character, he's the rubber boy, right?
Yeah, he's stretchy guy with silly hat.
Yeah. He also like tried to make something like that, but that's the thing. He only like makes half of it and kind of wants me to do the rest. But I'm pretty busy this next week. So I was wondering, is there like any place that I can go to find more like either have someone help me make those items or like find pre-made ones?
Yeah. All right, I got a couple ideas for you. So one, in my Discord, there's a whole Homebrew section that people post stuff and ask questions all the time. So you could definitely ask there. But also, there is a subreddit called Unearthed Arcana. That's the name of it, Unearthed Arcana. And it is a great resource for Homebrew. It's not all balanced, because it's people just sharing their stuff. But generally, you can find, based on a combination of the upvotes and the comments and seeing what discussion is had around them, you can often find stuff that works for what you need. You might need to make some changes with it, and I would strongly recommend having your dungeon master look at it before you implement it into your game. But that's a great spot to go homebrew hunting, is the Unearthed Arcana subreddit.
Notepad. What did you say it was called?
Unearthed, like you're digging it up, the Unearthed Arcana. And if you just go into Google and you type Unearthed Arcana Reddit, you'll find it.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, man, got you.
But yeah, he has, I don't know, it's this weird tendency. It's happened like 3 times that he's
New
like,
dungeon masters get very excited about making things, and they often make things a little bit too powerful because they are just so excited. And I will tell you that is the best dungeon master to have. If your dungeon master is overly excited about making powerful things that you as the player get, that means that they are overly excited about you having fun, which means that that's a wonderful issue to have. They'll figure out how to balance that later. The problem is when dungeon masters do that, but just for the monsters and not for the players, and that's because they just want to destroy. So it's a good thing that your dungeon master is excited about giving you overpowered stuff. It means that their head's in the right space.
Here's the thing. He doesn't want it to be overpowered.
Good. Well, that's also good. That means he's got his head in the right place still.
Well, I showed him an example for the rubber one, right?
Well, I'll be honest with you. I'm going to be very blunt here.
All right.
I would not ever include anything from One Piece in a game I was running, because I think that One Piece is inherently overpowered in all ways, in a way that doesn't work with D&D. So if somebody wanted to do something from One Piece or Ben 10 or anything like that, it would need to be nerfed to a point that it almost wouldn't feel like it did in the show.
That's very fair. Like one thing he said was limiting it to Luffy has like different gears is what he calls them, like limiting it to only like the 3rd one.
I mean you're speaking another language to me, but if that seems like it'll work and you guys are wanting to try it, you should totally try it.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, man.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for the call. Great question. I appreciate it.
All right.
Bye. Click. That was Cat Kid. Cat Kid with a question about where to find homebrew and how to do some balancing. Great question. Next, we're gonna have Mistress by Golly, and then we're gonna have Dr. Baxter. Let me grab Mistress by Golly. Hey, Mistress by Golly.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm very good. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. I kind of had a two-part question.
Sure.
So first part. So my party, long story short, they may end up making a deal with a devil.
Mm-hmm.
However, their souls aren't their own, so they don't have souls to bargain with the devil. So in that case, what would one bargain with the devil? Alternatively, part two of the question is, how would one get access to Hellfire to heal a helmed horror because their pet helmed horror got damaged?
Your game sounds like it's a lot of fun. Okay. Question answer for the first part. I think that assuming that the nine hells and the devils work somewhat similarly in your game world, where souls are like the currency of the nine hells, then I think that the way you could make a deal with a devil if you didn't have a soul was to do something that would still lead to the devil getting more souls, right? So like you don't need to necessarily be the one selling your soul, but if you could take some actions that would lead to other people losing their souls, I feel like that would be a reasonable thing for a devil to deal with for. You know, it's like, if you are my agent here that will lead to me getting more power, more strong, then I will take that on. And then the other thing that I was going to say is how to get health. I think that there isn't a right answer here for how to get Hellfire. I think the question is that I think the better question to ask is, who or where in your game world would there be a character, a person, a monster that has figured out how to carry with them, or how to recreate, or how to summon a bit of Hellfire? And it could be an occultist, it could be a renowned wizard who is, it could be one of those people who like is one of those crazy wizards where they aren't evil, but they just don't care about morality. They're just like, knowledge is power. So maybe they have all sorts of really dangerous experiments, and one of them is that they figured out how to capture a bit of Hellfire because they don't really care about the consequences. They just think it's neat for an experiment. Or there could be like an old fiend who has essentially retired from the nine hells and is in hiding and like just trying to be a person. Maybe they've like decided they don't want to be a devil anymore, or they're done with bureaucracy. They want to go live in the woods, which is essentially like, we're leaving the nine hells, we're going to the material plane. But it's a similar, like, I'm living off the grid, quote unquote. And then maybe they would have the ability to like summon a little bit if the party was willing to help them or something like that.
That could be better because it is technically a good aligned party. I know I said that they have a pet helmed horror, but he's a good boy.
So yeah, maybe there's
he just wants to guard.
Yeah, so
Someone
maybe
left him in a box and he just wanted to guard.
So
Anyway.
maybe they hear rumors about a town that has like weird twisted like not blessings, but like there's like moments of good luck that are sort of twisted luck. And they realize that there's like, and it seems like it's a bad evil thing. And then they realize that there is like essentially like a devil that is like protecting this town. So they're doing like little devil miracles to like keep things good, but they all have like little downsides. So it's all like, it's the kind of thing where it's like, instead of it, it's like something happens, so you trip and fall in the mud, but that prevents you from getting run over by a carriage. Like you still tripped and fell in the mud. So it's like, it's not a great thing, but it's way better than getting hit by the carriage. Like there could be a lot of that kind of stuff going on. And then they find out that there's just some like homely old devil who's just trying to like live their life in this little town.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
I think I may steal that.
It's not stealing. Take it. Thank you for the questions.
Thank you for your help.
Yeah. Alrighty, Mistress by Golly. Have a good one.
You too.
Click. That was Mistress by Golly. And by golly, that was a good question. Next we have Dr. Baxter. And then we're going to have Gladihedral. Who's DMing me right now? I'm not going to answer that. Wait till it's later. Dr. Baxter, how's it going? The doctor is in the house.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can. You're loud here. Let me. You're good. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good. I just wanted to call in and say how much I appreciate it, and I have two things. I have a challenge and then a question for you.
Oh, let me get the challenge first.
Okay. So I'm a forever DM. I've been doing it for over 20 years, but the one thing never was the absolute best at was homebrew, especially for like new races. So challenge for you, just off the top of your head, can you think like where would you start for a non-standard, non-Tolkien, so no dwarf, no elf, no orc, none of that. Like even non-humanoid but sentient creature that was not native to the material plane, but visited it often.
What do you? I don't really understand what your question is.
Well, I'm just like, if you're trying to think of something that's essentially completely alien, like a
Are you asking
like
about making something
my...
or finding something to use? That is.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. If you, I've done Unearthed Arcana a bit, and I've never come across like a truly satisfying, a truly alien feeling sentient race, something that is beyond, that can communicate with the players, but isn't.
Well,
like
what I would say is that I don't
like,
think you're gonna find something like that as a racial option, because the whole point of racial options is that players can be them. So you're fairly limited in how alien and powerful they can be, because they still need to be balanced as player options. But I think there's plenty of monsters that accomplish that. Somebody said three creen kind of fit. But yeah, I would say anything that is truly alien to the extent that you are suggesting, I wouldn't make a player option unless I was running a very different sort of game. You know?
Okay. No, that's fair.
Like, I feel like you can find those things in the monster manuals more than you can in the player options, because there's plenty of really weird monsters from the other planes of existence and things like that. Somebody said plasmoids.
Yeah.
Plasmoids aren't a bad option either.
Ooh, that's true. I have to admit, I haven't read every page of every monster supplement. So okay, I'll take another look through that. I appreciate that. My other question, real quick, is what is your just general opinion on putting a twist or a spin on the standard magical system that they use in D&D?
Depends on what the twist
making
is.
that twist. Okay, but well, in my specific example, I'm finally trying to do a new setting for myself, which I haven't done in forever.
Cool.
I want to use this thing called Rexonite, which is essentially a magical element that is found in all magical creatures. It's actually one of the reasons in the setting that there are even monster hunters, is that the more powerful the magical creature, the more Rexonite you can find in its bones and its blood and its skin. And people use this to create, it's essentially necessary for everyone to cast spells. It's like your spell casting requirements are whatever is listed in the player's handbook and your Rexonite amulet for everyone, even divine spellcasters. And the idea is your amulet of Rexonite allows you to essentially overclock. You can cast one or two spells, maybe, if you're out of spell slots, but at a huge potential cost.
I am not the biggest fan of super high risk, super high reward features in general, because I feel like when they work, they make you overpowered, and when they don't work, they are really not fun. So I sort of struggle. I don't do a lot of that in general. I tend to only do really high risk, high reward things as like a singular story moment. And if I want to incorporate new, more powerful mechanics, I usually I just let people become more powerful. I don't love you either, like, it's sort of, it reminds me of, I see this a lot in Homebrew where somebody's like, they know that this power that they gave this thing is way too strong, but you can only use it once a month. And it's like, okay, so that means that for like a bunch of your sessions, this power just isn't anything. And then one time it's like, you can just be stronger than everyone else. It's like, neither of those sounds fun to me. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay. No, that's fair. Like once a month, you're One Punch Man, and that's kind of weird in the terms of play.
I think that the idea of coming up with an alternative magic system or new magic system where there is a little bit of give and take to it, I think is a lot of fun, and I think that's worth exploring if you want. But I would not put too much. I would not put too much weight into trying to make it super strong and then balancing it by making it have a super big downside, unless it's like, a legendary item that you are going to have them encounter in the campaign where it's like, all right, it's the do or die button, but I wouldn't make it like a constant feature.
All right. No, I appreciate that. So if I do still keep that mechanic, I feel like
that mechanic would work really well on like a scroll or a potion, where it's like you drink this and this is how you work for a minute.
Ooh, I love that.
Because that way it becomes like a way that they can superpower if they really need to, and it doesn't feel like it has to be tied too deeply to any larger class mechanics. It can just be a crazy, powerful, dangerous thing they can use if they find it.
All right. I appreciate that.
A good rule to live by is, if you want to make something shockingly overpowered and you still want to put it in your game, make it a one-time use magic item, and then it kind of just balances itself out.
No, that's absolutely fair. Thank you.
Yeah, man. Thanks for the call. Great question.
All right.
All right, Doctor. See ya. Click. That was Dr. Baxter. The Doctor. Let's see who's next. Next is Gladihedral, who apparently has been mopping the floor at poker. I guess they're playing poker in the waiting room. That's kind of fun. And then Camellia is next. Hey, Glad. What's up?
What's up?
Welcome to the show.
Yeah,
long-time listener, long-time caller.
Yeah, and I just drained the waiting room out in poker.
I heard you demolished them.
Yeah, I think it was 4,000 fake Discord dollars that I
won. Dirty dog, you better buy me fake dinner with that.
Yeah, steak and sushi for the whole chat.
What can I do for you today?
So I am about to start a new campaign, and
cool.
It's
Are you excited? Are you excited? Are you nervous?
I am. It's a completely homebrew world, which I have only done once before, and it was a train wreck. So I'm hoping it's not this time. But it's an established group that I'm starting it with.
Mm-hmm.
So I was wondering what your go-to things are for a session 0 for a group that you already are familiar with.
That is a really good question. So if I'm playing with a group that I've played with before, I skip a lot of the session 0 stuff. Like any of the let's talk boundaries, let's talk what we need for fun, let's talk play styles. I don't have any of those conversations if they're playing with people I've played with before. So what I tend to lean the conversations on when I'm playing with new people is trying to make sure everybody has a sense of what is the vibe that we all want out of this game? Are we trying to do a goofy, wacky, blast-in adventure? Are we trying to do something a little bit more political? Are we trying to do something a little bit more creepy? What vibe do we want? And then I spend almost all of the time other than that talking about the setting and asking the players about what sort of characters they want to make in that setting. And then if the players... This is also a good strategy in general. Asking the players, elevator pitch the setting in vague, broad strokes, and then ask the players what interests them or what sort of characters they're thinking about, and then whatever they say, use what they say to build out the world. So if you're oh, this is going to be a super strange world where all the planes of existence are smashed together, and it's really crazy and cacophonous, and it's like you might be sitting at a bar and have like a demon lord next to you, and like that's not, it's like okay, and a player's like, what if I want to be like what if I want to be a person who like is still freaked out by all of these crazy monsters and stuff? Like, could there be something like that? And you could be like, okay, well, maybe there's a part of the world that is not this hectic and crazy, and it is like there's like a magical black spot in the world where like everything is not magical, and like even magical things like can't go there, and maybe you could be from there. So this is like your first time experiencing the magic world, and then it helps you figure out how, does that fit into the, you know what I mean? Like you can kind of build out from that way.
So like tailoring the setting to what they want.
Not in a way that you are sacrificing what you are excited about or what's important to you, but leaving enough blank space on the canvas for the players to help fill some of it out will make your job of world building a lot easier, because they are going to be, in theory, they're going to be a lot more invested in the things that are tied to their character, and especially if they helped build those things, because there's a little bit of like the person is going to be like, oh, I know about this. You know what I mean? Like it's like it's like you can build character knowledge in a way that will feel very natural.
It's like if they come up with the name of a town and their backstory, and then they see it,
they'll be like, oh, I know about that town.
Yeah. All right, that helps, I think, and have some ideas of things to ask.
Cool.
But that's it.
That'll be a lot of fun. I look forward to hearing how it goes.
Yeah, I'm sure I will have more questions later on, since it's a foray into the unknown for me.
But the unknown, what a wonderful place to go. You know?
Yeah,
it's got
fun.
strange things in it.
And sometimes they drive you mad.
Yeah. All right, buddy. See ya. Click. Gladdy. I hung up on you before you hung up on me, you dirty dog. You love my content. I love your content. Let me grab Camellia Rose. Chat, you can also ask questions if you want. I'll see if I see any of them. But then, let me grab Camellia, and then we got, I'm a moron. How you feeling? I'm feeling a lot better today. I was fucked up yesterday. I was in a bad way yesterday. I was a messed up fella. Hey, hello.
Hi, what's up?
Welcome to the show. How are you doing today?
I'm doing alright. Heat has me fucking exhausted over here.
Oof, Magoof. Yeah, the world is on fire.
We reached 108 degrees today over here.
Oh my lord. That's hectic. That's double hectic.
Yeah, it's it's ridiculous.
Yeah. So
anyways,
what can I do for you today though? What's up, Cam?
My main question right now is I'm looking for good monsters and enemies, like random encounters to throw at a level 3 party.
What location are they in? What's the environment?
Well, I'm gonna be reflavoring whatever I find to fit the environment. So.
Well, the reason why I say that is because I feel like it kind of depends, right? Like, I mean, I don't have any favorite CR3 monsters off the top of my head. Here, give me 1 second. Let's go on a journey. The only monster that I remember that's CR3 immediately every time is the owlbear, but that's like the most regular monster in the world.
Yeah.
I
suppose
there's some good dinosaurs. Assassin vines are fucking great. Assassin vines are really intense. Deathlocks are really good if you're trying to do some undead stuff. Doppelgangers are a lot of fun if you're trying to do something a little bit more secrets, mysteries.
I'm gonna be reflavoring them to fit the setting and theme of the campaign, but
yeah, but then I'm not sure what your question is.
So,
because I'm just telling you monsters that I like that are CR3.
Yeah.
Is that what you're asking?
That's pretty much what I was.
Yeah.
asking.
So those
Yeah.
the things I just said.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah. It's I'm sorry. I think it's picking a monster without knowing what the setting is sort of feels like Sort of feels like picking what sort of transportation you're going to take before you know where you're going.
All right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get that. It's gonna be sort of like traveling between 3 main towns to unravel a sort of mystery of why people are going missing and all of that kind of thing, and what the hell is going on.
So there's some good Fae. Fae creatures are also good for that sort of stuff. The Green Hag is a CR3, and if used well, she can be pretty devastating.
Okay.
But yeah, those are some ideas. Doppelgangers are great for people going missing also.
Yep. All right.
Yep.
Cool. Yeah.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you for your question. And peace. All right, that was Camellia. Let us get I'm a Moron. We only have 4 people left in the waiting room. When we get done with the questions, we're going to move over to Homebrew Review. I was planning on doing Homebrew Review starting at 8, but if we get through all the questions before 8, we'll just switch over to Homebrew Review. Hey, I'm a Moron.
Heck
What's
yeah.
up?
It's going good. I am currently working on a fighter subclass, but I am having immense trouble knocking out the little plonks and the kinks in the features.
Sure.
So I'm making a fighter themed around Souls-like games or just any kind of dark fantasy warrior, like stuff from Berserk. And
So, what does that mean? Okay, separate from those media, what's the theme mechanically for D&D?
it is called the Survivor. It is a fighter that's all about surviving unspeakable horrors.
Okay, cool.
And
So where are you struggling with it?
so it has for a 3rd level, it has a feature called stamina, or danger tactics. And it uses. I wanted to experiment with the idea that this fighter can relentlessly fight, even if they're battered. And they have a resource bar called stamina, and it's kind of like a really weak version of battle master maneuvers, but the twist on it is that you can actually replenish them really quickly at the start of every combat, or as a one as a bonus action.
Okay.
And I've been playtesting of bits and pieces of it in a white room, and I just can't seem to get it right where I want a player to be able to spend all their stamina in one turn if they want to, but I can't really they're not I'm not burning it fast enough as a playtester, so I don't know what to do with it.
No worries. Let me think for a second. Tax collector. First of all, I think that a spear would work well, or just a short sword. I think either of those could work. I sort of feel like if you're trying to make it's really hard to say because I'm not looking at the thing. So you know what I mean? Just sort of talking about it really open-endedly. But what I would say is there really aren't resources in D&D that come back when combat starts, or if they do, that's a feature of a larger subclass, like the samurai fighter or the battle master, where they have their little bonuses, and if they don't have any, they get one back at the start of a fight. So to build it around that entirely, I'm not really sure. I feel bad that I don't really have clear advice, but it's hard to give advice if I'm not looking at it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's valid.
Where's the struggle coming from?
Would you mind if I go a little in depth with some of the nitty gritty?
If you have to, I think we're gonna have to say. I'm gonna have to say no if I have to, because that's just.
All right, that's no problem.
We're not going through. We're not reading Homebrew just yet.
All right, that's no problem. I guess. Do you think it would work in concept to have a fighter that can quickly replenish all of their stuff?
It depends how they replenish them and what they spend them on.
All right.
Because here's the main thing that I'll say. It has to be balanced against fighters that don't get to do that.
Okay.
So most
will-
fighters get a resource that doesn't replenish immediately. So if they have a resource that replenishes immediately all the time, it has to be weaker than those others in a way that balances that out. So the question I think to ask yourself is, what things can you have this fighter get that will, as individuals, will be weaker because they will, in theory, get them every single fight, as opposed to another fighter which might have their resource based on a long rest or a short rest.
All right.
And I would start from there. And I think the next thing, the other thing is I would say is like that might lead you in the path of it not even being a resource, but it's like a almost more of like when I'm thinking about this, I would think about it more that it would have to do with how many hit points you have. Like you would activate things when you were at like below a certain threshold of hit points or something like that. But I also will say that I very rarely see that implemented well, and the problem with doing that is the more hit points you get, the longer and harder it is to activate your features, which can be annoying. Like if you have a feature that triggers when you're at half HP, if you have 20 hit points, it's a lot easier to activate that feature than if you have 100 hit points.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
So I'm not sure if that will be the solution, but I do think that if you're trying to make something where they get it back at every single fight, or just like a constant use resource, my question becomes like, why is it a resource? Why isn't it not just a thing they can do, or is it like a status that changes? You know, that's where I think my head starts to go.
Yeah, okay.
Because if you can do something, if you get like 6 uses of a thing every time, or 5 uses of a thing every time you start a fight, why not just make it all the time on?
Yeah, I feel you.
You know,
I see. Okay. I will ponder on that.
Yeah.
I guess my last question, it's a rhetorical one. Why are you so handsome?
Okay, tough guy. No response to that last one. Good question though, moron. It's so weird that you call yourself a moron. You're not a moron. Rexilium. Unmute, or I'll hang up on you. Hello? I can't hear you if you're talking.
Can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you now. Hello.
Man, dude. Oh, dude, I was panicking. Okay, man. Hey, how's it going? Loving the streams at the moment. I had a quick question. I'm a very, very inexperienced DM.
Perfect.
I'm sort of working on a homebrew setting at the moment. I don't know if that's a good idea as a new DM or not, but here we go. I like creating stuff, so
here's the genuine question. Is it fun?
Yes.
Then it's the right idea.
Okay, good stuff.
I tried to run modules, and I did not enjoy the process of learning a module. I started running a homebrew almost immediately because it's way more fun for me to write a homebrew setting than it is for me to read and learn a module. So I'm right there with you.
That's such a relief to hear, because I feel the exact same way. That's cool.
Running a module feels like I have homework to do.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Anyway, I won't take up too much of your time.
It's fine. There's not a lot of questions left. I'm chilling. No rush.
All right, okay.
Usually,
okay,
I'll start to rush you if I need to. Don't worry.
All right, we'll see how we go. Basically, as a player, I found, I found like loot at very low levels, very, very underwhelming in D&D.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like usually I'd be like a fighter or something like that, and like, what's the first sort of item that you get as like a fighter? If there's someone like, an item that's being put aside for you, it's usually like a +1 longsword. My question was, how, as a DM, how do you make sort of loot a little bit more exciting at lower levels? And I had a solution to it, and I would want to get your thoughts on it, depending on how long your answer is.
Tell me your idea first.
So I had this idea that, how do I summarize it? Basically, the philosophy is that with with any advantage that I give the player, there is an equal disadvantage, I guess.
You could do something like that. What I would suggest, though, as opposed to trying to think of ways to hinder the player, which I do think is important to do sometimes, I would try to think of things that you could give it that would make it unique and cool, but not necessarily all the time powerful. So let me give you an example. Lord of the Rings, Frodo has Sting, okay? Sting is essentially a +1 short sword. But it's a +1 short sword that glows anytime orcs are near.
Right.
That is immediately more interesting than a regular +1 short sword. So thinking of small things, another great thing to do is giving players access to cantrips can be a lot of fun. One of my favorite basic magic items that I almost always give players in my campaign, especially if they're new players, is a maul or a great hammer that when you hit an object with it, you can cast mending, because that's really funny to me. So like that's like things like that. Like think of simple powers that you can stack on top of them that will help make them more flavorful. Maybe when you're attuned to the sword, you can make it so your eyes always glow like fire. Does that do anything? Not really, but it kind of does. And the players might think of cool ways to do it. You know what I mean? And then the last thing that I would say is, depending on how crazy you want to be with yourself, you can also always make items grow. You know, your game world could be one where the magic of an item is in flux, and maybe the more the wielder's soul connects to the magic of the item, the more it expands or changes to match them. You know, like you can get weird with it.
So like a dynamic item that sort of changes over time that grows with the player.
Yeah, like
dude, I've never seen that idea before. That's a great idea.
Yeah, man, and that's also a good way to make players excited about their item for a long time, as opposed to be constantly seeking a new item.
Oh, that's such a good idea. All right, I'm gonna steal that. That's great. That's awesome.
It's not stealing. You can have it.
Cheers, buddy. All right, thanks. Love the show. Appreciate it.
Bye. Let's see who can hang up first. If I win, I win. Oh, man, you beat me. Dang it. All right. Oh, we have Steve back. Let me see what's up with Steve. What's up, Steve? What are you doing back in here, you hooligan? How's it going, buddy?
Yo, what's up?
Welcome back.
Yeah, I can tell I'm on the frequent flyer list.
What can I do for you?
Okay, I have 2 ideas involving weapons. I want your feedback on it.
All right, pick one of them. Pick one.
A great dex weapon that's just nunchucks, where you take a great finesse weapon that's nunchucks, where it's 3d4 damage, but you need to risk, getting hit if you don't have a high enough dex to wield it.
I probably wouldn't make it do 3d4 damage if it was a non-magical item. I'd probably make it do 2d4 damage, which is still better than 1d8.
Also, what about a charge weapon where it requires a turn to charge it, and then you can make your attacks with it, but it's like powerful attacks?
You could do something like that. There's a lot of spells and abilities that work that way, where it's an action to activate, but then it is on for like a minute. So it's like you have a setup turn. I think that could totally work.
Where it's essentially a railgun.
Well, I don't know how I feel about railguns, but a charge-up weapon I think is fine.
Well, not a railgun, but it's more like a charge-up bow with a really powerful draw weight, but with a really powerful release.
I mean, yeah, like again, that'll just come down to the details of it, but I do think the concept of an item that charges over a round makes a lot of sense, and it could be a lot of fun.
Also, how do you get your beard so luscious?
I use beard oil. All right, I love you. Bye. Click. Thank you, Steven, for your second call. The tax collector says, sorry, I should have been clearer. Was thinking of a scalpel the height of the character, like Faust from Guilty Gear and Side Quest. Side question, what works best for a crazy doctor? Okay, so I don't know what that thing is that you're talking about, but if you're thinking of a scalpel the size of a person, I think you definitely go spear or like halbert or pike. If you wanted to make it kind of cool, it could be like a halbert or a pike, but you make it a finesse version of one. So like a glaive. So you could make it like a glaive that a monk could wield. That could be cool. Maybe it's a glaive, but it doesn't have the heavy property. And I think the best class for a crazy doctor is either the mercy monk or one of the rogues. One of the rogues, maybe even the thief rogue, because if you tie the thief rogue with the healer's kit, you can use the healer's kit as a bonus action. And then at higher levels, as a thief rogue, you can use magic items that are not limited to your class. So you could use like a wand of healing and stuff that normally you wouldn't have access to. And I think that rogues, that expertise, because you get expertise in medicine, it's very sort of like evil doctor vibes. That's what I would do. Halbert glaive, Naginata. I don't know what any of those words mean. I know what some of them mean. I'm so dumb. Oh yeah. All right, let me grab Fins. I hope that helps clarify, tax collector. Let me grab Fins. Hello, Fins.
Hello.
How are you doing?
Hi. I'm a new DM that's pretty good.
Good. You're a new DM.
Starting to make a
yes.
Homebrew D100 chart.
Cool.
Do you have any tips?
What's the goal of the chart?
Or hold on. Can you speak real quick? I'm not sure if I can hear you.
What is the goal? Can you not hear me? Do you not have your headphones plugged in?
I can hear you again.
Okay, cool. What is the goal of the chart? Like, it's a D100 list of what?
To hear you.
It's a D100 chart list of what?
Anyhow.
Are you listening to me in Discord or on the stream?
I'm kind of thinking of listing some rewards.
You got to listen to me in Discord, man. There's
for
like
some reason it's not working on Discord, so I gotta listen to it.
All right, then there's going to be a delay. Tell me specifically what the D100 chart is for, because it's going to be different depending on what it's for.
That's so weird.
Yeah, he's definitely delayed. We'll just be patient for a second.
Discord settings working?
I don't know. Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
Baba
everything
booey.
should be fine. There's no mutes. It's so weird. Okay, I think I might have to list to you on the stream.
So you want to make a D100 list, but what do you want it to be a D100 list of? Like wild magics, of encounters, of potions, of weather,
so
of
I
what?
want to make one for rewards. Sort of like, I have an ability that I'm making where a player can go ahead and get nat 1 or a nat 20 by rolling a d2. So I kind of want to figure out some rewards for rolling a 20, and also, yes.
Okay. I think that a D100 chart for rewards will kind of take away from the value of the thing they're getting rewarded for. Like, if you come up with a D100 random chart, you kind of are creating the situation where the rewards they get are gonna not feel at all connected to the things they're doing to get the rewards. And I don't know if that's a good thing or
Some
not.
negatives for rolling a nat 1. Just got to that part of the stream. Sorry.
All right, I'm just gonna mute you, and you're just gonna listen. How do I mute you? There we go. Okay, so what I'm gonna say is, I think that you need to be careful about the random chart too much, unless you're really trying to disconnect the reward from the action that gives the reward. I also am not a huge fan of like critical fail tables or critical success tables, because I think that if you limit what happens during a critical fail or a critical success to a table, then in a lot of ways it becomes way less random and also way less specific to the thing that you're trying to accomplish. So I'm not exactly sure, but I think that like there's all sorts of rewards you could give. You could give stat bonuses. You could give them, extra crit ranges. You could give them temp HP. You could give them a spell slot back. You could give them all sorts of stuff. But I think the bigger question is why, and like why do we want a list of random rewards as opposed to just making rewards for things that are more specific to the things that the people are doing to get those rewards. All right, I'm unmuted myself, but I'm also going to say goodbye to you now because I answered the question and it's going to take you a little while before you see me answer it. So I want to say thank you for your question, Fins. Great question, and I'm hanging up on you, and you're wonderful. Please call back in the future. Avita Zane. All right, that was Fins. He's gonna realize I hung up on him in about 5 minutes. All right, let me grab Arcade Avery. Hey, Arcade Avery, what's up? I don't know if you can hear me, or if you're even there. Arcade, answer me. Unmute. I'm gonna burp so hard. Oh shit, Aperture is here. What's up, App? Gray. I mean, not Gray. I just was reading Gray Aperture.
Hi, hello. I'm sorry.
No, don't be sorry. How's it going?
It's going good. It goes, How are you?
Oh, I'm barely surviving, but we do what we can. What can I do for you today?
Yeah, so I am at the process of building out like the Adventurers Guild that my party is going to be working for.
Cool.
And I'm struggling with like, I guess the minor details of it, of like how the operations work, you know, like the kind of hierarchy and like the business side of it, I guess. Like how would I like work that out, you know?
Yeah. I guess my first question for you is how much do you think the intricacies of that will matter for your players?
Well, I like lore-wise, they're very like by the book, you know, it's a lot of paperwork type deal. It's so I imagine like things would take a long time to process, and that's sort of a way to give me time to plan things for them.
But what I mean is like, do the players feel? Do you think your players need to understand the backdoor machinations of this organization and the hierarchy of it in order for them to like enjoy experiencing it to the fullest?
I guess not necessarily. I guess it would just help me personally, so I know what's happening in the back in case it does come up. You know?
Cool. Yeah, no, that makes sense.
No,
that totally makes sense. So what I would say then is I think you don't need to worry about it as much as you probably think you do. But I think that there's a couple different things that you can do. One is, I think thinking about not only where does this guild sit in the world, but like what is its role within the kingdom? Like if it is like a monster hunting guild, do they have a good relationship with the crown? Do they have a good relationship with nobles? Are they a part of the government? Are they sort of like are they like, you know, people that you hire on Craigslist and are really shady, or are they like doing government contracts? And I think that can help sit with the bureaucracy. If I were you, I would lean more towards they're a little bit fringy, but they do government contracts so that they sort of feel like they are being put in situations where they are above their head, but they do not have the resource. They're not given the resources of the people that are hiring them, you know, like they're like,
Right.
That's sort of where I would go. And that would create a situation where you could have it so the leaders of the guild kind of also feel like they are under the thumb of someone else, which can sort of make them a little bit more human and seem a little bit more like, oh, like we care about, this guy's having a hard time too. And then also can lead, it almost gives an excuse for you to give bad information or weird jobs or things like that, because it's like, if they're working on a shoestring budget and they're just getting the information that they're getting and that's what's happening, you know what I mean? There's space. The more space you leave for like bureaucratic error, the more space you give yourself to do like weird twists and intense moments.
Okay, yeah, that sounds fun.
Yeah. That's what I would say.
Yeah, that's very helpful. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
All right. If I do have one more, like, very small thing, if you have time for it.
Yeah, I got time.
Cool. So the other thing, completely unrelated, how would you go about making like a slasher type character? Like, is it just as simple as like reflavoring undead fortitude? You know, the kind of like Michael Myers. You know,
there
like,
are
hard to
two
kill.
monsters in the book. In the Guildmaster's Guide to Ravenloft, not Ravenloft, yeah, the Ravinka, not Ravenloft, yeah, the Ravenloft.
Yeah,
book.
I know which one you're talking about.
There's two monsters in it, and I think one of them is called the Slasher.
Is there one?
Yeah,
Okay.
there's two different monsters. One is like a big brute juggernaut. It might be called the Juggernaut, and then one is like more of a slasher, kind of disappears and reappears behind you kind of guy. And they're basically horror movie monsters. I would look at them. For that, but I think a lot of that will also, I think anytime you're trying to do horror in D&D, you have to allow yourself to use the rule of cool for yourself a lot.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So I don't think a lot of this needs to be done in the stat block so much as it needs to just be done in the way you present or don't present information, or things disappear or appear. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay.
Those are my thoughts.
That sounds good. Awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Arcade.
Yep.
Click.
Have a good one.
That was Arcade. Crazy Moose with the 10 more gifted. This man doesn't know how to stop. He is out of control. Thank you, Crazy Moose. Very generous, wild man. Oh, speak of the devil, you're next. Hey, buddy, what's up? Crazy Moose. You're unmuted, but I can't hear you. You might need to leave Discord and come back. Who's to say? I'll be more patient with you because you just gifted me 10 subs. Hello? Crazy Moose, leave Discord and come back. I think you can hear me. I'm hoping you can hear me. I'm not sure why your mic's not working. Yeah, come back. Crazy. But that's how we moose. I'm not deafened. Shut the fuck up. Crazy. Can I hear you? I still can't hear you, buddy. You want to type? Oh, I can hear you. I can hear you. Hey, how's it going?
All right, it's going pretty good. How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing well.
All right.
One second. Moron, I was deafened when the guy was listening on on stream because it was an impossible conversation. All right, back. Hello, Crazy Moose. How are you? How can I help you?
So I have a thing going on in a game I run every Saturday.
Cool.
And it's starting to annoy one of my players to no end. So two of my players are warlocks, right?
Mm-hmm.
Play very different flavors of warlock. One of them is playing a fiend warlock. She's got Pact of the Chain. She's all about focusing on using spells and being utility as much as possible.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah.
The other one is a Pact of the Blade warlock, Hexblade. They want to, do fighty blade and sorcery shit.
Yeah, classic.
Yes. The problem is, right, the latter player, the Hexblade, will go out of their way to put roleplay and time into making enemies and taking down those enemies. And then after going through all that time of one, I've made a rival or I've actively gone out my way to hunt this person down and taking them down, the other warlock will come in and use their familiar to search through that person's pockets in the middle of combat or right at the end of combat, when the other warlock's busy. And because of this, it's situations where clearly there have been magical items that were of interest to the Hexblade.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I'll cut you off right now because I'll be honest. I would just tell that player to stop doing that as a player. I would just say, hey, this is actually making the game less fun for other people. Stop doing that. And I'm gonna go ahead and say that everyone knows all of the items that you took because this is becoming an issue at the table.
Yeah.
I would just talk to the player about it. And if you don't want to embarrass them or you don't want it to become confrontational, then I think the way to do that is to reach out to them privately and be like, "Hey, I know that we've been doing this so far and it's been kind of funny, but it's also starting to bother people. So next session, all the other characters are going to know what items you have, and you're not going to do this anymore."
Yeah. And it's gotten to be an issue, and I was just like, the best way diplomatically to deal with that,
the best way diplomatically is to just reach out to the person privately and say, this is what's going to happen next session. And if you want to be the one to start it and say, hey guys, I have all these items I've been collecting, you should have some, that's a great way to make people stop being annoyed with you. Like, give them the chance to be the one to cross that bridge themselves. And if they're like annoyed or don't want to do that, say, listen, you are making the game less fun for other people. So the whole point of the game is fun for everyone. And if one player is doing something that is annoying other players or isn't fun for other players, that player has to stop. And this has become that.
Yeah. Okay. All right. That's all I need to know.
Yeah. I think that a lot of the time when we're dealing with these sort of like player issues, there is this really strong desire to use the game to solve the problem because confrontation with friends is hard, but also it's like the game is so holistic. But I do think that the way to be diplomatic in these situations is to be upfront. Like, the more honest we can be with the people we're playing with, the more trust we're giving them to handle it well, which is, in a lot of ways, showing them a great deal of respect, because you're sort of like, I want to play with you. I know you can take this feedback, and I know that we can work through it and still have fun, which is why I am saying this to you, or whatever, something like that. You know what I mean? I wouldn't say that exactly, but that's like the ideology behind it. Does that make sense?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, I am gonna go and let you to it. You can go ahead and hang up on me.
All right, buddy. Thank you for the call. Great question, as always. And a click. That was the Crazy Moose. Crazy Moose with a very uncrazy question, a very relatable question. Hello, Bildo. Bildo, hello.
Yes.
Hello, welcome. Are you here intentionally or no? I'm gonna. Did you want to be in the waiting room, or are you just hanging out? You don't even know you're here. Hello?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Hello.
It's because I clicked out of my game suddenly because you scared the crap out of me. You did that on purpose.
That's my job. That's how I do.
I was playing in Baldur's Gate, and you scared the crap out of me. So
I love Baldur's Gate. I've been editing Baldur's Gate footage all day.
I believe it. It's amazing. I have like 3 or 4 saves going currently.
Yeah, it's fun. It's fun. Yeah, it's a good game. All right, but what can I do for you today?
I have a very important question.
Sure.
Why are you not playing Baldur's Gate, streaming it? What's going on?
I am playing it and streaming it. I'm waiting for my friend Zach to get back because I want to stream it with him because it's fun playing with him.
Where's the single player playthrough?
Listen, every single time I've played Baldur's Gate so far, it has been on stream. I have played maybe an hour not on stream. I will play more on stream. Don't worry.
I know. I'm just messing with you.
Don't
I'm here
worry.
to fill in some time.
Don't worry. I'll play more on stream. It's so funny that it's crazy that it was Davy was so surprised that you were one of my mods.
I believe it. I've been playing with that guy for a long time. That guy's great.
Yeah, he's
an amazing DM that very much underestimates himself, so it's fun to play with him.
Yeah, he seems like a fun guy. I like him. I think we're not gonna play Baldur's Gate together, but we're gonna play some games together. I'm not sure what.
I believe it. Yeah, I thought you guys were playing Baldur's Gate together that day, and I was like, oh no, I wonder if they realize they have to build a character in the same game. But you were just playing adjacent, which is even better, I think.
Yeah, we were just playing adjacent. Adjacent. Yeah.
I love that.
All right. Well, great to talk to you.
Yeah. Have fun.
Right.
I just came to fill time.
Thanks,
Bye.
buddy. See ya. Hang up. There we go. That was Bildo, one of my mods. Great guy. A wonderful hooligan. All right, let's grab Epic Atho. Guys, we have 3 more people after Epic Atho, and then I think we're gonna end the call-ins and transition into Homebrew review after Mustard Seed. So if you're not Epic Atho or Michael or Wayne or Mustard Seed, you gotta ask me a question in the chat for me to answer it. Hey, Epic, what's up?
Hello, hi.
Welcome to the show.
Thank you. I've got a question. I'm DMing. I've got an order of anti-magic knights.
Amazing.
And I kind of want to just make it work mechanically in game, so not like wreck it for the players. I've already kind of broken down the Mage Slayer feat into like little bits and given certain stations of the order that like effect, either like advantage on breaking concentration or a reaction attack if they're close to a spellcaster. Some of those I think some of my players will hate, so I've put them on like only one of the knights or whatever. But I just want more ways for them to be anti-magic knights in the game without completely frustrating. Well, frustrating isn't the problem. It's completely like just, tilting my mage players off the face of the earth.
I think a lot of the way to do that is to, if they're, unfortunately, I think then you have to then I would say then why, I think that it's okay to have a monster that is going to tilt a certain style of play, because not everyone needs to be great in every situation. But my immediate thought is to go to different monsters that have sort of magic related features. You could look at the flail snail has a really cool shell mechanic where if you shoot it, it can like create these eruptions of magic that hurt everyone around it. You could also look at the Spectator, which is like the little beholder with 4 eyes as opposed to with 10 eyes. And they have a thing where they can redirect spells if the spells are targeting them. Those are all things that I think I would lean into.
I do like that one. And
I also, like, depending on how intense you want them to be, I would just give them straight up anti-magic stuff. Like, I would give them, like, I'm playing in a game right now, and it's a pretty high-level game, but there is a group of people who have these darts, and if they shoot you with the darts, it creates an anti-magic bubble around you in like a 5-foot radius, and it can just wreck house. So I would lean into, it's sort of like, it's like if you're going with an anti-magic troop, you should let them be really anti-magic. I think the way to balance it is to have different tiers of how strong they are. So if you have like the squire type knights, maybe they just have a reaction where they can get an extra defense against spells. Or then maybe the ones that are up a little bit from that, maybe they have the ability to like knock concentration out of you, but also to deflect against spells better and like redirect them. And then maybe there's other guys that are just like immune to spells that are 2nd level and lower. Like you need to spend a 3rd level spell slot or higher to affect them due to their armor. Like you can sort of tier it so that there's different, almost like each one becomes its own puzzle to solve,
Yeah, I was very hesitant to give anything just magic doesn't work, but I guess like spell slotting it might work quite well, I guess.
Yeah, I mean that's how the Rakshasa works, and it's pretty good with the Rakshasa.
One idea I did have was having like a banner that like absorbs magic, and then the martial characters have to destroy the banner, and then suddenly the magic characters can play the game again. I was thinking about something along those lines.
I wouldn't do, because I would be hesitant about that just because that just feels like an anti-magic zone that's on a timer. So if you're not trying to do an anti-magic zone, that is an anti-magic zone,
Okay.
So I mean, you could do that, but I think that if you were going to do that, I would try to build it in such a way that it became very clear how it worked, that the players wouldn't have too long to have to deal with it. It would be like a small hurdle in the fight.
Right. Okay.
I also think that it's okay to make guys really good at the thing that you want them to be really good at. Like, I don't think there's anything wrong with that at all.
The only downside I have at the moment is that currently the party is only 3-man, and that makes it very difficult to not kill them.
What level are they?
For me, they only just started. They're only CR3.
Oh yeah, so don't throw any of that hectic stuff.
Oh yeah, for sure.
They should be like learning about this order in a way where it's like, when they see knights in yellow armor, they know that those knights, like, magic doesn't. Those knights are like good at hunting magical creatures, and like maybe they don't even encounter them in a combat for a little while. They just sort of learn about them. And even them, they're like, they're the lesser of the ones. And you could even tier it where it's like, these ones are immune to cantrips, these ones are immune to tireless spells, etc. You could do something like that. But I'm more like the idea of like environmental effects, where it's like, if you cast a spell on this guy that's a single target spell, it will make an eruption of damage around him. So like that'll only, so like you don't want to cast those kinds of spells on him if he's right next to you, or you're gonna get blasted back with damage, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
It could also almost be like the Black Panther, where like how his suit absorbs energy and then he can like release it out. It could be like that, where it's like they could take half damage on spells and then like charge their swords or something,
I was thinking of making several like distinctive knights, like in charge knights that have like different gimmicks. That could be one of theirs, I guess. Yeah,
so something like that could work too.
That's some interesting ideas. I definitely need to look through some monsters that are
troublesome
for magic users.
Look up the Spectator, look up the Flail Snail.
That's a great name.
Flail Snail is one of the best monsters in D&D. Those are the two that stick out to me the most. And you maybe even look at some of the spellcasting NPC stat blocks that don't do spells anymore, where they have like powers, like the newer ones, and some of those powers will probably fit as well.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Appreciate your time.
No problem. Thanks for the question. Great question. All right, click. One thing that I think a lot of people struggle with is they have a really cool idea for something, and then they realize it's way too intense, and they have to tone it back, And I always say, why do you have to tone it back? Michael Dominic, what's up?
Not a whole lot. Just needed a second to mute the YouTube before doubling up on stereo use, so to speak.
For sure, for sure. How can I help you today?
Well, besides finding a way to remind myself to actually join the wheel for the Homebrew review at some point, I've got a question about a character I'm building for a new campaign.
Mm-hmm.
Of us just finished a 5-year 3.5 edition game. We're jumping into 5e. We all have some experience with it, but whereas the previous campaign was all set in a single city, this one has a lot more of a over the land, Lord of the Ring-ish exploration and travel type of core themes to it. And the DM, the way that he wants us to build our characters is to find certain tropes in that type of genre that we want to explore.
Mhm.
Somebody who's playing as a kind of wandering samurai type of person, and the trope I'm looking at exploring is, in essence, Pinocchio, kind of the desire to figure out what they are, meeting other people's desires versus their own, but that exploration and wandering that you see in the Pinocchio story, because they don't know any better, because they have this kind of natural childlike naivete, getting into situations that they are not going to be fully understanding the full weight of.
Mhm.
And diving into that, I'm actually looking into playing an automaton, literally a creature that wants to become a real boy.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Because this is a much more traditional fantasy setting, kind of the steampunk feel of the artificer class, and the spelljammer automaton, or the autognome rather, aren't going to be on their own flavor kind of really good fits.
For sure.
So where I could use a good deal of advice is, unless there is a different race that I should be looking at instead of the autognome, reflavoring rather than any sort of mechanical overhaul, looking for a way to reflavor some of that in a way that maybe better fits kind of the low-tech feel of an adventure story like this.
I have a couple thoughts. The first is, I don't think autognome is the right choice. I think Warforged is the right choice. Warforged lend themselves to being things like golems, statues, awakened statues, things like that a lot more, in my opinion. They're a little bit simpler of a stat block. They still very much feel like you're a machine. You don't eat, you don't breathe, you don't sleep. So I would look at Warforged personally. I feel like it is somebody suggested Reborn also could work, but I would suggest Warforged. And then in terms of reflavoring them, you could, an artificer is called a tinkerer, but they don't need to be, right? They could just be like a weird little enchanter. Like artificers in D&D 5e, if you look at what the stat actually does, is they don't make anything. Like there's no crafting system built into the artificer. They have a list of infusions they can do, but that might as well be like magical enchantments, or that could be, you could flavor that as putting fairy dust on an object. It doesn't necessarily,
Let me jump in real quick, and I apologize for interrupting, but the artificer I think I was meaning as an example of the sort of technological side of things that he's trying to avoid, rather than a class that I'm intending to play.
Oh, I see. So I would be like, I would go, you could go autognome. I'm not as familiar with them. I know they have like weird mechanics around like mending and stuff, but I would go Warforged, and I would be you could literally be an awakened puppet and be a Warforged, and it would work really well. Really well.
And that's kind of what I was going to ask is from and I know that's kind of a weird, maybe overly technical question for this type of Q&A, but from a materials perspective, because that's kind of the big block that I'm having is, the backstory that I'm playing around with is either, this inventor, their child died and they're trying to replace it, or they're so deluded they don't realize the difference, or something along those lines, where I'm trying to play around with how much of this being that I'm playing is really a real person, is not, what does it mean to be a replacement, that sort of thing. But at the end of the day, he can't be a robot. that's going to be a level of technology that's just not going to be available to the
So,
campaign. So I'm
it doesn't need
trying
to be
think
a
about
robot.
how I might redo that. And if it's just an enchanted puppet, that's maybe more obvious than I was thinking to myself.
Yeah, I mean, look, all that's just flavor. None of that needs to be like the reason why your your character is alive, be they Warforged or Autonome or whatever, doesn't need to be the thing that's written in the paragraph before the mechanics are explained, so long as you just follow the mechanics, right? Like if you stick to you're about this, you get these bonuses and these special abilities. You can flavor it whatever you want, in my opinion. I'm in my podcast right now. I play a Warforged barbarian, and there's barely any magic in the world at all. And there's certainly no people that are making crazy Warforged robots. But I play it like I'm like a golem, like I'm just like a big rock monster that came to life.
Okay, that's and that's I think why I wanted to ask the question, because I've been looking for more complex answers than
I don't think I think you can make it I think it's one of those things where it's like you can make it as complex as you want, but it really doesn't need to be.
No, I 100% agree. I think I was just overlooking a kind of very simple answer. I appreciate it.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks for the question. Oh, you hung up before I could hang up on you. They learned. You guys see that? They're learning. They're learning. Oh man, I see a bunch more people in it, but okay, we'll see how many of you get to. I did say I was going to end it at mustard seed, but I'll give the other two a chance. They better not ruin the questions, though. Hey, Wayne. What's up, buddy? Wayne Gaffney. Nope. You don't want to be in the call? Wayne, are you here? Did I frighten you? Did I scare you? I'm gonna hang up on you in 4 seconds. 1, 2. Hello?
Can you hear me?
I can.
Hello?
What's up? Hello, hello, hello. You were close.
Sorry,
I almost counted down. What's up, buddy?
Yeah,
How
you
can
were
I help
down
you today?
No, I just wanted to run something by you. So I'm running a one-shot for some friends of mine that have been playing for a long time. And I just want to run the idea of what it is behind you, or past you. The idea being that they don't have to know each other. They don't have to be an established party. They're all being invited to a funeral for a person that they partied with in the past or had adventured with. The entire idea is that they go to the funeral. They think the adventure is the funeral. It's not. Suddenly, weird things start occurring, such as out of nowhere, a circus erupts out of the ground, and it's right on the grounds of where this funeral is happening. Everybody's very confused. They don't know what's going on. Unbeknownst to them, among the belongings of the deceased was a monkey's paw. His children have it. And the children are making wishes on the monkey paw, which is making the adventure actually ensue. The other characters that are going to be in there are going to be like themes from other movies or TV shows. So there will be NPCs that will be like the Scooby Gang. And then it just sort of, it seems like a fairly good thing. So the gist is going to be whenever they make the wish, it's like normally monkey paw, it's going to be one person makes a wish, and if they hand it off to somebody else, then the paw opens up.
Is the party going to have the wish? Are the party going to have the monkey paw?
No, they're not going to be aware the monkey paw even exists until they discover through investigation, through dealing with the circus that's going to be basically a circus from hell. The child in question wishes for a circus fit for a king.
Yeah,
and so
he's a surface. Cool, that sounds cool.
Yeah.
So what's your question?
I don't know if I had a real question for this. It's like I'm building this. I'm just sort of trying to get an idea. It seems like maybe it'd be too much for a one shot.
If it's a one shot, you need to make the mystery get revealed within
pretty quick,
or at least like if this was a one shot, I would probably have I would have character introductions, I would describe the funeral, and then I would immediately make crazy stuff happen. And I wouldn't actually even make it a carnival unless it was like the kind of thing where it was like an open carnival that they could walk around really quickly in, one-shots are fast, man. You don't have a lot of time for a lot of nuance.
Yeah.
So like, that would be my main advice. Is like you have to dive through it quickly. One-shots take a while if you don't keep them going real quick.
Yeah, I think I overscoped it because it's just from there I'm sitting there going, okay, so then we're going to do a Dusk from Dawn. We're going to have a whorehouse show up, and they're going to be filled with vampires and succubi, and then we're going to and basically each kid's wish generates a thing.
It sounds like each kid's wish could be its own session.
Yeah, it really could.
So that's what I think you're going to have to struggle with, is how do you do that? And what I would say is probably the way to do it so it doesn't feel that way is to turn it into a 5-room dungeon and have each kid's wish represent one of the rooms.
That's a pretty good idea. I like it.
I would do if I was going to make it a one-shot.
I appreciate it. That's why I bounced that idea off you.
There you go. All right, Wayne, thank you for your question.
Night. Have a good one.
You too. Click. That was Wayne. The man with the monkey paw. All right, Mustard Seed. Let's see what you got. Mustard Seed.
Hello.
Hey, Mustard Seed.
Okay, so it's kind of like a vague question. So basically I'm trying to run a high-powered campaign, more than what I'm typically used to, with 2 of my friends, because it's only 2 players. And do you know what Gestalt rules are?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, that's what that is. It's higher powered with 2 players because they both have 2 classes. And between levels 15 to 20, I'm trying to think of a big bad evil guy, and I want it to be a guy that basically rose above the gods, which is the main plot of the campaign. And I'm just trying to figure out how I would make that work with Gestalt rules and actually put up a fight against 2 very high level and powerful characters.
I'm not. Do you mean like from a story perspective or from like a mechanics perspective?
From like a mechanics perspective, because normally when I make like monsters or enemies that fight, I like to make an actual stat block using as if though I was making a character.
Oh, yeah, that does. I would not do that. I think building monsters based off of player character sheets is a bad idea. I would recommend not doing that for this. I would look at some high CR monsters, anything that's CR 14 up, and then pull a couple powers from each and mash them together, or use them for inspiration. You could also just look at some higher CR monsters, right? Like if it's 2 CR 15 characters that are just stalled, you're gonna need to do some weird stuff anyway, because they get some weird stuff because of that. So I would definitely be putting some like CR 20 plus monsters up against them. And if you are comfortable homebrewing CR 20 plus monsters, go for it. But if you need some inspiration or something, I would just look at the monsters that are out there and mix things together. Maybe you take like an ancient dragon stat block, but you also give it beholder eye rays or something like that.
Oh, so basically you're thinking, like what you're saying is just grab powerful monsters and mash them together, but don't make it too strong, but still very strong. So
I'm saying that if you need help coming up with monster ideas and you want to build them from scratch, that's a lot of work. And I would recommend building them from other monster stat blocks and looking at what they do and trying to find things that work well together in that way. It is really hard to balance a Gestalt game, so, I just expect the unexpected also, is what I would say.
Okay, because it's not supposed to be a monster exactly. It
doesn't need to be a monster.
Dude.
If it's a dude that's more powerful than the gods, they should have stat blocks that are more powerful than the gods. They shouldn't have it is a mistake to assume because something is a humanoid creature in D&D that it should have the same limitations of power as a character. Because that's just not how D&D is written. Like humanoid monsters, like if you look at any of the monster stat blocks that are human characters, even if they're like human fighter or archer or whatever, they do stuff that players can't do because they're designed to fight players. They're not designed to be players.
Okay, so pull some abilities for inspiration from some monster stat blocks, and
you could literally take the stat block of an ancient dragon, make it medium-sized instead of large, and describe it as a person who can fly and can punch really, really hard and can shoot energy beams, and they will never know that you just used a dragon stat block.
Okay, that does actually sound pretty cool.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like if you just reflavor all of the powers as coming out of a little guy, then that's all they know. And that would make sense if it was like a person stronger than a god. They should be crazy powerful.
That was actually pretty helpful. Thank you.
Cool. Yeah, no problem. Sometimes I'm helpful. Not all the time, but sometimes. Thank you for the question. Good question. Click. All right, guys, 2 left. And then we're going to do some homebrew review. If you're like, oh man, I really wanted to have a question answered, don't worry. I do this every week. And also, if you super chat, sometimes I answer the question anyway. But you can also just come back next time or come back tomorrow because I'm actually going to be here tomorrow as well. Or just hang out and ask me questions in the chat while I'm reading Homebrew, and I might answer them also. Hotshot, unmute.
Hello.
Hey, what's up?
Can you hear
buddy?
me?
I can. Can you hear me?
Pretty good. Yep. So I'm a relatively new player, and I had a few questions for kind of giving background for my character.
Sure. Ask the most important one first.
It's mainly just one question. So, main story point is I'm starting kind of roguish, just as like background, starting with I can't think of the name, assassin for backgrounds.
Okay.
And the whole point of the class itself is the blood hunter, and so I'm trying to figure out how to transition. And so my main idea is a failed assassination attempt on someone that's like a witch or wizard or some kind of like blood hunter magic user.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm trying to figure out how to use that to get into Ghost Slayer.
I don't really understand. I mean, it can. This is one of those things where I feel like you should probably talk to your dungeon master about it so that they can like build it into the story. What I would say what I would ask you when you're working on it is what excites you most about playing this class? Like, who are the types of characters that you think it would be fun for this character that you're making to have bumped across, to have had experiences with? If you're doing Ghost Slayer stuff, maybe you had a bout encounter with a lich or with some sort of undead spirit monster, so you became a Ghost Slayer so that you could better go slay it, or other things, so that the darkness wouldn't happen to other people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I would tell all this to your dungeon master, and I would try to work with them on it, because a lot of this stuff it's gonna matter not as much as you think. What's gonna end up mattering more is the way you play your character at the table and deal with the things that they encounter in the game. Like, whenever you're making a character, it's good to have a sense of who they are and the kind of character you want them to be, but you also have to always keep in mind that you can't predict what's going to happen in a campaign, and they might go in a different direction, and you might decide, 3 or 4 sessions in, that maybe you don't want to be a blood hunter, or maybe you don't want to be a Ghost Slayer blood hunter, and that's okay. So I would leave space open for that not to be the case, and also leave space open for you to allow your character to grow based on the things they do in the story, as opposed to the things that you are imagining them doing before the story. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I have been told that a few times before.
That's what I would say. That's my
I
feedback.
was just trying... So I barely have made any character, so I was trying to give a little bit more background. And I was trying to find something to basically bridge the gap. That's the only part that I was struggling with.
I mean, the bridge, I'll be honest. First of all, I don't know much about blood hunters. I don't particularly like their design. I've never had one in my game.
That's fair.
But my understanding of them is that they are a monster hunter that specializes in a certain type of monster, and they sort of are connected to that monster. So if it's a Ghost Slayer, then I think it's got to be a ghost. You have to, maybe you're haunted by the ghost of someone you assassinated, and it is, it's cursing you. And this curse is having this weird side effect of ghost powers,
Okay, I like that idea. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for the question.
The other little question I had, it's mainly just for, like, stat things.
Sure.
I was wondering for how dex weapons work. Is it, like, dex modifier plus into something like that?
Dex weapons work the same way as strength weapons. They're just based on your dex instead of your strength. So whenever you're fighting in D&D, the numbers are not big in D&D most of the time. So you're just going to need to accept that. You're going to need to accept that and move on, as all do, for better or worse.
Yep.
But it works the exact same. So if you're using a dex weapon, it uses your proficiency bonus plus dex to attack, and dice plus dex on a hit.
Okay, that's what I figured. I just want to double check.
Yep.
Because I had forgotten.
Yep.
That's
no worries. Yep. All right. Thank you for the question. Great question.
Yeah.
That was hot shot. All right, guys, we have one more question, and then we're going to transition into Homebrew. Actually, we have two more. Tax Collector says, one of the questions gave me a really good idea for a paladin subclass, Oath of the Anti-Magic. What do you think? Does it have promise? Oh, okay. It definitely does have promise. The thing is, there's a lot of stuff that I think you're going to think immediately, and you're going to be like, this is such a good idea. And the problem is all of them are going to be good ideas. The tricky thing that you're going to need to think about is, how can you make a paladin that is good at fighting magical things in a way that it's not just limited to being good at fighting magical things? So, to give you an example, somebody said they wanted to make a dragon hunting paladin once. And what I suggested that they do is they should think about all the things that dragons are good at and that dragons can do, and then make a paladin that is good at addressing those things. So it's not specifically good against dragons. It's good against anything that flies or anything that uses elemental damage or anything that uses fear. And they could call it the Dragon Slayer and make it like it's a Dragon Slayer, but it opens itself up. So, like, for example, with this one, you could think about things like line of sight, area of effect, concentration. Those are, like, things that, like, are really important for magic and spell casting that you could think of ways you could take advantage of, in addition to the general, like, anti-magic zone, dispel magic, counterspell shenanigans. Let me bring in Zblitz. Hello, Zblitz. Zblitz, are you here? Zblitz, you're my last caller. Are you going to,
Yeah, hey, thanks for having me. Couldn't find my unmute.
That's no worries. What's up, buddy? How's it going?
Pretty good. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. What can I do for you this eve?
I wanted to ask your thoughts. I'm playing with a group of my buddies in person, and most of them are pretty much new to the game, except for me and one of my friends who's DMing for the first time. And so I've been helping him DM, and we've got a group of really enthusiastic players for being new. They're really into it.
Mm-hmm.
But we have this one person who, I'm just going to say, to cut it short, is murder hoboing a lot. Murder hoboing,
Mm-hmm.
you know?
Oh, I'm familiar with it. I do it in Baldur's Gate too much.
And he's really going against the party in, like, every way he can. And even the new players...
Has anyone talked to him about it as a person yet?
So I brought it up to my buddy who's DMing. I talked to him as a person, as a player, as well as the DM. We told him, we let him know, and he kept doing it. And then the other players at the table in like role play kind of said that they were not having it anymore with his character.
Uh-huh.
And he ended up killing himself. Like, he was like, he got in a fight with the town's guard and ended up like seppuku, I guess, and like just stabbing himself. He was like, I'm killing myself, I'll make a new character, like kind of to throw a fit, and then walked away from the table.
Mm-hmm.
So we tried to talk to him again about it, and his entire outlook was, it doesn't matter, I'll just make a new character, whatever, I'll just keep doing the same thing.
I would just not play with that person. Do you have to play with that person?
We don't have to. And that was kind of my mindset. One of our other friends suggested maybe like give him.
Here's the thing. No. The solution to this problem is not going to be related to the game. It's not. There is no way that you can solve that sort of problem with in-game mechanics. You just can't. It will be adversarial. It'll be annoying. You will never stop dealing with this issue. The only way, and you can clip this and send it to your dungeon master. The only way to stop this issue is for the dungeon master to say to the player, if you are going to play this way, that doesn't fit my game. So if you are going to play this way, I'm going to ask you not to play in this game. And if they start doing that in-game, the Dungeon Master doesn't solve the problem in-game. They stop and they say, hey, we talked about this in private where I said I didn't want you to play this way and you're doing this. So I think we're going to end the session and we're going to come back and we'll be done with you. And just be done with them. That's it. And if you can try to sugarcoat it till the cows come home, you can try to find an in-game solution. But at the end of the day, if the player doesn't think they're doing anything annoying and they think that it's okay for them to do whatever they want and they don't have an understanding of the community orientation of the game or the fact that it's like everyone at the table is not enjoying this and they're doing something that is detracting from the fun of other people, if they can't acknowledge that, then there is no solution. The solution is stop playing with them.
I agree.
Like, you genuinely, and your Dungeon Master, they are wasting time and energy that they don't need to be wasting. And every time that they try to do something to accommodate this player, what they are doing is they're telling that player that what their player is doing is okay.
Yeah, and it's taking away from the rest of the table to like kind of give it only to him too.
And that's what I mean. It's like a lot of energy, and it is making the player. It is making the player in their head be like, what I'm doing is okay, because all it's saying is, okay, now there are these rules I need to follow, and I can do anything I want within those rules, which is an unhealthy way to think about D&D. Because if you're always looking for how you can do whatever you want within the rules, you're not really playing with the team. You're still just doing your own thing in a way that is really disrespectful to the other people's time at the table. So I would just tell your Dungeon Master, like, honestly, if I were you, I would ask the Dungeon Master to tell them to stop or tell them to leave. And if your Dungeon Master doesn't want to do that, I would seriously consider not playing with them anymore. And I wouldn't say that to them in a threatening way, but personally, if I was in that position, I would much rather watch a movie and hang out than go to a D&D game where a third of it is going to be people arguing with someone who's being a dummy.
Yeah.
Like, it's just a waste of my time.
Yeah, I agree.
So
totally.
It's a little bit harsh, but that's how I feel.
No, I mean, I feel the same way, and I'm glad that you said that because I've been feeling that way, and I just wanted to make sure
Show this to your Dungeon Master. Dungeon Master, I'm a crazy old man from the internet. I've homebrewed a million things. I've given advice on a million things. I've run a lot of D&D. I've made every mistake. And I've fallen down every well, and I can tell you the amount of time and emotional energy I've spent into trying to solve problem players that are unwilling to solve themselves is too much. And you are losing your players. You are losing your game. Is it worth it? Is it worth it? Is it worth it for the harsh reality of one conversation where you say, here is the line, and I would like to play with you, but you keep crossing this line of me not wanting you in the game because it's making it harder. If you can't respect what we're trying to do, you're not in my game anymore. And then and that's the end of the conversation. No negotiation, no follow-up, line in the sand. That's where it's at. That's what I'd say.
Yeah, if I were DM, I agree.
All right. Well, tell that to your Dungeon Master. Send this to them.
I will.
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the call. Great question. Oh, man, that is so harsh. That is so hard. Okay, guys. Everybody calm down. Everybody calm the fuck down. Okay? Because it's time. Oh, wait. Can we give a round of applause for everyone that called in? Little round of applause to everyone that called in. Thank you for all the callers. Thank you, callers. Thank you. We are going to transition now. We are going to transition now into Homebrew review. And if you haven't been to my Homebrew review stuff before, basically there's a big wheel. You can submit pieces to it. I spin the wheel, I read the stuff, and I give feedback. Sometimes I have guests on to help with the feedback. Sometimes I don't. And that's what we're going to be doing tonight and then tomorrow night. And the other thing that we're going to be doing tomorrow night is speed homebrewing, where I'm going to have a 5-minute timer to try to make a bunch of homebrew based on nonsense that you guys sent me. So that's going to be a lot of fun. But it is time to prepare yourself. Are you ready? Do you feel ready? I feel ready. But then again, I'm not the one that's on the line. It's you! No, you're gonna be fine. You're not on the line. I'm gonna be nice, I promise. Bop 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 beep boop boop. All right, guys, everybody take a deep breath in. I haven't actually used this thing in a while, so let's see if it still works. Let's go back to here. All right, guys, catch a deep breath. Let's you know, homebrew time.
On a cold night. On a cold night. Tonight. On a cold night. On a cold night.
Okay, guys. Behold the wheel. Welcome. No, Olivia, I know it's confusing. I am not Jesus. For folks that don't know, here's how it works. Here's the wheel. So, we are going to be doing a couple things a little differently this week because I was sick as a dog this weekend. We are going to be doing some wheel tonight, and then we're going to do more wheel tomorrow, which means that if your piece doesn't get picked tonight, there's just as much a chance that it will get picked tomorrow. And if you're somebody that didn't even know that this existed, well, guess what? You can still submit to the wheel for tomorrow. What kinds of things are you reviewing? Homebrew, D&D Homebrew. We're starting with Geo. I gotta lower the music a little bit. Too loud. All right, Geo. Start us off, buddy. Take us on a journey. Oh, that's not the right Geo. That's not the right Geo. That's the right Geo. This is a piece of homebrew I made to make a cool magic bow and to emulate the bow from the 3D Zeldas. Okay. Let's take a look. Hero's Bow, very rare. Requires attunement by a good aligned whatever. The bow has been passed down through generations of heroes in order to slay foes that lay out their blades' reach. It draws upon runes carved into wooden frames to empower arrows fired from it. You have +1 bonus to attack and damage rolls. The bow has 6 charges and regains 1d4 plus 2 charges at dawn. In addition, as a bonus action, you can expend a spell slot of this bow to recharge it. Depending on what the bow does, I would not do this. I would drop this part immediately. Flame Shot. When you attack using the bow, you can expend a charge to make a flaming shot. On a hit, the bow deals an additional 2d6 fire damage on a hit or miss. The arrow then explodes. The target and each creature within 5 feet of it must make a succeed on a 18 saving throw or take 4d4 fire damage. My first thought is this is a little too strong. I would probably make this 1d6 and I would probably make this 2d4. When you make an attack using this bow, you can expend 1 charge to make a freezing shot. On a hit, the bow deals 2d6 cold damage. The target has to make a con saving throw. Have their speed reduced by 10. They can only take 1 action or bonus action on their next turn. In addition, any liquid within 5 feet of the arrow is frozen. Okay, that's pretty cool. Radiant Shot. When you make an attack using the bow, you can expend 2 charges to make it a radiant shot. On a hit, the bow deals an additional 3d6 radiant damage. and the target and each creature within 5 feet has to make a con saving throw or be blinded for 1 minute. The saving throw can be repeated at the end of each of their turns. On a success, it ends the effect. The affected area becomes illuminated in sunlight until the end of your next turn. I feel like this is mostly pretty solid. It's a little strong. It's a little on the strong side. I would either significantly lower the number of charges you get, or I would make everything the charges do a lot weaker. It's your call. I would probably make this a 3-charge item, not a 6-charge item. Yeah, and bold the titles. Bold, bold, bold. And yeah, after reading what these do, I would not do the recharge off of a spell slot. And those are my thoughts. Mostly, I think it's pretty solid. I like it. I like a bow that can do a bunch of unique things. I like that it can do a little fire explosion, a little ice explosion, a little radiant explosion. It's just too strong right now. You got to tone that back. And the best way to tone it back is if you either lower the charges or lower the dice. Also, the blinded for a minute, you could cut some of that down too, probably. Although, if you still made this cost 2 charges, and this costs 1 charge, and this costs 1 charge, then I think you keep it as is. If the whole thing has 3 charges, not 2. What are you saying? It makes it very rare? The spell slot recharge almost makes it intrinsically worse on a fighter as opposed to the other two? Yes, that is also true. But it's also stronger than a lot of lower level spells. So fighters can't even use it, at least as well as paladins and rangers. That's why I'm saying, look, guys, we're all agreeing. We dropped the charge thing. We're all in agreement here. I don't have any more thoughts. Pretty straightforward. Nice item. I think an item that gives you... One of the things that is worth thinking about in general when you're making magic items is, do you want them to be all the time thing, or do you want them to be big, explosive, in the moment thing? And I think that when an item is charge-based and you have more than 3 charges, you kind of have to go for them being a little toned down. A little. They can't be super hectic. They can be a little hectic. They just can't be crazy hectic. Beelzebub. That's a good name. I used to go to school with somebody you know. Hello! I've never homebrewed a sorcerer before, so I'm a little shaky on how to balance this sorcerer. The premise is that you are spiritually connected to the Feywild, so your body gives you natural benefits to survive there, even if you're not there. Okay, let's take a look. Let's take a look at this guy. The Soul of Whimsical Sorcery. This is your first time on one of my streams? Well, welcome. I hope you enjoy it. You missed the call-in part. Now we're in the homebrew part. Which is sort of like the call-in part, but there's less calling in and more homebrew. Fey sorcerers are always good. Yeah, I like a Fey sorcerer. The Feywild has caused an innate connection between itself and your soul. Many with this magic trace it to a connection towards simply being around the Fae and their abilities. I'm going to be honest. This literally says nothing that this doesn't say. So you could just cut all of this out, this whole part. Others find deep-rooted mystery in their lineage of Fae, falling for a person in the material plane. However, the reason this magic is potent and gives you many abilities sourced from the Feywild and its inhabitants. Yeah, I think you could honestly cut about half of this out because you're sort of repeating yourself here. It's fate. Everything is fate. Okay, so we get some initial spells. And then we can either learn illusion or enchantment spells. I'm pretty sure illusion and enchantment are also the spells the Eldridge one gets, right? No, divination and enchantment. All right, might be. Charm person, disguise self, friends, mirror image, enthrall, catnap, major image, hallucinatory terrain, confusion, mislead, modify memory. So, pretty solid extra spells spell list. Having sorcery in the name for a sorcerer subclass sounds a bit tautological. Yeah, that's true. I would probably just do you could do the soul of whimsy or whimsy born. Let's see what we get at first level. At first level, your soul's connection to the Feywild has changed your physical being. Your creature type changes to Fey if it was not already. Additionally, when you cast a spell on a creature that requires a saving throw against being charmed, as a reaction to them succeeding on the saving throw, you can roll 1d4 and subtract it from their save in an attempt to make the saving throw fail. Don't say may, say can. You can use this feature once per short rest. Don't say per short or long, just say per short rest. I guess you could say per short or long. So it's basically like once a short rest bane on an enchantment spell. It's very specific. It's very specific. I almost feel like it's not enough. I mean, I guess the spells you're getting are pretty strong. But it feels... Official things say short or long rest. All right, all right. Excuse me. I don't know if this is I don't know if we're getting enough at first level here. I almost want to suggest dropping the thing where your creature type is Fey and coming up with a new feature that would be a little bit more, feel more active or feel more present in your character. You know? I feel like if I were you, I would play around with what does it mean to be a Fey enchanted creature? What does that feel like? Without the Fey tag, and I feel like I would add that here because I don't know if this is enough at first level. Once per short rest feature that only triggers on enchantment spells. The official lunar sorcery subclass has sorcerer in the name. It could be easily just remove the stipulation of needing to be a charm effect and have it be nearly any save. That's true. That's true. It could be a once per short rest. You can just have somebody roll minus a d4 from that. Okay. But again, it's still... What's the vibe of that? I'm not sure. Let's see what happens at 6th level. Misty Protections. Beginning at 6th level, as a reaction to a creature, you can see being targeted by a weapon attack. You can spend 2 sorcery points to surround the creature in a momentary illusory mist, adding a bonus to the creature's AC equal to your charisma bonus. If you want to go with this sort of feature, you need to clarify a couple things. Is this happening before the attack hits or after the attack hits? And then how long does this last? Is this 2 sorcery points to cast the shield spell on an ally? Like, does it just do it against the triggering attack? Is it until the end of until the start of their next turn? Until the start of your next turn? All of those things are pretty important. Enchantment is strong but rare. Instead, impose disadvantage or guaranteed success. I wouldn't do a guaranteed success. Could save the Fey feature for later feature as your power grows or something. I guess that's true. You could count as Fey at higher up. I like this feature mechanically. The idea of using sorcery points as sort of like a mystical shield spell, which is essentially what this is, I think is cool. I also think it fits the sorcerer vibe well, and it's not a bad at all use of sorcery points because it's essentially 2 sorcery points for a first level spell, which is like, it's fine. But I come back to the question of like, aside from the name Misty Protections, where's the Feywild in here? Because I feel like by the end of 6th level, the only thing that really makes us feel Feywild is the fact that we're a Fey creature. Like, the Misty Protections, if you called this Arcane Protections, this could work on the Clockwork Sorcerer, this could work on a lot of different things. And I feel like we need a little bit more vibe in here. And I'm wondering if there's something else you could add to this to maybe make more vibe. It could do something other than just shield them, right? It could create a misty area. It could move them a little bit. Gimme some flavor. Yeah. Wonder if they should get a elf fey ancestry thing with advantage on charm, immune to magical sleep. Fairy fire. Fairy fire could be in here too. Have I ever reviewed an almost perfect homebrew? Yeah, sure. If you had it where like a sprite appeared and gave disadvantage on the attack, that would feel way more fey. I guess, yeah. I mean, maybe some of that is flavor, but I do feel like the 6th level feature of a sorcerer really needs to feel like that sorcerer subclass. Fairy dust or something? Yeah, that's true. You know what it could do? It could do something like where it gives them armor, and then maybe does like a blast of fairy dust around them, and it could potentially coat creatures in like fairy fire for like a round. That would be really strong. So you might need to make it cost 3 sorcery points instead of 2, but that would be pretty cool. I like that. The thing about a lot of subclasses that are centered around a certain creature type is that they all start to do the similar stuff after a while. Well, that's why I was talking about with the paladin earlier. It's like you don't want to build it around a creature type. You want to build it around what a creature type is good at. All Fey subclasses are good at enchantment. All Eldritch subclasses get psychic stuff. Yeah, that's true. It is worth thinking about ways to make it unique. I agree with that. Let's look at the 14th level ability, Whimsical Potency. At 14th level, your soul's connection to the Feywild has grown to give you the ability to hide as the Fey do. When casting a spell of illusion or enchantment, School of Magic, you can cast that spell as a subtle spell meta magic without expending a sorcery point. This is too similar to the Psychic Sorcerer. Because what you're describing is basically what they get at 6th level, but the opposite. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do the subtle spell thing here. I would come up with something different. And I also think that this is a great space to add something that isn't tied to enchantment or illusion. Like, we need more diversity of... We're getting plenty of enchantment and illusion just with our spell list and stuff. Like, I don't think we need to encourage too much of that type of play this late in the game. I think we need to be worrying more about building out as opposed to just building on top of the same single thing. So, like, 14th level can be crazy. So, like, for example, the Shadow Sorcerer at 14th level, they can just teleport 120 feet. Just cash. So, like, what's some casual crazy shit you could do? Maybe you could get a Glamour Aura or a Fear Aura, sort of like the Eladrin, where... you know, you can activate it, or maybe it costs sorcery points or spell slots, and then it just makes creatures just, like, feel weird ways around you. You know what I mean? I would look at the Eladrin for sure. Because that would make a lot of sense in a spot like this. Let's look at Rules of the Fey Court, 18th level. You can assign one of the Fey Court rules to a creature as a bonus action. You can choose a creature within 60 feet of you to make a charisma saving throw equal to your spell save DC, or be put under the effects of one of the Fey Court rules. Each rule lasts for 1 hour, and you can only attempt to apply a rule to a creature once per long rest. The rules are listed below. Creatures under the effect of Zone of Truth. If the creature succeeds, they take a bunch of damage. The creature's under the effects of the spell Suggestion, but for every 10 minutes that they take damage. Don't harm outsiders. You must assign up to 5 creatures you know to as outsiders. If the target attacks or attempts to harm an outsider, then the target takes 1d10 psychic damage. However, every time the creature takes the damage while under the rule, the creature can remake the save. I'm not really sure why we're doing the Fey Courts this late in the game, if I'm being honest. I feel like if you're gonna do stuff with the Fey Courts, you got to do that way earlier. Like, treat it like the genie warlock or the lunar sorcerer, where it's like the different vibes are tied in really early. I think that for 18th level, I mean, any of these could work for 18th level. Some of them definitely feel better than others, but I question why this is the 18th level ability. I agree that Fate Court stuff is interesting. I just don't think it fits. I'm not seeing how it's the capstone of this specifically. Olivia, don't assume that. Lots of I have played in and seen many D&D games where the Fae can lie. There's no hard and fast rule that the Fae can't lie. That is very much a lore campaign specific thing. If I were you, I would spend a little bit of time to figure out how to tie the courts in earlier. And I would try to make Misty Protectors a little bit more magic feeling, more Fae feeling. I would completely drop Whimsical Potency, come up with something new here. And then try to ask, why is this the 18th level feature? Because I genuinely am not sure. Like, is this the capstone of being a Fae creature? I don't know. I'm not sure. 18th level abilities feel like they need to fight for game time with the 9th level spells. And this doesn't do it for me. It does. I mean, it doesn't. I will say it is a little bit like you're kind of just casting regular spells, but a little bit different. It is a bonus action, which is nice. But yeah, I think it's, situational. Fae can't lie. Yeah, it's a neat idea. It's a neat idea. I think it needs a little bit of vibe focus. And I would encourage you to spend a little bit of time and really think about, like, what do you want this Fae sorcerer to feel like? Because I don't know what they feel like by 14th level, other than the fact that I'm supposed to be casting mostly illusion and enchantment spells, which doesn't feel like a subclass. It feels more like a parameter. Even if the feature doesn't change in effect, it needs a higher numbers for 18th level. Isn't 18th level class special feature supposed to be lame and lackluster? No, I think is that a joke? No. Why doesn't YouTube have a live chat feature? I don't know, man. Ask YouTube. All right, let's give a round of applause to Beelzebub for this lovely piece. Thank you, Beelzebub, for sharing. We appreciate it very much. Thank you. Oh, man. Okay, thank you, Patrick. Patrick sent me a clip. Guys, you guys don't clip my show enough. It's the most fucking self-centered thing I've ever said. I apologize. But I do really like, whenever anybody makes clips from my shows, if they post them in my Discord or send them to me, I go watch them. I like those clips. Carl Agener. There's a whole section in the Discord just for them. Okay. Let's see. The following document is my attempt to fill out what Wizard of the Coast laziness could not and create full rules for spell jamming ships. This homebrew uses what precious little we were given. Oh my god, I can feel your rage in this. The document is 3 pages. I'm not going to read all 3 pages. If I may make a request, I am partially interested in your thoughts on the rules presented in ship actions and officer actions and ship damage. Okay, I'll check that out. I'm the only person you watch live? There's a button. Isn't there a button? There's a clip button, I think. I think it's on the bar. I think it's in the stream bar. You don't have to do it. But I'm pretty sure it's a button. I think it's little scissors. Let me see if I can find it really quickly. Yeah, oh my god. For people that are telling me they don't know how to clip, I love you and I appreciate you being a part of the show, but you literally just need to look down a little bit. There's a big button that says clip. Okay. Let's take a look. So what did you want me to look at? Ship actions? Okay, I'll look at the ship actions. One thing that I'm going to say is, if you want a great example of good airship mechanics, look no farther than the Dark Matter book by Mage Hand Press. In combat, a ship's crew takes up to 3 actions on a ship's turn. Any member of the crew may choose to take their turns. Don't say may. Independently on their own initiative, in which case they do not assist in the actions on the ship's turn. Each action may be taken only once unless otherwise specified. That is a confusing way of saying that. I would probably create specific actions that could be taken on the ship, and players would still roll initiative as normal, and they would decide whether they were taking an action that they could normally take or they were choosing to take a ship action. And the way that Mage Hand Press does it is that you have different ship roles, so you can be better at different types of ship actions or interact with them differently. And one of the roles is the captain, and the captain can choose to sacrifice their turn or use their turn to choose the initiative order of the players, so they can kind of like direct the order of which things happen. So I would do that if I were you. A move action makes sense. Movement can include one turn up to 90 degrees. I think that's fine. Straight lines and then turns is a lot of fun. You could also change your ships so that some ships require a full move action to move, a full move action to turn 90 degrees. Some ships can turn 360 and do all whatever, because that makes them feel a lot more agile. So like this is a mechanic that you can expand on depending on ships and ship sizes. Ships fire weapons. This is another one where you can tie it to ships and ship sizes. Like there could be weapons that require one ship action. There could be other weapons that require two ship actions, or maybe require multiple players to be engaging with it at a time. There could also be weapons that are directional. So like if your ship is facing forward, you can use the forward guns, but you have to take the turn to turn your ship to get the fire on the broadside. Prepare to board. A number of crewmen plus one of the first mate's charisma modifier can hold their action to board a ship. That's kind of an interesting idea. I like that. And volley. The ship's crew attack with whatever ranged weapons they have. I wouldn't do this. I would just let the... if you wanted to make the ship have different types of guns and have some of them work differently, that's fine. But I would let people, if they're just taking their own turns, to just let them take their own turns. You know, if you have an archer and a wizard, let the archer shoot some arrows and the wizard shoot some fireballs. I think it's a cool idea. The thing that I would push back on is the each ship takes 3 actions part. I would make the ship actions tie into the player actions, and you could limit ship actions to requiring a certain amount of players. So it's like, if you want to drive the battleship, you're going to need to find a crew so that they can do a bunch of those things to take care of it, you know? Those are my thoughts. Thank you, Carl Agner. Oh my god, we're having a battle between Homebrewery and GM Binder in the chat. Who's gonna win? Who will win? Will win. This is gonna show up in a million different places because it's also just a word. There it is. Will. I get that burrowing is really abusable mechanic in the player's hands, but I've done my best to balance it and keep it from breaking the game. Also, view these guys kind of like earthbenders instead of moles. It'll make a lot more sense. I'm going to be honest with you. Trying to come up with a lot of caveats to make burrowing balanced is not a good strategy, in my opinion. Because here's what, like, look how fucking long this thing is. Oh my god. Okay. This is gonna take too many words to explain. Barbarians who follow the path of the Undertian, funny name, follow much more than just their paths. This sentence says nothing. Cut it out. Residing in the vast desert plains and mountain ranges, Undertians are a class of massive creatures capable of shaping the land to their own will. Those who adopt this path make brave or foolish choice to live near them and learn their ways. While most are unfit to shed these stones, honestly, man, I think that you could probably just cut all of this out. Probably. Drawing on this power, these daring few can command the earth in ways no others can effortlessly. Yeah, I think you just got a little too many words in the middle here. Let's see what we get at 3rd level. Also, I'll post it in the chat if I haven't yet. Under Titan. No, I'm gonna call it Undertian. Undertitan. 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 Okay, fine. You're right. It's Undertitan. There should be a dash here. Your time around the Under Titans has taught you how to manipulate the earth at your will. While you have both hands free except your earthen knuckles, gain the following benefits. You need to make this feature tied to rage. Every barbarian's main 3rd level feature is tied to its rage. While raging, you have a there you go. You have a burrow speed equal to your walking speed and gain tremor sense to of the same range, and can be seen moving while less than 5 feet underground. If you choose to burrow within 5 feet of a hostile creature, they can make an attack of opportunity before you go underground. You must end your turn completely above ground, as the energy required to maintain the move with a pocket in the earth as the energy required to maintain and move with a pocket in the earth wanes. You can only burrow 15 feet deep. If you attempt to end your turn underground, you are pushed straight towards the closest. Blah blah blah. You take force damage. I'm gonna be honest. Why are we What is the goal of this to build a class that can burrow? I just feel like this is so much to try to make burrowing work. Like, even with all of these limitations, people are saying that it's a bit strong. And the truth of the matter is, you're doing all of this work to essentially create a situation where you can move without being targeted up to your movement speed. That's it. That's the only thing that's happening here. Do you know what I mean? Like, the way that I would probably do this is I would probably write it like this. While raging, you gain a tremor sense equal to you gain a tremor sense of 30 feet. In addition, on your turn, as a bonus action, you can dive into the ground and move horizontally along it to a space within 15 feet of you, and then emerge. Or something like that. Like, just describe it as basically a teleport. Because that's what it is. You've cut everything away from burrowing other than the movement and the undercover part. So just make it, reword it so it's like a teleport. Because a burrow speed is still too strong, as Chad is pointing out. Burrow speed in the snow makes sense. Earthen knuckles while raging. So if all of these things are happening while raging, you need to say while raging up here. While raging, you gain the following benefits. Earthen diver, blah, 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 blah. Earthen knuckles. You can create a set of earthen knuckles on each hand. They are simple weapons that you are proficient with that deal 1d6 piercing damage or slashing damage. When you begin your rage, this die increases to a d8 at 6th level, d10 at 10th, and d12 14th. Why do we get this? What is the point of this? What is this supposed to feel like that makes things different? Is this to encourage feeling like an unarmed fighter? I'm not sure. Emergence. While burrowed, you can attack a creature directly above you. Your earthen knuckles emerge to attempt to strike upward before slamming down. If the target is your size or smaller, on a hit, it must make a dex saving throw or be knocked in the air and slammed down, taking... This should be bludgeoning damage, not force damage. Bludgeoning damage. It lands prone in its place of your choice. I mean, dude, you could combine all of these together into one feature. I would do it something like this. When you rage, as a bonus action when you rage, and on subsequent turns as a bonus action, you can dive into the ground and re-emerge anywhere on the ground within 30 feet of you, so long as it is on a connected piece of ground, and it's flat, horizontal. If you emerge under a creature, that creature has to make a dexterity saving throw. On a failure, they take 1d6 damage and are knocked prone. It's a bonus action potential prone, and it's a big movement thing. It could just be that. That could be the whole feature. This could probably be something separate. Again, I'm not really sure what the point of it is, other than to encourage unarmed fighting. And if that is the point, I guess that's fine. It's just... I don't... Maybe it'll come into play later more. but I'm not sure why it seems like it's important in a way that I'm not picking up on. Why can't you use? But that's what I'm saying is okay. So then I think you just drop this because again, I don't think you should have a normal burrow speed. I just don't think it's worth doing. And if this whole thing is built around trying to have a burrow speed, it's like, how do I build a battleship out of paper? I don't know, man. You fucking don't. 6th level, Evolved Hunter. Your observations of the Under Titans have taught you more about their habitats and habits. Gain the following benefits. You are unaffected by extreme heat, have access to your tremor sense outside of rage. Again, we need to know the range of this, and I think it shouldn't be more than 30 feet. I feel like 30 feet is very far. I would actually probably make it... I'd probably make it 10 feet if I were you. I'd probably make it 10 feet. 15 feet tops. You could scale it off of something. So you could go at like... You have a tremor sense equal to 5 times your rage damage modifier. So it could start as 10 and then become 15 and then 20 later. William, I don't understand what the fuck. Why are you typing in all caps? Are you not hearing what I'm saying? I'm saying, listen, Betty. I'm saying, I'm giving you fucking feedback, man. I'm telling you that I don't think that these mechanics work. You don't need to listen to me, but the way these mechanics are written, the only reason why you have Earthen Knuckles is because you can't use free hands while burrowing. There's no rule for that. You're making that rule that you are now saying you have to follow. I don't understand. Like, that's what I'm saying. It's like, why are you building these loops that you need to, like, it's like you're building a hoop, setting it on fire, and then making a thing that you need to jump through. You don't need to build the hoop. You don't need to set it on fire. You could just make a mechanic work differently. That's what I'm saying. Please write in all caps more. It gives me permission to yell. So having tremor sense, I think, is solid. I think it's fine. I don't think there's anything crazy about it. Can additionally burrow through a natural... Yeah, I guess I would just drop this second part. Seeker. While burrowed, don't say may, say can. You can replace one attack with a Seeker. A targeted shockwave sent through the ground. Save this for higher levels, or put this at 3rd level. This is not... I feel like this don't fit a 6th level barbarian. Actually, maybe it does. Barbarians are changing. The new giant barbarian goes against the rules in this way, so maybe I have to be more open-minded. Make a simple ranged melee attack against the creature. 60-20. On a hit, they take 2d d6 force damage and becomes a clear image through your tremor sense. I don't understand the point. Until the end of your next turn, you can see their outline clearly. You have advantage on attacks against it. It has disadvantage on emergence. This is too strong. Okay, so I like the shockwave. I like the idea that you can like slam the ground and make a shockwave, but doing all this extra stuff where you get advantage on attacks and you see things, and that's too much. That's too strong. If you want to make it like how Toft sees, I hate to break it to you, that's just tremor sense. That's just tremor sense. You don't need a new feature for that. That literally is tremor sense. If you want to do a feature where you make a shockwave and it does some shockwave stuff, I think that's cool. But that I would not use it for how to describe tremor sense, because the only thing you really need to describe tremor sense is tremor sense. Blindsight's a little different than tremor sense. I think tremor sense actually fits a lot better here. I get why they did that. Yeah, I would lean away from all this bonus stuff. And I'm seeing all sorts of things like you're talking about spell levels and stuff. Like, just drop all that. Drop all that. What are you talking about? Spell level of this effect increases. What spell are you fucking talking about? Yeah, you're confusing yourself. Oh, I see. It's literally casting Erupting Earth. Oh, that's 10th level. I'm mixing myself up. I'm mixing up. I'm sorry. Okay, let me keep going. 10th level. You embrace the violence of the Under Titans, gain the following benefits. Catch prey. When you critically hit, you don't critically strike in D&D, you critically hit. When you critically hit with emergence and the target fails its save, you can slam it hard enough to bury it 5 feet underground. The target is restrained and cannot breathe. On its turn, the target can use its action to attempt to dig themselves out. It makes a strength, bop, bop, bop. If it succeeds, it digs out with no remaining movement. If not, it remains underground. A creature with a burrow speed does not need... I really like this feature. I don't think you should tie it to emergence. I think it should just be like a special move you can do. Like, sort of like the Beast Barbarian. Here, let me show you something. So the Beast Barbarian at 10th level gets like these special things it can do with its attacks. And basically, it's just like when you make an attack, you can just do one of these special things. And you can do that proficiency bonus times per long rest. I would do this the same way. I would just make this a special move that you could do. I wouldn't force it to be tied to a critical. You can do that mostly standalone later. Well, that doesn't change the fact that I still think you should just be able to do it here. Erupting Force. Once per turn during your rage, don't say may. You can replace one attack with a vicious strike towards the ground. This strike creates the effects of Erupting Earth at 4th level. Is Erupting Earth a 4th level spell? What does Erupting Earth do? It's 3rd level. Okay. Structures of creatures fail automatically. You can use this feature number of times equal to proficiency. The spell level increases to 5th at 14th. I would not do the scaling of the spell. Or if I did the scaling, I would make that a part of the 14th level feature. I wouldn't do it I wouldn't do it. And I certainly wouldn't scale it past 14th level. Like, I would drop all this stuff. I would probably have the spell start at 3rd level, and then maybe make it. Yeah, I would actually. You know what? Because you can. I'll tell you what. You could make it scale if it's a once a day feature. If it's on proficiency bonus times per long rest, you just can't. The scaling is the proficiency bonus. That's where the scaling is. So just casting Erupting Earth as a 3rd level spell, done. This is not a caster. I don't know why you decided to base it off wizards. It's a martial class is not intended to have nearly the same casting level as a non-martial class. Also, the way that you've written it, this would essentially allow you to cast 6 7th level spells, which is more powerful than any caster. Stop making excuses. If you don't want me to yell at you, stop writing in all caps. If you keep writing all caps, I'm going to keep yelling at you because you're coming off like a dingus. But only because you're typing in all caps and you're being really defensive. 14th level. At this point, it's hard to tell apart monsters, blah, 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 blah. During your rage, the size limit of emergence increases again. I don't know. We're just dropping the whole emergence thing, so you just ignore all that. Merciless. During your rage, when you hit a prone creature that is one size larger than you or smaller, you can force it to make a strength saving throw. This is just the exact same thing as catch prey. Just make that the catch prey feature earlier. Relentless. Once per turn. For every 20 feet you burrow before attacking an enemy creature, gain temporary HP equal to half the damage done. That doesn't really feel like it fits the vibe of this at all. I think you need I would just completely rewrite. I think you need a brand new 14th level feature. I think this needs to be written from the ground up. I'm not sure what you want it to be. It could be one super once a day earthquake move. It could be maybe the ability to travel with other creatures underground. Maybe it could be some ability to do Earth Glide for a very brief period of time. But I would just come up with something brand new here. Brand new. And I think if I were you, I would lean more into the Earthbender stuff. Because you mentioned you wanted this to be like an Earthbender. And there's a lot of stuff you could give it that I think could help you make it feel more like that. Like the spell mold. Why doesn't this guy get the cantrip Mold Earth, for example? Like, there's just a lot of little things that I think you could do. You could give it effects to create difficult terrain around itself, or to be able to ignore difficult terrain. All of that kind of stuff. Most of my creative writing workshop classes had a rule where the person whose work was being reviewed wasn't allowed to speak unless asked a direct question. That is generally what I go by, but if somebody's yelling in all caps, I will give them a hard time. Yeah, but you're not casting Mold Earth during rage because you're smashing stuff during rage. It's for when you're not raging. All right. I think it's a neat idea. I do not think it solves the problem of burrowing. I think it just sort of has the problem of burrowing. So I would, if you want to keep working on it, I would strongly encourage you to move away from the burrowing, and I would think of mechanics that you could do that would implement a burrow vibe, but aren't actually a burrow speed. Yeah. Or maybe at 14th level, it could have something more like a traditional burrow speed, but I don't want to wait that long for something that I'm not going to like that much. Or that's not going to be that cool, you know? I would rather just have other features that did really cool, explosive, burrow feeling things. Yeah. Those are my thoughts. Thank you for sharing. Let's give a round of applause for Will. This is Will's first piece. Thank you, Will. All right. I need to get a little bit more water, but the sink is right there. So you don't have to wait that long. I'll get it in a minute. I'll get it right now even. I feel like my chair's about to break. I need to get a new chair. All right, I'm gonna get some water. Everybody, listen, everybody calm down. Calm down. Okay. Let's see who's next, shall we? Sometimes I have to take a break and you guys really go crazy. Sync time. Yeah, get that sync on. Next we have Kalthos. Kalthos brings us a piece. First of all, I made this with D&D Beyond, and second, I wanted to make a subclass for a sorcerer that had a melee twist, since 5e there isn't one. Alright, let's take a look. This is something that I have seen other people attempt several times. I'm always interested in seeing how a melee sorcerer will be done. I think that the biggest challenge in making a melee sorcerer is knowing what it is other than being a melee sorcerer. Like, the Hexblade Warlock isn't just a melee warlock. They are a curse and sort of like... They're like a curse-based warlock. And the Blade Singing... the Blade Singer wizard isn't just a melee wizard. They're sort of like a speedy, dexterous dancer wizard, you know? So vibe is really important here. So that's going to probably be the thing that I'm looking for the most. Other than just, like, you know, reading it. Also, let me just see if any of these fucking jabronis want to come on stream. None of y'all are online. I was going to, Here, let me just see something. Alright, I'm just going to call Caustic for 1 second. We're doing a break. Tiny break. We're going to look at it in a second. Let's see what Caustic's doing. Oh, she's doing an ad. Alright, we're not going to worry about that yet. Alright, I'll call her in a minute. I'm hanging up on her. Alright. Ancient Spellblade. Credit to Rusko. Let's go, Rusko. You have been born with an ancient magic that has always been different from other spellcasters, yet still impressive nonetheless. This sentence says nothing. You need to gut into the details specifically. Your innate spellcasting ability has allowed you to weave a weapon made of pure arcane energy. This can be your first sentence. Your potential with these abilities is still unknown, but maybe with time you can find secrets to your powers. Yeah, you need to figure out what the other thing is. There needs to be another vibe here. I don't know what that vibe's going to be, but you need to figure out what that's going to be. What are you doing, Caustic? You're still doing ads? Answer your phone. Your Discord phone. Alright, I'm calling her one more time. Let's see if she picks up. This will be a true test of friendship. Caustic, answer your phone.
Your character can permanently die forever. I don't know. I haven't done it yet. Is that impressive? I haven't perma-killed any of my D&D characters.
She's not answering me.
In Baldur's Gate 3. At this point. At this point. Soon. Soon there will be more. You're guessing your
She's
tomb
ignoring
death?
me.
Yes, not my actual death.
Oh no,
Just
she's,
my character.
She's about to see my comment.
I think we could have a lot of fun with
She's
character
about to see my
creation again.
comment.
I'm tempted about that. Answer my phone. I don't answer my phone when I stream. Oh no. When I have this thing, especially on Mondays and Thursday nights because they're my decompress stream. I just focus on just streaming.
I
Like,
accept.
it is
I
low
am streaming
pressure.
too.
I'm just here. I'm just chilling.
just
I'm
wanted
sorry.
to
Also, my
say
PC
hi.
glitches sometimes when I'm
No
streaming
worries.
at the same time. I don't think I have very
I
good
have a
CPU. Look at this girl. It looks like her mouth is open.
We shall play soon. Okay.
I don't know if she's watching this. What's up, Ombat? I do discover other options.
All right, Caustic.
You were hoping to watch some Baldur's Gate 3 anyway? Oh, I've never played Baldur's
Bye,
Gate
Caustic.
1 and 2.
You're great.
What?
I love you. All right. Anyway. Okay. Let's take a look at what we get with these class features. I appreciate that you guys were all the mods clapped me. They did. Did the mods delete what I said? They didn't delete my comments. My comments were still there. Oh, you deleted your comment. Self-defense. At first level, they did. Oh, I missed that part. It said deleted by moderator. Your mods deleted my comments. All right, I'm gonna tell Toxic my comments. I accept. Fine. Jeez Louise. All right. Self-defense. At first level, you're training with your instructors to learn to defend yourself up close and avoid hits if possible has paid off. Oh my god. That is such a long sentence. You can just say, at first level, you're training. At first level, you have trained to defend yourself. You can just say that. You gain proficiency with light armor and all simple weapons. Plus, you can use your charisma modifier for attack and damage rolls of your, say, with your, what? Plus, you can use your charisma modifier for attack and damage rolls of your attacks with simple weapons and your spell blade. I think what you mean to say is, and you can use your charisma modifier in place of strength or dex when you make melee weapon attacks. Do you intend this to be melee weapon attacks? Because right now this also works with like ranged weapons too. Spellblade manifestation. You have the power to use. You have the power to use magic in ways others can't, and as such are able to create a weapon of pure arcane energy called Spellblade. Why? I'm gonna be honest. If you get a Spellblade, I'm gonna be curious. I almost want to be like, you shouldn't. I feel like we should drop that you can use melee simple weapons and just give you a cool Spellblade. Through your defense training, you have managed to. Oh my God, your sentences are so long. Through your defense training, you have managed to use your magic effectively in response to ranged attackers, and you have learned the ability to strike your enemies with a weapon made of pure magic that you are proficient with. Please just say, this is all we need. At first level, you have the power to create a pure blade. Get rid of everything else. Get rid of all this whole part that I'm bolded. Get rid of. As an action, you can spend a first level spell slot to create a weapon, taking the form of your choice that lasts for 10 minutes or until dispelled. No action required. And make one melee spell attack that deals 1d8 force damage plus your charisma modifier. So you want to end the sentence here, and you want to say, like, it deals 1d8 force damage plus your charisma modifier at first level and increases as you gain levels. And then you can put that, all of that. That's fine. Additionally, of 1 AC, this should probably be in its own section. At 7th level, you can make 2 attacks. If you're going to give yourself second attack, this should be the 6th level feature. You should make your second attack 6th level feature. That's what you should do. This does feel sort of like the Soul Knife Sorcerer. Is it? What do you mean? Was that a thing? I'm not sure the Soul Knife is a thing. Soul Blade Sorcerer? This seems like it's a Reddit thing, not a real thing. Oh, if it's on Wikidot, then that's just Homebrew. That's just someone else's Homebrew. So yeah, you got to make sure it's a... So honestly, the main feedback that I have for you is you need to majorly simplify your writing. You are saying way too much to get way too little across. You could boil all of this down into, at first level, you gain proficiency with light armor, and you gain the ability to summon a spell blade. As an action, you can expend... I would make it as a bonus action, you can expend a first level spell slot to create a weapon that you are proficient with. It deals 1d8 force damage plus your charisma modifier. At higher level, as you gain levels in sorcerer class, it gains higher levels. Period. And additionally, while you are wielding a soul blade, you get a +1 bonus to your AC. Boom. I'm not... make this the 6th level feature if you're going to do extra attack. At 6th level, you've learned to combine... I'm just going to skip the first half of what you say because I know that it's not actually what it is. You gain the ability to use any simple weapon or your spellblade as a spellcasting focus for your sorcerer spells. You gain this feature... When you gain this feature at higher levels... What does that mean when you gain this feature at higher levels? Choose up to 4 elements to merge your weapon with? What? What are you talking about? What does this mean? This is very unclear. So I think what you're trying to say here is you can make your spellblade change the damage type that it deals. I think that's what you're trying to say. If that's what you're trying to say, you need to say that you can, and look at like sorcerer meta magic. There's a sorcerer meta magic for changing damage types. There's an there's a warlock invocation for changing damage types. Yeah, because just saying one element doesn't mean anything. What is an element in D&D? That means nothing. Separate flavor from rules. Yes. When you gain this feature, end at higher levels. Oh, I see. Yeah. I still think that this should probably just be extra attack. I mean, it could be extra attack, and you can make your weapon attack deal one of these 4 different damage types. I think that's fine. But the thing is, if you're already dealing force damage, like, there's almost no reason to change it. Force damage is so good. And I do feel like you want this thing to feel like it's its unique own thing, and all you're really doing is making it more like feel more like a Eldritch Blast almost. Like, it just makes it feel more like a... Like, the thing that I'm going to point out right now is that right now, I couldn't tell you what this has that is unique when you compare it to a Hexblade. All right? Like, the only thing it really gets is that when it has its special weapon, it gets a bonus to its AC. I don't know if that's unique enough. Magical smites, you gain access to these smites to further increase your damage output. What level do you get these at? Do we get all 3 of these? Oh my god. Oh, you have all of these different elemental types. Oh, you do explain them. Oh, this is too much. This is too much. Bonus action, choose to merge your weapon with the magical elements, gaining 1d6 extra acid damage. Any creature hit with the weapon. I'll be honest, if you want to do this kind of thing, I think it's fine. I get it. I get what's happening here now. You can do bonus actions to do a little bit of extra damage. That's cool. The way that this thing is broken down is really confusing because you're talking about elemental types here, but you also mentioned them here for the first time. So the order of things is just confusing. Yeah, and it's just way too much. Like, I would probably, like... I'm honestly, I'm not even going to read them because I read the first one, which is it's going to lose AC. So it's like, that's just too strong. So honestly, I would just make these based on damage types. And you're already getting extra attack. You're already getting extra smites. You're getting too much stuff. And we're getting a whole spell shield thing. Yeah, you're getting too much, man. You're getting too much. So, when you're making Homebrew, it is really, really important that you figure out what your thing needs so that it feels unique and what it what it needs so that it feels like it is cool. And then when you're done doing that, you need to look at other sorcerers and be like, is this thing getting a lot more than them? Because if it is, then you need to cut back what you're giving your sorcerer. Or whatever you're making. The way that this thing is written right now, it's essentially like, just to give you an example, this is a very powerful 6th level feature. This is a very powerful 6th level feature. This is a very powerful 6th level feature. This is probably a pretty powerful 6th level feature. That's like 4 6th level features. A sorcerer should get 1. And it can be really powerful, but it should cost sorcery points if it's going to be powerful. And it probably, if you're going for the extra attack guy, it should be extra attack. The other thing is, if you're going for an extra attack sorcerer, the damage die shouldn't scale on the sorcerer blade. 14th level, Flurry of Blades. At 14th level, I'm not even going to read Spell Shield. We're skipping it. There's already too much going on at this level. It's not going to be helpful. I'm not going to have anything new to say other than there's too much here. At 14th level, your reach with your spell blade increases to 10 feet while you have it manifested. And you can spend 4 sorcery points to attack 1 extra time with your spell blade strike. And you can choose to spend an additional 3 sorcery points to increase the effect of your gravity field. This is, again, there's too many things. Too many things. Pick things. And if you're going to make it 3 different things, give them bullet points. Split them up. This is just too many things. Too much is going on right now. Like, I don't even remember where the gravity field is. The gravity field feels like a very unimportant part of this subclass. I'm not sure why it's coming back here. The additional ace, yeah. I don't know, man. I would just come up with a new 14th level feature. Honestly, I think this thing needs pretty much ground up work. 18th level. You can spend spell slots to empower your weapon with arcane energy. What do we actually do? What do we actually get? By spending 10 sorcery points. Wait, you can empower your weapon with arcane energy. What does that mean? Oh, you can do all these things with the different spell slots. This is just too many options, my friend. I'm gonna give you some. We're gonna be done reading this piece now, because at this point, this is the advice you need to hear, friend. Is that it is just too many options. It is just too many options. One second. Okay. Options on options on options on options is too much. I think you need to boil this down to, what do you want this thing to be? What's the coolest part? Sure, you summon a magic sword. What else is it? It can't be everything. Pick something specific. Build it towards that, and then give it other things that kind of tie around those things. As other people have mentioned in the chat, full casters get a lot of stuff going on, so you don't want to overload their subclass, and this is a big overload of subclass. I hope you continue to keep working on it, and thank you very much for sharing. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, I have to, you know what I have to do? I have to remember to, like, I have to remember to, like, remove these things from the wheel so that I don't accidentally call the peoples again. I'll have to go back and do that for the beginning of stream. Well, we're gonna use the same wheel again tomorrow, Olivia. But it's true, not even a dent. There we go. I know there's a bunch of additional boxes where information needs to go, but I have no clue what information needs to go where. I might have nothing to say about this piece if it's just written in chaos. A origami cloak. If you don't know how or want to spend the time to learn how to use D&D Beyond, just put it in a Word document and format it yourself. I usually go, I don't know. It kind of depends. I'm not tired yet. And I do feel like I have some energy in me still. So we'll go for at least a little while longer. The origami cloak. Wondrous item, uncommon, requires attunement. Magic cloak appears to be made of lightweight yet sturdy fabric that shimmers in the light. The cloak is decorated with intricate patterns that resemble the folds of origami paper. While wearing the cloak, you gain the following benefits. When you move quickly, such as when riding a broom or being pushed by a gust of wind, the cloak folds itself into a streamlined shape, reducing drag resistance and allowing faster movement. You gain a +2 bonus to acrobatics checks made to perform complex maneuvers such as sharp turns or sudden stops. Oh, that's fun. If you fall from... You need to bold all of this stuff. If you fall from a height of at least 30 feet, the cloak spreads out to create a large surface, which allows you to descend safely and more slowly. You fall at a rate of 60 feet per round and take no damage. And then aesthetic appeal. The intricate pattern of the cloak changes depending on the lighting conditions and your surroundings, making you the center of attention and any gathering. You gain +1 bonus to charisma performance checks made to impress and entertain others. Okay, so you get a flat +1 bonus on performance checks, a flat +2 bonus to acrobatics checks, and permanent feather fall. This is probably a rare item, maybe even very rare. I think it's kind of fine. I guess I'm a little bit confused as to how all of the pieces fit together. Like, I want to see more... I'm not buying the performance check, acrobatics check, featherfall just yet. It feels like there's something missing, and I'm not sure exactly what. Maybe the problem is like there's a lot of description in the middle, and I would get rid of all the description in the middle. You want really just mechanics here. Put the description up at the top, and maybe there you could talk about how it's like a performative origami cloak or something, because I'm not exactly sure. Some of the connective tissues are missing. But I think overall it's pretty neat. Disadvantage on dexterity checks because origami paper is noisy. That's a fun idea. That's very funny. But yeah, I don't have much more to say about it. It's a neat idea. And I like items that give specialized skill bonuses. I think that's a lot of fun. And none of these are that crazy. They're all pretty solid. So yeah, I'm a fan. Honestly, I think the thing that's missing is it's a little bit underscaled. And it is flavor. There's a little bit of the structure of how it's written that feels a little off. Next we have Jake. This is my first homebrew submission. Exciting. Ah, to be a first-time homebrewer. What a wonderful thing it is. What a strange world it is that we live in. Alrighty here. Oops. I'm losing myself. Potion of 2 dimensions. This glass potion's dimensions have a normal height and width, but its depth is razor thin. That is a little odd. I would probably call that like a petri dish then, you know? There is a sky blue bubbling liquid inside. When you drink this potion, your body and any objects you're carrying turn 2-dimensional for 1 minute. Interesting. Weird. Choose a 5-foot wide line that extends for as far as you can see in front of you. This line continues behind you as well. While you are 2-dimensional, you are invisible to any creature that is in this line. What does that mean? I guess if they're like right in front or behind you. When you move, don't say you may, you can change direction. While you are 2-dimensional, you can move through another creature's space once per turn. If you do so, that creature must make a saving throw or take 2d8 force damage or half as much on a success. This is really interesting. I probably would say for the movement thing, I probably would make it like at the start of your turn, you pick a direction, and it is like this way or this way. Like it has to be along the grid. I probably would make it so you can like turn, and then you could like 90-degree angle turn. I also might make it so that you can't see anything that's not on those lines because you're 2-dimensional. So you could only see things that are directly in front of you or behind you because you exist in 2-dimensional space. So I might limit you in that way where you're blind on either side of you also. Really lean into it. I don't know if it's paper cut damage. I feel like it's like reality warping damage, you know? At least it feels more like that to me. Flat Stanley? Yeah, exactly. It's a cool idea for a spell, for a potion, though. I really like it. Very creative, very flavorful. I think you could, if I were you, I would just push it farther. Push it farther, Jake. Would the player become like a flounder, where they can only see on one side? I would let them see in front and behind them, because if you ever read the book Flatlands, that's how 2-dimensional creatures see. They just see the line. Or the page, rather. The line is when you're 1-dimensional. And just the dot. Next we have Shizu. I've been doing Homebrew for a little over a year and a half and have amassed about 30 subclasses. Wow. And a class. Very cool. And a whole boatload of spells. I've only recently dipped my toes into DMing. It's always interesting when people make a lot of brew before they DM. I feel like dungeon mastering is so helpful for brewing. Like I feel like it makes you a lot better of a brewer. I want our forever DM to actually be a player. Either way, my process is anyways, here's this barbarian subclass. All right, let's take a look. Path of Brutality. Oh, it's all dark. Okay, let's take a look. You embody the harsh, refined rage of the savage primitives of ancient past. What does that mean? I wouldn't use that language. That's pretty. Feel like there's a lot of negative stuff that will come with that. You rip and tear at your foes, maiming them in the most brutal ways possible. Your fighting style favors goring your enemies with your bare hands. Okay, let's dive into the meat. Primal Rage. Starting at 3rd level, when you rage, your hands grow durable, sharp claws. Your unarmed strikes deal 1d6 damage plus your strength modifier. As you learn to... additionally, you can add your rage bonus to your unarmed strikes. Okay, so this is so far feels very similar to the Beast Barbarian. Brutal Strike. While raging, when you score a critical hit on a creature or reduce a creature to 0 hit points with an unarmed strike, you can use your reaction to soak yourself in their blood. This effect lasts for 1 minute. Gain temporary hit points equal to half your character level rounded down, plus your con modifier. While the effects of your brutal strike, your rage does not disappear if you do not deal damage for 1 round. This is starting to fall into a pit that I have seen. Yeah, Savage Primitives is generally pretty problematic language. Big agree. The other thing that I'm going to say is this is kind of falling into a pit of class but better. And class but better is never a great place to be when you're making a subclass. Like, the temp hit points plus just being able to keep your rage going, And the other feature is just like, this is just a thing that Beast Barbarians get. So like, I'm not really feeling any vibe out of the first level, other than it feels like a little bit of Beast Barbarian plus temporary, plus you can rage better. That's not super unique, you know? I would lean into trying to make it feel a little bit more unique quickly. And not make it so tied to just Barbarian, but better. You can already add your rage damage to unarmed strikes. Good to know. Primal Bloodlust. At 6th level, while you're raging, your unarmed strikes are magic. Okay, that's fine. Additionally, you can add your strength modifier to any intimidation checks you make. I like that. I like that. Intimidation checks, strength modifier is cool. Although I think a lot of Dungeon Masters will do that anyway, but I like that. Also, when you are a creature within 20 feet of you takes damage from any source, you can use your reaction to enter your rage. Nah, I'd probably drop that. Brutal. I guess it's fine. Like, it gives you an alternative way to start your rage. You can now rage as a reaction instead of as a bonus action. I guess it's fine. It's one of those things where, again, it's just Barbarian, but better. Like, it's not really giving something new. Brutal Frenzy. Your unarmed strikes have an improved critical range. Additionally, if you reckless attack on your turn, you can make an unarmed strike as a bonus action. I'm not going to keep giving the same feedback over and over again. This is just Barbarian, but better. And also Path of the Beast Barbarian, but better in a lot of ways, too. Self-mutilation. You can make an attack to hit yourself. When you do, it's an automatic crit. Creatures have to make a saving throw or be frightened of you. This is very similar to what the Berserker Barbarian gets. They get like a war shout that frightens everyone around them. Primal Brutality. At 14th level, you've reached the pinnacle of using the flesh and blood of your enemies to bolster yourself in combat. When you activate Brutal Strike, you can make an unarmed strike as part of the reaction. Additionally, when crits land... what is actually happening here? You hit people that have to make saving throws or suffer some different effect. They're either stunned, or their maximum hit point is reduced, or they take bleed damage. I mean, this final feature is okay. I'm going to be honest, though. The main thing suffers from it's pretty offensive in how it's written with the Primal Savage stuff. And most of the features just feel Barbarian, but better. So I would encourage you to think about if you want to do like a Blood Fiend Barbarian thing, you need to incorporate some truly new mechanics that aren't just Barbarian but better, or things that are really, really closely tied to what another Barbarian subclass could do. Those are my suggestions. That's my feedback. All right, let's give a round of applause to Shizu. Thank you, Shizu. Thank you. Big fans. Big applause. Wait, how many people are here? Wait, never mind. Were there just a lot of people here and now there's not? And you can make unarmed strike, rip, and tear at 3rd level, either removing some of the target's AC. I wouldn't remove target's AC. Dealing extra damage next round could also work, but again, I do feel like at the end of the day, it's like you need to really make it feel different than the Beast Barbarian if that's what you're getting at 3rd level. And just giving you a D6 claw attack, I don't know, it's just very similar. It's very similar. You're welcome. Thank you for sharing the piece. In general, I'm a big believer of try to make the thing you're making as unique as possible so that it really feels like it's like, oh, I could tell a story with this, as opposed to like, it's just really good at a specific thing. All right, let's see. First time submitting brew for this team. It's a sentient artifact weapon, borrowing from the Vestiges of Divergence. I don't commonly make artifact or legendary, so any advice would be appreciated. If you based it off of the Vestiges of Divergence or the Arms of the Betrayers, it'll probably be in a good spot. Oh, dark mode is finally working. That's what's happening. Thank the Lord. That's why everything's going dark. Okay, it's a bow. This intricate nature-inspired artifact is adorned with a... You can just say artifact. You don't see nature-inspired. Elaborate carvings and shimmering with magical energy reflecting the essence of the wild. It won't serve anyone who is or willing allies themselves with aberrations. I would say this bow will not serve any creature that is an aberration or allies itself with aberrations. Then this. It believes seek out, exploit. It believes seeks out, exploit, or harm. Oh, I see. Or anyone it believes seeks out to exploit or harm nature. Okay, that's just a confusing sentence. Just chop it in half. Do whatever I said to make it better, and then it'll be better. It functions like a normal longbow until someone attunes to it. If the artifact rejects your attunement, you suffer the blinded indefinite condition for 24 hours. Wow, that's pretty strong. I might not make it 24 hours, but I'm okay. I'm okay with it. It's an artifact. I think it'll be fine. I think it's tricky to assume. What I would say is it's tricky to assume how does somebody ally themselves with chromatic dragons, fiends. You know, like how do you know what determines being an ally? Let's see what it gets. Soul snapshot within 10. Are you giving it features before you give it features? I'm not sure. While within 10 feet of a living beast that has 0 hit points, the artifact allows you to perform a ritual where you tap the arcane bow 3 times against the ground, resulting in intense light surrounding you in a 20-foot radius and dim light for additional 20 feet. After the 4th tap, the artifact opens into a metallic bark and branches, flowering at intervals. After it splits down, the jag of light absorbs the spirit of the dying beast before returning to normal. The consumed spirit must be a CR 1 or lower. I think that what is this? I'm not sure if this is doing anything other than consuming a soul. If that's the case, I think this is taking way too long to explain it. This seems like it's mostly flavor text, which I think is fine, but this shouldn't be this confusingly worded. I would say when you I would say something like as an action, you can target a creature within 10 feet of you that has died. Target a beast within 10 feet of you that has died. Light will erupt around you and the creature, and its soul and its spirit will be set into the ether or something like that. But like this just feels like flavor text written as mechanics, and it's confusing. It's a sentient bow, 16 wisdom, 18 dex, 16 intelligence, 20 wisdom, 8 charisma. Okay, let's see what else it can do. It's a cold archdruid. All right, cool. What can it do? You can speak, read, and write Juridic. You get a +1 bonus to attack and damage rolls. When you make a ranged attack with it, a spectral version of a beast of your choice, previously consumed by the soul spirit, is summoned in an unoccupied space. Man, I'm going to be honest with you. I would not mechanically build it this way. Any creature you summon with this artifact is an extension of the arc bow, allowing it to see and speak through the beast. The summoned beast understands your verbal commands, obeys them as best as it can, and it takes its turns immediately after it's in combat. The beast lingers for 1 hour to disappear and can be used again until next time. You know what I would do if I were you? I would make this a charge-based feature, and I would not make it so like you can summon any old beast that you consumed. I would make it like you have a stat block for a bestial spirit that this thing can summon and activate. Or maybe even it just casts the spell Bestial Summon Beast, which is a 2nd level spell. That also would be very reasonable. But doing it this way is not the move. Awakened. When the bow is awakened, it gets a +2. These snaps, it can summon more powerful creatures. And it gets enlarge, reduce. And you're sort of giving it too many features here. I would stop it here. You can spend 10 minutes concentrating on it to learn about poisonous things in the environment. I think that's kind of cool. I feel like that's more cool than the enlarge feature. I might drop the enlarge feature. Keep the poison awareness feature. And this could also be where you could just improve the stat block of the summoned creature. Or maybe give them another option for another type of creature to summon. +3 to attack and damage rolls. You can summon bigger creatures. While holding the bow, you can use your action to cast one of the following spells: Tree Stride, Transport via Plants, Plane Shift. I wouldn't do all three. These are all really powerful. I'd probably just keep it to Tree Stride or Transport via Plants. And yeah, those are my main thoughts. I think that it's not a bad at all idea for an item. I think you're just falling into several pitfalls that are going to make it way more confusing than you need it to be. And it's going to be much. I think it will end up playing a lot better and being probably a lot easier for everyone to manage if the things that it summons are like a specific stat block that is tied to the item that the players using it have with the item. But I think a bow that you can summon little spirit pets with is pretty cool. I like that idea. I don't think it needs as much spellcasting as you give it either. It feels like that's not really the point of it. It feels like the point of it is summoning these creatures more than anything else. So I feel like I like this, but I would encourage you to step away from spellcasting and see if you can figure out how to build this thing without spellcasting at all. If you don't want to build a stat block, then pick a specific monster or something. But I don't know. This feels pretty clunky to me. It's clunky in the same way that Wild Shape is clunky, which is like sometimes not clunky, but most of the time pretty fucking clunky. All right. Thank you, Uganda Forever. Really, really fun idea for a magic item. Great first item. I appreciate you sharing it. Very cool, very cool, very cool. Okay. Is it 12 a.m. for me? No, it's 10 a.m. It's 10 a.m. for me. You guys are like, wait a minute. It's 10 a.m.? Where the fuck is this guy? It's not really 10 a.m. for me either. Sea Slug knows where I am. Sea Slug, is that actually you? Is that like, is that are you my Sea Slug? Are you Sea Slug from my channel? All right, here. Let me mod you. You don't have to do anything if you don't want to, but there you go. You have the power. Probably. Oh, shoot. It's probably. Classic probably. Just living their life. This was inspired by the Titan Guardians of Destiny. No idea what those are. Paladin subclass focused on elemental spellcasting is intended to be multi-class with a full caster and has marked passages with additions for full casters. I'm not going to read any of those. However, I did write the abilities to work standalone. Will probably be on the side of overpowered. All right, let's take a look. It's 8 a.m. It's 8:21. 8:20. It's 8:25 for you. All right. So let's see. This is the Oath of the Guardian. I'm gonna read the opening paragraph. A lightning bolt crashes to the ground in front of a frightened undead. From within the sparks emerges a heavily armored creature with massive axe. Electricity arcs between him and his axe. Okay, cool. So we're just like gonna be fucking element characters. Strength through practice. Training is a lifelong endeavor. You must never stop honing your skills, strengthening your mind and body, and fighting for the glory of victory. Okay. Victory through perseverance. This is too long. I'm just telling you that right now. No matter if the battle seems bleak and victory seems unlikely, you will fight till your enemies lie vanquished. I think that you can just, that should be, you just cut all this out. Power through pride. Much like the chromatic and metallic dragons, take pride in your power and that will strengthen your pride. Take pride in your power and that power will strengthen your pride is not a great sentence. I would consider changing that if I were you. Okay, Oath spells. Ray of Sickness, find familiar. Ray of Sickness does not fit this vibe at all. Why are we getting Ray of Sickness? You could get Flaming Hands. You could get Ice Knife. You could get... There's so many spells that feel like they would make more sense than Ray of Sickness. You know? You guys are getting weird in the chat. Okay. I accept. It's a good thing that the camera is really pixelated when I zoom in, because if you could see the true nature of my eyes, it would be trouble. Okay, we get 2 channel... Okay, wait. Acid Arrow, Blindness, Deafness. I'm not really sure where Blindness, Deafness comes in. Slow, not really sure where Slow. Ward of Dawn. Is that a spell in D&D? Hey, look, it's Amatsu. Oh, maybe Word of Dawn? Was that a spell? No. Sorry. So I'm not sure what spell that is. Oh, these aren't spells? Are these homebrew spells? I guess they're homebrew spells. None of these are fucking spells I've heard of before, except for Hold Person and a couple others. Sunbreaker's not a spell. Thunder Crash isn't a spell. Etc. I'm not sure why Hold Monster or Raise Dead are the 17th level ones. The spell list is confusing to me, if I'm being honest. The spell list is confusing. I assume that the zoomed-in camera wasn't pixelated and that was just unable to capture properly. It might be. It might be. I'm unfortunately a Destiny 2 enjoyer, and I've seen few attempts at converting classes into 5e. Well, Arcade, you can tell me if I'm missing something, but I don't see why these spells are these spells, so maybe I'm missing something. Channel Divinity, Overwhelming Mastery, and Emboldening the Meek. You can use your action. You can use your Channel Divinity to empower your spells. For the next minute, whenever you make a melee attack that deals bludgeoning, slashing, or cast a spell that deals fire, cold, bop, 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 you roll the damage twice and use the higher roll. Additionally, when you hit a creature with an overwhelming attack, you gain resistance to the damage type dealt until the beginning of your next turn. Okay, so I think what you want this to do is, as an action, you can empower yourself. For the next minute, whenever you cast a spell or make a weapon attack that deals fire, cold, baba, 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 baba damage, you roll the die twice and take the higher of the 2 rolls. And gain resistance to that damage type until the beginning of your next turn. I don't know if I would give you... I don't know how I feel about the advantage on damage thing. That feels... It's maybe fine. It might be a little too much if it's on for a whole minute. It's pretty strong. Like, I'm wondering if there's a way to do this that it encourages more just playing. I don't play Titan much. Granted, I don't get some of these spells. The game has 3 classes, and the creator is trying to put that in a paladin. I don't think you can. Embolden the Meek. You can use your Channel Divinity to inspire the creatures around you. All creatures you choose within 60 feet gain +1 to hit and 10 hit points equal to your Charisma modifier for the next minute. Creatures that are knocked unconscious during this time have a 10% chance to return. This is just too strong. This is just too strong. Again, I'm not familiar with the class, so I'm not sure what the goal is here, but a 60-foot, a bonus to hit plus, and temporary hit points, and pretty high percentile chance to, a 10% chance to return with HP without being, like, it just seems like a lot. Also, like, what does this mean, a 10% chance to return? Like, what is that? Like, you need to think about how you would say that in the game. Like, what are the mechanics here? Are they rolling a die to determine it, or are they taking out their calculator and doing an equation? How do they get to that 10%? So if you wanted to do something like that, you would say, like, when creatures are dropped, when any of these creatures go unconscious, roll a d10. On a 1, they return with 1 hit point. Something like that. I'm not even going to keep reading it because I see there's more. It doesn't matter. It does too much. A 60-foot... Everybody within 60 feet of you gets +1 to their AC feels like a lot. Aura of Destruction. You emanate surges of energy. Any melee spell attack or spell cast within its aura can have its damage type changed. By who? And how does it changed? Melee weapons can't have their damage changed unless the damage deals additional. So, like, wait, so is the aura that whenever you deal damage with it, whenever you or any creature deals damage within the aura, they can change the damage type of that weapon? Yeah, I was going to say Storm Herald Barbarian feels like the move here. Who said that? Was that Zeke? Zeke, I was thinking about the Storm Herald Barbarian. You and I are on the same page for this one. This doesn't... There's just... The thing is, there's just not a... Like, I'm not... Maybe I'm not familiar enough with Destiny or this character, but... This just doesn't feel like it feels like anything. There's already a complete fan-created Destiny conversion for D&D. Dungeons and Destiny. Oh, that's kind of a neat idea. I do like full system conversions. They're pretty cool. I think you could definitely make Destiny-inspired subclass as well, but you'd want to focus on one class and one subclass specifically. A Solar Titan subclass, for example. I don't know exactly what those words are that you said, Arcade, but I agree 100% with the sentiment. Arcane Immersion. At 15th level, whenever you are dealt... So you're never dealt damage, you take damage. Whenever you take fire, cold, acid, lightning, poison damage, you can use your reaction to negate that damage and direct it back towards the source. Additionally, when you deal this sorts of damage, you can use your bonus action to inflict the damage to another target. This feature can only be used once per long rest, unless you choose to expend a fourth. I would just... I'm gonna sneeze. I would make it just the first part, not the second part. I also might not even redirect it back to the source. I might just negate the damage, because that's pretty strong. And I think that's fine. 20th level, Will of the Elements. At 20th level, you can use your action to emit an aura of elemental energy around you. When you activate this ability, choose fire, lightning, cold, acid, or poison for the next minute. This aura pulses with energy at the beginning of each of your turns and deals 4d8 damage of the chosen type to every creature with a 10-foot radius. This ability does not affect the 18th level paladin. It's not... Well, it wouldn't be, because it's at 20th level, so you don't need to say the last part. You can spend a 5th level spell slot or higher. While activating it, the damage die increases to d10. Yeah, this is just the fucking Storm Herald Barbarian. My dude, I appreciate the work, but... You need to just look at the Storm Herald Barbarian. Like, this is all just what the Storm Herald Barbarian does. It's very similar. I think creating an aura that does a bunch of damage is a lot of fun. But again, it's also just what the Storm Herald Barbarian does. It's a neat idea. I will say that paladins are one of the hardest classes to make homebrew for, where it's really divergent from what a paladin is, because paladins are pretty limited in what they get. And I think that you need to really super hyper focus those things so that they feel like they're tying together nicely. And I just don't think that you were quite there with that one. I think it felt a little too all over the place. Maybe it didn't feel all over the place if you know a lot about Destiny or whatever, but in terms of a subclass, it was just too much in different directions. How do you send in ideas? There's a link in the video description. Anyway, thank you for your piece. Thank you for your piece. I do homebrew reviews a couple times a week. If I don't get to anything that I don't get to on the wheel tonight, I will put on the wheel for tomorrow night. And then I will do a fresh wheel. I do a fresh wheel every week. So if you don't get reviewed during a week, if you don't get reviewed during the main review stream, you're going to have to resubmit next time. But I do post those submission links like on my YouTube community tab and in my Discord. They're pretty findable, I think. I think they're pretty findable. I hope they're pretty findable. Paladin Saladin? I love a good salad. Dragonite. Oh, I saw them in the chat not too long ago. I wonder if they're still here. I did the spell equivalent of gene splicing and somehow created a hybrid magic missile and Melf's minute meteors. All right, let's take a look. Oh, you fell for the oldest trick in the book. You denied access. You did not give access. You, my good friend, I am so sorry, but you did not follow all of the instructions. I apologize. That's okay. I will not erase you from the wheel. I will keep you on it so you can change it. I'm not deleting you. Wait, did I just delete you? I just deleted you. I'll put you back on the wheel. I'll put you back. Which means that tomorrow you could still get picked. Here, let me do that right now. There. Boom, you're back. All right, next we have SpongeBob. Sponge Man. It's kind of like a swarm keeper, but dirt. I wrote this subclass because my dad kept telling me that I should get a job landscaping. All right. That's a great place to start. Well, okay, guys, can I ask a question? What is Dio? I see people talking about Dio. One of my mods, Dragonist, just mentioned it. I don't know what Dio is. Is that something from One Piece, maybe? It's a JoJo? Everything is from fucking JoJo or One Piece. Except for me. All right, let's take a look at this bad boy. I have almost never seen... listen, I'm happy for people to try to make them. Because if you actually try and you succeed, it'll be wonderful. But I would say 8 times out of 10, when somebody sends me a piece of homebrew and it's based on an anime, it's not that... It needs a lot of work. It needs a lot of work. It doesn't really feel like it's anything. Just saying. Let's take a look. Landscaping Ranger. Starting at 3rd level, your connection to the land grants you access to controlled lands around you. As a bonus action, you can do one of the following. You or an ally within 30 feet of you is moved up to 15 feet horizontally in the direction you choose. The movement provokes opportunity attacks, but they are made with disadvantage. You can raise or lower a 5-foot square of stone, earth, or dirt, or rocks up to 10 feet. What does that mean, you can raise or lower? So you can create like a 10-foot column or a 10-foot pit? I would clarify the wording there. Make a melee spell attack with a small pillar of rock on a creature you can see within 10 feet of you, dealing 1d4 bludgeoning damage on a hit. By melee spell attack, so that would be made with your wisdom modifier, I guess? It's kind of interesting. I gave you access. Can my piece be reviewed after this one or something? Oh, I'm so sorry, Dragonite. It definitely, we're going to go with or something here. The instructions are in there, man. I apologize if you didn't check. Yeah, I think that this extra damage could be 1d4 plus wisdom, maybe. Actually, you know what? I probably wouldn't do that, because I think here's what I would do. I wouldn't do that. I would probably just keep it at 1d6, but then I would make it scale. I would make it get higher power at level 11. I would make it do more damage. I'd maybe make it do 2d6 at level 11. I think it's pretty cool for the 3rd level features. I like it. I would rephrase this to say you are a willing creature. And I would also I might clarify that this only works like on ground. Like it only works on earth, rock, stone, dirt kind of thing, maybe. We get some spells: Earth Tremor, Mold Earth, Earthen Grasp, Meld into Stone, Transmute Shape, the Stone Shape, Transmute Rock. These are all really flavorfully acceptable skills, flavorfully acceptable spells, but I am going to point something out here. They're not that strong. And some of these these are not particularly strong spells we're working with here. Earthen Grasp is all right, but Meld into Stone, Stone Shape, Transmute Rock, they're not that good. Which is not the end of the world. It doesn't necessarily mean that you need to make them good. If anything, it means you need to make sure that the rest of the subclass is really solid, though. Earth Slide. At 7th level, you have developed a quickness in you with your control of the earth. As a reaction, when a creature you can see makes a melee attack against you, you can cause the earth to shift under them, potentially causing a miss. Target must make a dex saving throw against your ranger DC. It's just your spell save DC. Or be moved 15 feet away from you, automatically missing their attack. You can use this ability a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus, and you regain expended uses on a short or long rest. This is really strong. I would have these just come back on a long rest, not on a short rest. Making a creature do a failing save, a saving throw, and automatically missing, and you can move them 15 feet. I would also make it 15 feet horizontally. But that's quite strong for a reaction. That is quite strong for a reaction. So I would probably make this long rest use. But I like everything that's going on here so far. Like, the vibe is strong. It almost makes me wonder if there's like another thing that we could be doing that is a little bit tangential but still helps match the vibe. Like, every single thing we're doing is just sort of moving people right now. I'm wondering if there's space for something else. All right, let's look at 11th level. When you reach 11th level, your land sculpting feature is improved in the following ways. Rock Slide can move people 60 feet. Whoa, that is too strong. You could have it. That is too strong. If anything. Oh, your ally can be within 60 feet of you. Okay. I'm sorry, I misread that. I might not even increase it that much. I might just increase this by 10 feet and this by 10 feet. Moving creatures for free is pretty strong, especially if it's like totally free, no resource, just a bonus action every time. Always works. You can raise your load at 5. Okay. Okay, so you can make a 20-foot tall column or a 20-foot pit. I think that's fine. And then these do more damage. I guess it could do 3d12. I guess it could do 3d4. I guess 3d4 is fine. It's kind of interesting. I don't think it should be magical for bypassing damages and resistances. I think it should just be bludgeoning damage. I guess it could be. It could be magical bludgeoning damage. I guess that's fine. 15th level. At 15th level, you have learned how to concentrate the toughest parts of the earth into protective armor. As an action, you enter a magical stone-like state for 1 minute. While in the stone-like state, you gain resistance to non-magical bludgeoning, piercing, slasher damage. Your AC becomes 18 minutes lower, and you have advantage on strength and constitution saving throws. Once you use this feature, you must finish a short or long rest before you use it again. I like what you're going for here, but I don't like the execution. This is what I would do. I would not do damage resistance. I would give you a flat AC buff. I would make it like +2 to your AC. I would give you a damage threshold. Something like if you take under a certain amount of damage from a single target. Like if a single source deals 10 damage or less to you while in this state, you take no damage. Something like that. And this should be a once per long rest, not once per short or long rest. Advantage on strength and con saving throws makes sense, but it should also be strength checks. The other thing is, like, it just sits very similar to a barbarian. I feel like what would make sense. This is what I would actually do. I would give you this bonuses. I would also make it maybe for that minute you had like Earth Glide, like you could just move through the earth. Give you a burrow speed for a minute. I made a whole complaint about burrow speeds being overpowered. But this is a great example of where you could put a burrow speed and it wouldn't be overpowered because it would be for 1 minute once a day. I think the idea is pretty solid. If anything, I feel like there's just a little space to be a little less one note, specifically around the 7th level feature. But overall, I like it. I think it's fun. And I would change the 15th level feature pretty dramatically if I were you. It should slow you down. Oh, that could also make sense. Your movement speed goes down by a certain amount. Maybe include something having to do with planting trees and bushes. Maybe the stone suit has disadvantage on stealth checks. That could make sense too. Oh man, all good ideas. I like the flavor of it a lot though. I like an earthbender type character. We've had a couple earthbender type characters this stream. Before we finish, let's give a round of applause. Round of applause for our landscaper, brought to us by Sponge Man. Gotta love a good sponge, gotta love a good man. Arcade. Hello again, Cinder. Here's a link to all the races lineages I've made. You better tell me there's one specifically one to look at. I'm looking for feedback on this guy. Okay. This might upload your brain into a robot. Hubris is a bitch lineage. Flavored for less technological magical world. Okay, I'm not gonna read anything else he just said. I'm just gonna look at it. Oops, I copy pasted that. It's the first one. Perfect. Okay. Do you love man sponge? Do you love man sponge? I'll tell you what I love. Chocolate ice cream. Extra dessert. Not gonna lie, since you said characters based on anime are overpowered, I started working on a JoJo subclass. Great. It's gonna be overpowered. I'm gonna I'm gonna get annoyed with it, and I'm gonna tell you that it's overpowered. I don't even need to read it. There's your feedback. It's not specific enough for D&D. It's trying to encompass too many different ideas. It's not well balanced or thoughtful in terms of the context of how a D&D game works. It does too many things. There you go. Boom. There's your feedback. Just go listen to that and then rewrite it. And then I'll look at it after that. How could he have known? How could he have known what feedback that would have been? I'll tell you how, because every single time I read a piece of anime homebrew, that's what it is. Joshua Johnson, I would love to see a balanced piece. You know what would be a true sign of it being great? If I read the whole thing and I never once realized it was inspired by an anime. If you could do that, if you could pull off making a subclass in such a way that I can't figure out that it's based on an anime, you're probably in a good spot. Okay. They are, in simplest terms, inorganic vessels. Amalgamations of magic and machine made to host the soul of a humanoid as a means to prolong one's lifespan. Okay. I don't need much more than that. Let's keep going. Oh, I have the hiccups. Give me a second. Calm down, hiccups. Okay, we have ability score increases. Little burp. We have language. You're a construct. Interesting. You got a lifespan. You got feet. So here's what I'm going to say. Whenever I see something that feels like it reminds me of another vibe, the question becomes, how is this different from that thing? So the main thing that I'm looking at here is the Warforged. This is very Warforged already. Dark Vision, Ancestral Legacy. I'm going to push back against Dark Vision. I feel like a robot soul in a box. I would take away Dark Vision here. Ancestral Legacy, you can replace... Okay, well, Ancestral Legacy, whatever. As an entity whose soul is magically bound to a mechanical thing, immune to poison disease, advantage on saving throws against possession and other similar effects. Don't need to eat, sleep, or drink. You don't need to breathe. You don't sleep, you just rest. Arcane. Innately arcane. They come in two varieties, custom-made and mass-produced, which determine the integrity of the magic keeping them operational. Choose one of the features. Specialized magic or magical malfunction. You know any cantrip of your choice. At 5th level, you learn any 1st level spell of your choice. Choose intelligence, wisdom, or charisma for the spellcasting modifier. Interesting. You should clarify that you can only cast that spell in this way once. Because if you can cast this spell as many times as you want, you could break the game with this feature. Can anyone guess how? Can anyone guess how? Magical malfunction. Once per short rest, whenever you fail a attack roll ability check, you can roll on the unstable magic table. Once you reach 5th level, you can roll twice to choose the 2. Nobody's guessing how. No, don't ignore the cantrips part. Look at the first level. Think about first level spells. You learn any first level spell of your choice, and you choose the spellcasting modifier. There you go. I just gave you a clue. Let's look at some of these effects. You cast Grease. I teleport 30 feet. You take 2d6 force damage. And all friendly creatures gain temporary hit points for the next minute. These all feel kind of too strong, if I'm being honest. No, not free smites, because it's not a free spell slot. It's just it's a free spell, right? It's just a free spell. It's not a free spell slot. No, it's not free casting of the spell. It's not a free casting of the spell. You just learn the spell. Okay, here's the answer. Here's the answer. The way this is worded, if I picked this race, I could be wizard. I could pick healing word, and I could choose to make healing word intelligence based. And now I have healing word as a first level spell that is based on my intelligence modifier. And I don't think a wizard should be able to do that. So if you want to do the thing where you are giving them a spell that they learn, you have to base it off of the other races that do that. And you have to make sure that it's balanced in that way. Where if they're picking any spell, you kind of have to focus in on the school a little bit. Or like, not the school, but like the reason why the other races allow you to pick the spellcasting modifier is they're not letting you pick any spell. They're giving you a selection of spells to pick from. So if you make any spell, you have to accommodate for that and think about that. And this is so that's what I would say. I would change that in that way. The other thing is that I do feel like this is just too strong. These just feel too strong. I'm not a big fan of this sort of asymmetry also in your class design. If I were you, I probably would. I think if, at the very least, limit this table to a D4, but I would try to just make it like an effect that happens to you, and I wouldn't make it a random table. I would make it like a thing that happens when unstable magic happens, and then that's how the feature works. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel about it. Yeah, I actually feel that more and more, because a lot of these, like, I don't know. I would just... Yeah, I don't know. I feel like they're situational in a way that's not going to be fun. I think the power surge could kind of work on its own. Although I wouldn't make it all friendly creatures. I'd probably make it a friendly creature. I think overheat kind of works. Yeah. It's an interesting idea. I think you need to tone down the wild magic table here. Here's the thing, like, you can't really compare this wild magic table to any wild magic table that is already used in D&D, because they are all tied to classes or subclasses. And in D&D, class features and subclass features, especially if they are the key ones to a class or subclass, like, for example, the wild magic surge table or the wild barbarian surge table, they are stronger than class. They are stronger than racial features, and they should be. So this needs to be less strong than those. I think the idea is pretty cool, though. I like the idea of getting a little bit of magic. Although the one thing that I'm going to say that, like, I'm going to be honest here. This isn't that unique. This is the only unique part. All of this is just Warforged. So, I do think it is worth spending a little bit of time to try to think of what you can do to make this feel more distinct from a Warforged, or from an automaton, or from a reborn, or any of these other sort of semi-sentient, or not semi-sentient, but semi-alive sentient creatures. I like the vibe of doing some magic, and I like the vibe of being a magic vessel. Like the vibe itself is really cool, and I think you got to let's lean into that a little bit more. Because right now it's not doing that much unique, and I think it needs to do a little bit more to feel like it makes sense as a class, or not as a class, as a race. And also, like, it'll just help you make it feel cooler. It'll help make it like drop dark vision, come up with something else to put there, and then I would probably rebuild arcane, innately arcane, and to make it more of a specific feature and less of a vague feature. Because like because none of these really give off a vibe. The vibe, like this one kind of does, but this one is like wild magic, and this vibe is like you get a little bit of extra spells, but like that's not a vibe. That's nothing. That's just a bonus. It's like does the feat magic initiate have a vibe? Not really. You know? So those are my thoughts. I encourage you to keep working on it, and I encourage you to get more specific in the things that it can do. Let's give a round of applause for the arcade Avery. Avery of the arcade. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for sharing. Guys, let me ask you a question. How do you guys feel about this format of first half of the show being call-in, second half of the show being homebrew? Do you like it? I kind of like it. I like switching things up partway through the show. It makes me feel not like a crazy person. It's pretty fun. Because I'll tell you what I was thinking. I have an idea. I'm going to actually pause the music for a second. So here's what I was thinking. We're not done yet or anything. I just want to talk for a second. We get a lot of homebrew to give feedback to, and I don't always get to that much of it, and I think it's okay, right? Because it's like sort of we're all learning together. It feels a little bit like a special thing when you get picked. So there's a general vibe of like, oh, and that's fun. But what if I changed my schedule? I'm not promising to do this. I'm just thinking about it. But what if I changed the way that I ran my streams? So what if every stream I had some event that I was doing at the beginning for like an hour or two? Maybe a call-in show, maybe a speed brew contest, maybe we do or a game or an interview, something. And then it transitions into reviewing homebrew. And the Excel sheet that I use for the whole week. So instead of having one stream day where I review homebrew for like 4 hours or 5 hours or whatever, I review like an hour to 2 hours worth of homebrew every stream. And every week, I just make a new list. So it's like you can submit a piece a week, basically. And it might get picked on a certain day, it might get picked on another day, but the wheel will spin and stay the wheel for that whole week. So if you don't get picked in the first day, there's chances for the second, the third, the fourth, etc. And it would also allow me to do more different types of shows and different types of activities, because I want to interview people more. I want to do speed brewing. I want to do more contests and like events and activities that feel more like interactive between you guys, where like one thing that I did one time pretty recently was like we made a magic item. We just made a magic item, and chat was like, I had chat vote on like the different types of things, and then at the end it was a magic item, and I posted it somewhere in the Discord. And like I would love to do that, where it's like we have a stream where it's like we are making a subclass today entirely based on chat votes, and then we just make it, and then I write it up, and then I give it to you guys, and then you just have it, and that'll be really cool. So I'm not sure what the plan is going to be. I'm going to be away this weekend, and I'm not going to be back until Monday anyway. So I'm going to need to do this sort of schedule for next week anyway. So maybe we just transition into this sort of schedule. I'm going to run it by my mods, and I'm going to run it by a couple other people. But that's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking the plan might be. As long as the stream is actually uploaded after the live, not every viewer can watch every night. Oh, no, I always upload. Joff recording. I always upload. Hey, Joff recording. Hey, Joff recording. I always upload. Okay? I'm also saying that because it's 11 o'clock and I'm tired and I've been streaming since 6, so I might end soon. And I don't want everyone to be sad. You love my humor. Wait till you get to know my anger. All right, that was not a good joke. That wasn't anything. Let me grab. We got Spigoo. That's a great name. This is another Ranger subclass. Okay. I would like to point out that in addition to it being my first homebrew, this subclass was written in Italian and then translated to English. Okay. Well, I will tell you what. So please let me notice all. Okay, I'm not gonna spend too much time on grammar, but if there's anything really big, I will definitely point it out to you. But I will say that you'd be surprised how many people that are writing things in other languages write better than I do. You guys want to see something weird? You guys want to see something weird? I haven't done that in a while. That's the power. Yeah. What's the name of that guy from Sandman that I'm friends with? He's the nightmare with the weird eyes. I'm that guy. I'm friends with that guy. All right, Ranger archetype, the bounty hunter. When a ranger of this archetype has a target, he will not rest until he has claimed his target's head. I think you can just say I think you can just say rangers. You can just say bounty hunter rangers will not rest until they claim their target's head. These skilled manhunters possess the skills. Don't choose skills here. Say tools necessary to track and bring down their prey, whatever the place of confrontation. I think you could just drop this whole second part. Whether it's to respect a tradition of their people, for personal revenge, or a thirst for blood. And the gold it brings. When on the trail of a bounty, these ravenous trackers look more like ferocious wolves than people. Honestly, dude, listen, I don't speak Italian, but Benetocci, good job, Fibonacci, Quisquiriete, muy bueno, magnifique. You're pretty solid language so far, honestly. Didn't you review a bounty hunter last week? I did, but here's the thing. A lot of people have the same idea. It doesn't mean I reviewed this bounty hunter. Because the bounty hunter that I reviewed had very different spells than this. You'd be surprised how many ideas you see 7 or 8 times. And it doesn't mean the person who made those ideas is a dingle-dongle or isn't creative. It just means that it's a good idea. It means that it's an idea that, like, it should be out there. I think you should do that. Do you have any collabs with other D&D YouTubers? I'm starting to. I'm not really a famous person, so I don't really know that many people. I'm kind of a small content creator still, so I don't actually know. I'm not super well networked. I'm working on getting networked. I have guests. I've had guests a lot before for like call-in shows, but most of them have been like people that have been TikTokers, or Twitch people. I haven't really done much with other YouTubers yet. I don't think other YouTubers know who I am or care who I am. I also don't think there are... I love this song. I don't think there are any, as far as I know, any D&D YouTubers that are D&D streamers in the way that I am. Most of the streamers are Twitch people. I can't think of any D&D channels that are predominantly stream-oriented in the way that mine is, because I feel like I'm a streamer more than I'm a video maker. So if you guys know of any, and you want them to be friends with me, tell them, or tell me, and I'll try to reach out to them. So I don't know about them. That's why I keep trying to call my friends. I call Caustic and be like, hang out with me. She's like, I'm busy. I'm doing stream. Leave me the fuck alone. And I'm like, I'm sorry. But you want to hang out. She didn't want to hang out. Let me see if anybody's on. Here, actually, speaking of which, let me see if anybody's online that I can grab. Okay, let's see. Origami, is she streaming? Davy Chappie's online, but I don't think he wants to come on stream. Plain simple, he doesn't want to come on stream. Most of these people don't want to come on stream. Alright, whatever. Ain't no thing. Alright, let's take a look at this bounty hunter. Entangle, Branding Smite, Hypnotic Pattern, Arcane Eye, Pass Wall. Really interesting bounty hunter spells. Big fan, big fan, big fan. I'll be honest. Can you guys guess what my two favorites are? Too late, I'll tell you. Arcane Eye and Pass Wall. Such smart ideas. Pass Wall is such a good bounty hunter spell, especially for like urban bounty hunter, where it's like you're tracking people and you're just like, boom. They're like running around a building. You just put a hole in the wall and march right through it. I will tell you that a long time ago, I made a doppelganger ranger, and it had the ability to cast pass. Actually changed it later on, but I had this idea that it was going to have an innate feature where it could cast pass wall, but it would only last a round, but it could do it a couple times. You want to come on stream, Derek? Derek, I would love Derek. I'll tell you what. I will make an honest promise to you. If you start trying to be a content creator, you don't have to be successful. You just have to try. If you want to start trying to be a content creator, you want to start trying to do streaming, making stuff, I will have you on as a guest. I'm happy to. You don't have to be good at it. You just have to be one who's been trying it. Most of my guests on aren't particularly famous. They're just people that are trying to do the same stuff I do. But there is an element of content creator brain that you need when you have a guest on. Otherwise, the guest is more work than fun. You know what I mean? They are a content creator, not a media. You know what I mean, Desmond. You know what I mean. You being silly. They're not a performer. The thing is, I'll be very honest with you. There have been a few times where I've had guests for long periods of time that aren't really content creators, aren't really performers, and it is a drag. It is hard. It is hard to keep the energy up, and it is hard because they do things that I don't want them to do, and they say things that I don't want them to say, and if they were somebody that was more actively in the content creator space, they would know those things. So there's an element of like having just a random person, even if you're not a random person in our community, but having a person that isn't actively trying to be that sort of creator, it makes the job harder in a way that is not small. Which is the main reason why I don't just randomly pull people in. Okay, let's look at what else we get. Urban, you choose our third level. Urban lands such as towns, cities are considered favorite terrain for you, and you gain the resulting benefits if you are within them. Furthermore, if you choose the humanoid as your favorite creature type, you have 2 additional types for humans. All right, this is a pretty solid thing, although I will say that a lot of people I know just don't use the favorite terrain, favorite enemy thing anymore, so it's not going to be super applicable for all those people. I have a BA in Psych. I'll be your stream human resources. Hey man, I'm happy to have people that want to help with the back end. The front end I'm a little particular on. I've thought about content creation before. I had a lot of people say they'd follow me for my voice before. You do have a very, very fun voice, Dragonus. The problem, Dragonus, you have 2 problems. And if you could overcome those problems, then I think, because they're not actually problems. There are things that you need to do if you want to be a content creator that make you a less nice person. So, like, you are very patient, and you are very... You're too willing to, like, accept things at face value with new people, I think. I feel like you need to become more judgmental. Not as a human being, but as a content creator. Like, that's like a pretty important part of being content creators. You need to be like pretty judgmental. And then, well, you don't need to run the community. If you get good people to be the mods, they can do a lot of it. But you need to be like pretty judgmental and pretty harsh, because there's a lot of bullshit that you face and a lot of dingle dongles, and it just won't be entertaining a lot of the time. Like I will give you an example. I'll give you a very simple example. This isn't from anyone specific, but like when I do my call-in shows, you know that I tell people if they're talking too much. I tell them if they're rambling. You know what I mean? Because it's not entertaining. It's boring. You need to be willing to tell someone they're being boring, and you need to figure out how to do that if you want to be a content creator that's talking to other people. If you're not talking to other people, you don't have to do any of that. But if you're talking to other people, you need to like be comfortable telling people to get to the point, or telling people to stop talking or to hang up on them, which is like very uncomfortable. And the only reason why I'm comfortable with it is because I've just been doing it for a while. And I try to make it into a little bit of a silly. Okay. Locate weak spot. You gain the ability to spot gaps in your enemy's defenses. With this ability, you can designate a creature as your target as a bonus action. The target must be a creature you've observed for at least 1 minute or come into contact with at least once. What does that mean, come into contact with at least once? I think you need to clarify what that means. The next weapon attack you make against the target deals 1d8 of the weapon's damage type. You can designate only one target per turn. So it's basically just like a minor... Okay. So this is like an alternative to Hunter's Mark. The problem is it's just really similar to something that already exists. This is so similar to what the Monster Slayer gets. The Monster Slayer gets Slayer's Prey. And it's like a little different in mechanics, but it's not that different, and it's certainly not different enough. So I would come up with something. If I'm going to be honest, I would not do this feature. I would come up with something different here. Maybe you could include this as like a footnote, but come up with a feature that just essentially gives you the things that you would want this to do, accomplishes those vibes, and then I would try to come up with something a little bit more unique or distinct here, or at least feels similarly powerful. Like, in order for this ability to work, sure, it's a D8, which is a little bit higher than like the Slayer's Prey or Hunter's Mark, but you need to watch a creature for a whole minute, which means you're not going to be able to get to use this in a lot of fights, especially if you're fighting a creature for the first time. And I understand that you might want to be trying to encourage creatures to like, players to like hunt slowly or whatever, but like at the end of the day, there's so much in D&D that you're not going to account for, and so many times you're going to be in a situation where you're fighting something the first time you meet it. You want to be able to be dealing that little bit of extra bonus damage immediately. You don't want to have to wait a minute. So I think that there's a couple... I'm not exactly sure what the solution is here. What you could do is you could tie it to, like, creature types. Or not creature types, but you could do, like, you know, like, if the creature you're attacking is wearing armor... then maybe it can bypass some of that armor, or maybe it could deal a little bit more damage. Or if the creature is, you know, a humanoid, blah, blah, blah. Like there's things you could do to kind of tweak it so it feels like you're better at hunting people. But I wouldn't just do the. I mean, locate weak spot is a cool idea, but the mechanics of it just aren't there. It's just too similar. It's just, it's just too similar to Monster Slayer. Why did your words get smaller when you typed in all caps? How did you make the font smaller? What kind of wizardy shit are you doing? Am I crazy, or did I'm a moron just write in tiny font? How did you do that? See, this is the problem. He's not a moron. He can do weird stuff. Tiny all caps gaming. Yeah, exactly. All right. Block the fugitive. Rangers gain a spectacular ability to keep their prey from fleeing his manhunt. Being more the. I wouldn't assume this is a thing. This is the thing in English versus other languages. In English, when you're writing the D&D things, you shouldn't write them in. So in most languages, there's masculine words and feminine words, and they work a little differently. So you have like he, she, like in probably in Italian, because certainly in Spanish, if I'm talking about a chair and I can say it. In Spanish, if I'm talking about a chair, I say he or she version of it. There's still, everything has a gendered word to it. But in English, when you're writing for D&D, you don't really gender abilities. So change all of this his or him to they or their. Whenever you make a successful opportunity attack against a creature, it must succeed on a dex saving throw against your spell save DC or be knocked prone. If the affected creature is the target of the locate weak spot, it has disadvantage of the saving throw. Wait a second, I just skipped a whole feature. Let me read this feature first. I'm so sorry. The ranger gains the ability when you force a creature to make a saving throw against the restrained condition, you can add your proficiency bonus to the DC of that save. That's kind of boring. What is that doing? Like, where's that coming into play? This? Entangle? So here's the thing, is ranger powers need to be fucking good. Ranger powers need to be really cool and unique and interesting. This is just making you better at restraining spells. That's not enough. It's not enough. Not nearly enough. Unless you're giving us some 3rd level feature that is an innate ability to restrain, this is not the move. And even if you did give us an ability at 3rd level that was some innate way to restrain, making the 7th level feature do that too would just make it feel too one note. I think that you should just come up with something radically different here. An example could be you can, you can make yourself seem like you are from the same place that a creature that you are stalking is from. You can some ability of disguising yourself or ability to traverse man-made structures more easily. Maybe like a cool grappling hook, something. Ensnaring strike too. It's just not enough stuff. It's just not enough stuff to build a whole feature around. Like it's sort of okay to have these really focused features in some subclasses, but it's for Ranger, everything needs to really hit hard and hit good. Debilitate. At 11th level, the Ranger seeks to exploit any flaws or carelessness to their in their foe to attempt to bring them down. Whenever you make a successful opportunity attack against a creature, it must make a dex saving throw or be knocked prone. This is another one where it's like 11th level for Rangers needs to be very cool and very strong. This is not bad. The problem is you have no control over when you get to use this feature. Whenever you make an opportunity attack, you have no agency in that. You don't decide when you're making an opportunity attack. The enemies have total control over that. So this just, you don't want to have a feature that's too reactive, where especially if it's the only thing you're getting at that level. Like for example, the Fey Wanderer Ranger has a feature that's pretty reactive at 7th level. Beguiling Twist. You have advantage on, but they actually, it's 2. So 1, they have 1 non-reactive feature. You just have advantage of that. But then whenever you see someone succeed on a saving throw, you can use your reaction to do this thing. So you have to see the success. You have to see a success on a Charmed or Frightened save, but it's really strong. You can just throw another Charm or Frightened at someone. That's very strong. So like it's almost a little bit more okay, and it's like there's a lot of different creatures that are doing grappled and charmed, and it could be affecting you, it could be affecting other creatures, it could be affecting all sorts of stuff. This is just opportunity attacks. This is just you making opportunity attacks against a creature. It's gonna happen sometimes, but not as often as you want. This could be a feature, but it shouldn't be the only thing if we're gonna give it 11th level. All right, let's look at 15. Coupe de Grace. In English, it's Cup de Grace. I'm just kidding. The Ranger develops, again, don't say the Ranger, say you. You develop a technique for ending a fight quickly. Once per long rest, when you attack a creature under the restrained prone condition, you can use an action to deal. Again, you're just doing more. This is just a little too one note. It seems like it's entirely built around grappling and knocking creatures prone, but we're not getting any of that in the initial features. And then we're getting a lot that relies on it in the later features. And I think there's a lot more to being a bounty hunter than grappling and knocking creatures prone. And I feel like you could get grappling and knocking creatures. I think you could get grappling and knocking creatures prone. I'm a moron. I know you're a mod, but you better calm the fuck down. I know you can get creatures to grapple. You know that you could do stuff with that, but you don't need to build a whole subclass around it. You can have a couple features tied to it, but I wouldn't have all of them tied to it. It's a little too much. Branch out a little bit, I would say. Branch out, I would say. But that was Spigu. AKA Spagoo. That's so stupid. Alright, let's see. Are you streaming? Let's see if she answers me. Home stuck. Maybe the 11th level when an ally makes an opportunity attack, you can either make a range. Yeah, that could also work. It could be tied to any. Oh, Violet's next. Violet, you're turning violet, Violet. Taking a break from subclasses to submit a homebrew monster of mine. It's also my first ever homebrew monster, trying something new with this time. If you know me, you know I'm a lover of wordplay, so here's an elemental-based... Wait, here's a what? Here's an elemental based on the element of surprise. Oh my god. Violet, you are too much, dude. You are a wild, wild woman. A wild creature of the realm. All right, creatures of Heartek. Ooh, nice. Very nice, very nice. You guys see that? You guys see the little boopy thing that popped in here? The surprise elemental. The elemental of surprise. Did I post it in the chat? I'll post it in the chat. There you go. The element of surprise is often underlooked element of one's heart that is until the very moment it reveals its shocking visage in a manner one cannot ignore. Surprise elementals are but one of the many colorful entities native to Heartek. I'm so sorry. The plane of emotions, underworld of the plane of dreams, and the chaotic counterpart to the logical plane of thought. Majan drift. All right, let's take. I'm skipping the rest of the flavor text. I hope you're okay with that. Let's take a look at this beastly little creature of ours. Yeah, it's pretty clever, right? The little surprise jump attack. Heartache? Oh my god, I'm so dumb. Or am I so good at showing you what the experience of a normal person in the world will be? Not normal. Average person in the world will be. That might help you inform how others might interpret your writing. Which is it? Am I dumb? Or am I so average that it's actually incredibly insightful when I get something wrong? Okay, let's see what we get here. It's a little bit smaller than your average elemental with a CR4. 52 hit points, 15 AC, really high stealth. Why is its stealth so high? Also really high perception. A bunch of damage resistances, not that much immunities. Let's see what it gets. Adrenaline Feast. At the end of its turn, the elemental regains 1d6 hit points for every frightened creature within 10 feet of it. This is definitely not a CR4 monster. Almost immediately, I'm saying it should be higher than that. Emotion form. The element can enter a hostile creature's space and stop there. It can move through a space as narrow as 1 inch without squeezing. Okay, so it just wiggles. It can be wiggly. Jump scare. As a bonus action, the elemental can teleport to an unoccupied space it can see within 30 feet of it. Upon reappearing, it reveals its true form if disguised or becomes I think maybe there's some grammar missing here. If disguised or becomes invisible, or if disguised. Oh, I see. Reveals its true form if disguised or becomes visible or if invisible. Got you. And all creatures within 10 feet of its new location must succeed on a DC 14. I don't think you need to say new location. I think you need to say all within 10 feet of it. Must succeed on a DC 14 Wisdom saving throw or become frightened of the elemental until the start of the elemental's next turn. Creatures who could see the elemental prior to it teleporting and were aware of it having advantage have advantage on the saving throw. Okay. The elemental makes 2 siphoning attacks, plus 6 to hit, 2d6 plus 3 psychic damage, and a saving throw, or have its vigor siphoned. On a failed save, the target's speed is reduced by 5 until it finishes a short or long rest. If the target's speed is reduced to 0 in this fashion, the target dies. Damn. And then it can cast Disguise Self at will and Invisibility on a 5 or a 6 on a recharge. I would just make the invisibility probably once per short rest. This is not a CR4 monster. This is much higher than that. Not much higher, but at least medium higher. This is really intense. I would probably not have them die. I would probably have them drop unconscious. The other thing is that you need to clarify... Oh, until it finishes a short or long rest. Yeah. Okay, so I would probably have it just go unconscious. I probably wouldn't have them die. I like Jump Scare. I want it to be farther range than 30 feet. And I want to suggest that... you know what I want to say? I almost want to suggest that it's limited. This is what I want to say. I want to say you change it so that it's a bonus action. Let's say the range is 60 feet, or maybe 50 feet, or 40 feet, whatever, more than 30 feet. and that in order for it to be able to use the ability, it has to either be hidden or unseen. So it can't teleport when somebody's looking, but it could run behind a tree and teleport. Or it could be hiding and then appear teleporting. And then I think you just drop this last part. So it's like if you can see it, it needs to get away so that it can jump scare you again. That way it's sort of like a little bit of a weird limitation that I think it'd be kind of fun and interesting. Is there a stream for what? I don't remember what you were talking about. Not for tonight, that's closed. Are we... I'm sorry, I missed what the conversation was. Hopefully Chad explained it to you. But you'd expect it at higher levels. Facing a CR4, this is surprising. I guess that's true. I think he was asking about stream for character builds. I have not actually done any streams on character building, but I'm down to at some point. I'm not really a power gamer, so I don't spend a lot of time thinking about like the most optimal way to build a class. I do more like I would be more interested in doing like a character builder where you'd be like, how would I play one of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles without homebrewing, or how would I play the Terminator, or how would I play, I don't know, Captain America, or how would I play some fucking jump character from a video game. And then we try to build it not using not homebrew. Something like that, maybe. How would I play the Terminator? Just be a Warforged fighter or barbarian. Done. Anyway, I don't have really more thoughts. I like it quite a bit. I think I will love it if you make that change that I suggested. And those are my thoughts. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. It's higher than a CR4. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Violet. Violet, for folks that don't know, is also a musician. And I don't remember their handle. I think it's very similar to this. VYLT YouTube. Let's see. Yeah, this is their handle. So go check them out if you want to. You like some tunes. Some tunage. Tune time. Tunaruma, as they say. Toontastic. Thank you, and please call me Ivan. It's kind of an alter ego. It was my first character, and I've kept the name for a lot of stuff. I will... Forest Potts Ivan. Forest Potts Ivan. I will try to remember, but I won't. I might forget. Just don't be upset at me if I forget, okay? Can you do that? Can you do that for me, buddy? Okay, fine. You're not. I wanted to pull you in to mine for a second. Fine, Ori. Guess we won't talk. And okay. Let's do a little bit more. I want to do one more at least. Oh yeah, you should definitely get some glue. Okay. Iris is next. Iris, I hardly know Riss. There it is. Hello, you might remember me from a few weeks ago when I shared my worm paladin that me and my friend made. We're working on something new in the meantime, so we tried our best to include the feedback. But we go to this one. Wait a minute, seeing that another paladin. Oh my god, everybody loves making fucking paladins. Unlike the worm paladin, this is based on an original deity made by me and my friends. Made by me and not any outside source. Mostly I worry about the second channel divinity being too complicated, and I fully expect the 20th level feature to be called too complicated, but I have no idea how to change it. Alright, let's take a look. And dive right in. This is the Oath of Judge. Paladin Oath of the Soul Judge. Tenants, reforge yourself as you reforge the world. Sacred is the law that's just. Sacrilegious is the one that's not. Strong rule and protect. The weak are ruled over and provide. Let's see. Trust the Iron Father, the sole judge. Over the years has had many names. He is the guy. All right, we need some like. Okay, where's like the actual flavor text where you're just saying. So here's what I'm gonna say. First thing I'm gonna point out is there's no actual flavor text here. You have a quote, and then you have a thing about this guy. I just want to know. I want to. There needs to be at least one part of this where there is like a 3-sentence or a 2-sentence stanza that I can look at and just this is what the paladin feels like to play. You need that in good homebrew needs that at least a little bit in the intro. Put that in the intro. I don't want to have to decipher the meaning behind it. All right, this gets absorb elements, searing smite, warding bond, zone of truth, flame stride, crusader's mantle, fire shield, elemental bane, flame strike, dispel good and evil. Okay, so it's like a fire. It's like a fire judge. Okay. Soul channel divinity. Soul fire is a green flame derived from Truss himself. It ignores resistances and immunities to fire. It also counts as magical. It only affects creatures that have a soul. If a creature doesn't have a soul, it counts as a normal fire damage. I'm gonna be honest, I don't. Okay, if you're gonna include a thing like soul fire, don't write it all in bold like this. Make it more like a note. Searing gaze. The great judge watches not only you but also your compatriots. You see, like you could say. I'm not even sure. I'm gonna be honest. I might even just tell you to drop this whole thing of soul fire. Seems convoluted in a way that I don't think you need it. Let me see what this do. What does this do? Whenever you or a creature within 15 feet of you fails a saving throw to resist a mental status, such as this, you can use your reaction to cleanse the status from every friendly creature in that range. And yourself. Every creature affected takes 1d8 soul fire damage. Yeah, just call it fire damage, man. This is like you're just building more complex. Like you're explaining some of it here, you're explaining some of it here. Like it's just overcomplicating it. Just make it fire damage. So what does this actually do? Whenever you or a creature within 15 feet of you fails a saving throw to resist a mental status, you can use your reaction. You can expend your channel divinity to use your reaction to cleanse that status of all creatures of your choice within 15 feet of you, including yourself. All creatures affected by this take 1d8 fire damage. Okay. It's a little odd, but I think it's fine. It's very specific. Judgment. As an action, you can call your deity to pass judgment upon a creature. This cannot be used on non-sentient creatures and yourself. What does that mean? Depending on the creature's alignment, they gain the following effects for the amount of turns equal to half your proficiency bonus rounded down. Why you said it as an action? Don't say as a reaction. Once per round, the creature can give itself advantage on the attack roll saving throws. Just say the creature gains advantage on its first attack roll or saving throw it makes. Creature gains a d4 if the creature is friendly, and they can add 1d4 to the next attack roll they make. A creature is forced to roll at disadvantage whenever they would score a critical hit. They also take additional 1d4, 1d6. Why is it now upgrading here? Yeah, you're just making too many things happen. You need to simplify. First of all, I'm going to be very honest with you. I am very against building mechanics around alignment. I think you can do flavor around alignment, but I would not do mechanics around alignment. I would just whole stop. I would not do that. And this isn't doing much, right? It's like it's a boon or a buff, and that is it. So it's literally just a simplified version of Bless or a simplified version of Bane, basically. So I feel like you need to boil this down to like what the goal of it is. The goal of it is you pick a creature and you either buff them or you don't buff them. Or you buff them or you debuff them. And I would make it that and just let you pick. When a creature that you can see, makes a saving throw, you can use your thing to add this or remove this from their roll. A subclass is a demote supposed to make it more difficult for the DM. Mechanics should be presented as it should be played. Yes, agree. Very well said. This is how I'm gonna write that subclass. Like this conversation happening now, a paladin that sets its own rules. Yeah, I think I would rework this. Aura of Resolve at 7th level. Soul Judge takes interest in you and your companions, giving you a minor boon of resolve to help you grow stronger. Within 15 feet, you have to take an imaginary rock and smash yourself in the head until you stop writing this way. Stop starting within 15 feet. Start with whenever. Whenever a hostile creature within 15 feet of you. That is so much clearer than within 15 feet whenever a hostile creature. So I don't know what you need to do to stop writing in this way, but do it. Practice. Whenever a hostile creature within 15 feet of you dies by you or one of your allies. Oh my god. You just made this. Brother bear, sister bear, creature bear. Whenever you or one of your allies drops a creature to 0 hit points, roll a d10. That's how you write that. Every allied creature within the radius gains temporary hit points equal to the amount rolled. This temporary hit point lasts until the end of the next round. I don't know, man. I don't know. I wouldn't do it like this if I were you. Like, what's the point of this? What is the goal? What is this supposed to feel like? Yeah, I don't know. I'm not feeling it. I'm not feeling it. This doesn't feel like... If anything, I feel like you could do something where it's like when a creature drops to... When you or an ally within 15 feet of you drop a creature to 0 hit points, that ally gains temporary hit points equal to something, but I don't know. The whole group thing feels odd. It doesn't really feel like it fits a paladin aura. Chat, am I being crazy? Am I being too harsh? I need some either reassurance or condemnation from you, chat. It just feels weird, right? Like, it doesn't feel like a... Why does the judge archetype siphon the life of something after it dies? I think you're spot on. I give cake instead. No? Yeah, I don't know. It just doesn't feel like... I'm just not seeing the connection. Whole party seems like a lot. Yeah, no, I agree. The other thing is, like, the aura is just way too big. 15 feet aura, like, it's 10 foot max to start. Especially if it can affect multiple creatures at the same time. It's a soul judge. Yeah, but, like... But this is not the way to convey soul judge. This is soul vampire. At 15th level, you've proven yourself to the Father and become one of his champions. While your path to becoming the chosen is right hand of your god has just become too much flavor text. You gain resistance to fire damage. If you're already resistant to fire damage, you have advantage on saving throws against any source of fire that requires a saving throw. I think you just do resistance to fire damage. I wouldn't do this extra up thing. Whenever you use a searing smite, it deals soul fire damage instead. That's fine. Your 11th level feature, improved divine smite, now deals full damage. This is not enough for 15th level. This is just because I'm gonna be honest here. I'm gonna be very honest, and I don't mean any offense by this. Soul fire exists in D&D already. Like, there is literally a type of fire that burns the soul in D&D already. It is one of the main damage types. And it's actually one that paladins use quite a lot. And it's called radiant damage. Radiant damage, literally, sacred flame is radiant damage. So I don't know if you need a whole new thing here. This is just radiant damage. You're just talking about radiant damage. Radiant damage is literally celestial judgment damage. But what if this soul fire stuff ignores fire resistance? Radiant damage ignores fire resistance too. But this soul fire is for things with a soul, I guess. But that's like, what? I don't know. I feel like, why do we need that limitation? Why do we need that mechanical limitation? feel like it makes sense for a flavor, but I don't think we need a mechanical limitation. The only thing we're really getting at 15th level at all is resistance to fire damage, and that's just not enough. We need more at 15th level. We need a little bit more than that. These don't feel like a power-up. These just feel like a continuation. Weird that it only affects things with souls. Do undead have a soul? Well, that's the other thing is, like, this guy sucks at fighting undead, which is kind of funny for a paladin that is like a soul judge, because no, undead don't have souls. Then you have to decide when Radiant is effective versus a thing with a soul. But no, you don't, Dylan. You just stop caring about that because it's not something to build a subclass around. In the same way that you shouldn't build a subclass around fighting dragons. But you can look at all the things a dragon does and build a subclass that is good at those things. You know? All right, let me look at the level 20 feature. At 20th level, you've proven your resolve, strength and will. While still on your quest, you cannot ascend to your new form. The Iron Father grants you a glimpse of it only for 1 minute as your mortal soul. Can handle no more. You need to. You're trying to write flavor text and you're shooting yourself in the foot. You know what you need to say here? As an action, you can change. Look, like, I'm not going to say exactly. Look at how every other paladin does it. Or most other paladins do it. Let's click any of Growth the Crown. A little bit of flavor text. And then you can use your action to gain the following benefits for 1 hour or 1 minute or whatever. But you need that clarity. When you transform, you can, as a reaction, again, you're switching words around so much, and the order of your words is confusing me. When you transform, as a reaction, you can change the weapon you're holding to another from your inventory. Okay, your body morphs into a new divine form, giving you the following benefits. You become large. Okay. Your armor turns into matte black as part of your body. It can no longer be taken off. This only lasts for a minute, so that doesn't really matter. Your current armor gains an additional +2 bonus that raises to a maximum of +3 and +4. How does it raise? What does it mean? How does it raise? I'm confused. Oh my god, there's so much. Your insides turn into pure fire, meaning injuries would normally kill a man have no effect on you. What does that mean? First time attack reduces your hit points. The damage taken by your reduce the damage taken by your constitution plus your proficiency modifier if it would cause you to stay conscious. This is like a pretty convoluted way of just making it so you can stay conscious a little longer. Like, this should just be damage reduction. Why not just make it so, like, when you take damage, you can, as a reaction, reduce that damage by a number equal to your constitution plus proficiency bonus. Just do that. A chosen would reforge his weapons. What the fuck is a chosen? Into godly ones at the Forge of the Iron Fire, but you cannot do that as about this. Your formatting has fallen apart. The weapon you've currently played is a divine weapon. Look, I'm going to be really honest with you. If you want somebody to read something, you need to really figure out how to write it in a way that is going to be a little bit more straightforward and simple. Like, this bullet point means nothing. Why is there this random bolded part indented here? Like, what is going on with this formatting? The weapon you're currently holding is replaced by the divine thing. These weapons retain any features replaced with the weapon increase. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, I'm not gonna read this. Here's what I'm just gonna say. You're just giving too much. You're just giving too much. If you want to do anything with a paladin, look, they get like 3 or 4 little things. This one gets 4 things, but you're just giving it way too much. You become large. Here's how you do this. 1 bullet, you become large. Bullet 2, you get a bonus to your armor class. Bullet 3, your weapon is enhanced in the following ways, and you give it a specific enhancement. And that's it. This is too much. This is just too much. I would never put this in a game that I was running. You're putting so much work into a 20th level feature, and you're overcomplicating it. And I think that you said that It's a bit too complicated. No idea what to change the wording. Why does this need this? Why does this need the ability to change into 3 different weapon types and be large and give you a bonus armor and give you this resistance thing? Like, you say you need these things, but I would argue that I disagree. I don't see how any of these things are essential. I think you could cut out just about any of them and it would be fine. So I would strongly encourage you to significantly cut back on this 20th level feature and to refocus a little bit of the idea around more than just this new mechanic of Soulfire. Those are my thoughts. I don't know if an elemental has a soul. Great question. Yep, but those are my thoughts, and I hope that they are at least somewhat helpful. Let's give a little applause for our dear Iris for sharing their somewhat complicated but interesting paladin idea. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. You were definitely correct in your piece being overly complicated, and I would say there are a million ways to rewrite it to make it less complicated. I think the key is to not feel like it needs to be every single one of those things, or if it does need to be every single one of those things, tie them in at lower levels so that it can all build up to it. But you just can't have a thing that does 5 or 6 different, radically different things at 20th level, or at any level, really. You always have to keep in mind the goal of the game at the end of the day. And also the goal of easy use and simple, and like being easy and simple for not only a dungeon master to read and understand, but for a player to like quickly navigate. All right. Those are my thoughts. Okay, guys. Friends. That is going to be it for tonight. But we will be back tomorrow. We will be back tomorrow. It's almost midnight. We've been going for almost 5 hours or more. 6 to 7 to 8 to 9 to 10 to 11 to 12. Almost 6 hours. But tomorrow at 6 p.m., we will be doing some speed brew competition stuff where I'm going to have a minute to try to come up with a bunch of nonsense homebrew ideas, and then I'll share them all with you guys, and you can do things with them if you want. And then we're going to be looking at more homebrew stuff afterwards. You just got here? Well, sucks to be you. No, I'm just kidding. But you should just come back tomorrow or watch the VOD if you want to. 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time is when I will be starting tomorrow, and I will probably go for a similar time, around from 6 to around 10, give or take. Oh my goodness, Dylan gifting the 5 memberships. Very kind. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, 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 thank you. And guys, I'm gonna be honest. Yeah, we're wrapping up. We're wrapping up. I'm sorry if you just got here, but you know, next time be earlier. And if you can't be earlier, you can you know, you can still be you. Anyway, I want you all to have a great night. Get home safe. Don't forget to feed your pets, and I will see you guys tomorrow at 6 p.m. So see you tomorrow.
I don't think about it. About you leaving me. I don't know who I'd be would everything we built just turn to broken leaves. I don't think about it. Do you think of me? Walking out that door, hearing me talk to myself in the morning anymore. Would it all just turn and turn and turn and turn and turn and turn? You don't think about it. Maybe it scares you like it scares me. What do we do with all the possibilities? Doesn't it scare you like it scares me? What do we do with all the possibilities? We don't think about it. We don't think about it. We just fall into each other's arms, and we laugh and we cry and we dry each other's eyes, but we don't talk about it.